Hello everyone, in today's video we're going to be creating a snippet sharing app, and this is going to be the homepage, and you're going to see a list of snippets that has been created by the users. I'm going to give you a quick demonstration. So for the homepage, we can click the tags here, so it's going to return the snippets corresponding to whatever tag that you click on. All right, and we can also click on the tags on each individual snippets. So if I click the tag C#, it's going to bring all of the snippets with C# tags on them. And I'm going to click on all and return all of the snippets. And we can also click the individual snippet, and then we can share the snippet. Once we click on it, we can copy this link and share this snippet, this link, and any user will be able to access the snippet via this link. When I go back to the homepage, we can also click on this user profile here, and we're going to be able to see the profile of the user that we click on. So if I click on this profile, and you're going to see the profile of that user and the information about the user, the social profiles, and the snippets that has been created by that particular user. If I go back to the homepage, we can also copy the code in here. We can copy the code, and whenever we create a snippet, we're going to also have some icons that are going to be dynamic depending on what programming language that we select. So here we can search as well. We can search for C++. Okay, so it seems like it's not returning anything C++ related. We can search for anything else. Doesn't exist. And we can search for HTML. Okay, so nothing with HTML. We can search for, I don't know, test. Okay, so it's going to return data corresponding to test. Okay, and if I clear the input, it's going to return all of the data. And we have the popular page. So here it's going to rank the snippets based on the likes, based on other variables, and it's going to rank those snippets randomly. So you're going to get random highly ranked snippets displayed here on the popular page. Okay, and we also have the ability to filter here as well. On each page we'll be able to filter, and we also have the top creators. So here you're going to see the creators who are at the top, who created a lot of snippets, who also have a lot of scores here. So the scores is going to be based on a lot of things. For example, the amount of snippets that has been created, the amount of likes, etc. Okay, so the one with the top score will be at the top. So you can also click any of these users here, and you're going to be able to see the profile of that particular user. Okay, and we have my favorite page, which is locked. We need to be able to we need to be logged in for us to be able to see this page. And we also have the help page, and here you're going to see some FAQ questions. All right, and we can also view the privacy policy and terms and conditions, like that. If I go back, if I want to like a snippet, it's going to prompt us to log in, because a logged in user has the ability to like a snippet. All right, I'll get rid of the bookmark bar. All right, so now let's log in with an account. So I have a test account here, and I'm just going to put some test details, and now we are logged in. So if I like something, it's going to change here to liked, and you can see it's liked here. If I refresh, it's going to show the like, okay, because we've liked the snippet. If I go to favorites, you're going to see that particular snippet because we've liked it. So you're going to see all of your liked snippets here. Okay, we can also filter here. Okay, and we have my snippets. So my snippets, you're going to see the snippets that have been created by this particular user, and you can see this edit icon here. You can edit the snippet. So here you don't see any the edit icon here because we're not the owner of this snippet. So let's find a snippet that we own. So we can scroll down here, and here you can see we can go to the next page. Next page you can view more, and then we can go to the next page. There's no more snippets, there's only one on the next page, but we can go to the previous page, and let's find a snippet that is owned by this user. So for example, this one, JavaScript, we can edit the snippet here, copy. And then now, as you can see, we can update. For example, we can remove this tag and update. And as you can see, the tag has been removed. We can update the title. And we can say maybe this is some JavaScript, and we can update this snippet. And as you can see, it's updating the text as well. We can update. We can also delete these snippets. I'll delete this snippet actually. I'll copy this code here. So I'll click this copy to clipboard, and I'm going to delete this, and it's been deleted. So what I'm going to do now, I am going to create a new snippet. Okay, so this one here, test, create snippet, create snippet test. Okay, and some random text here. All right, so now we can select as I think the maximum tags is 5, for example. I can't remember how many tags I put. Okay, I think it's oh, I didn't limit the amount of tags, but I should have limited this to 5. But yeah, you can select up to 5 tags, and we can where's JavaScript? Let's select as many as we can, and then let's just add snippets. So here you can select a programming language. You can select the visibility. So if it's private, you're only going to be the person who can see it. For example, if I select something like R, which is not, it's like JavaScript code, add snippet. As you can see, there it is with tags. Our snippet. As you can see, the formatting is not correct because we need to select the correct programming language. So in this case, I'm just going to change this to JavaScript. So JavaScript, and I'm going to update. As you can see, it's been updated and the icon is correct. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to get rid of all of these tags here and leave it just a JavaScript update, and the tag is there. When I click JavaScript tag, it's going to return all of the data corresponding to JavaScript. All right, so we have favorites page, we have snippets page. You've seen, okay, we also have the settings page. So settings, you have a profile. You can update your profile here. So this is the default bio of the user. You can update your username, your password. You can put your links here, your email, your social links. Once you update the profile, once a user is trying to view your profile, they're going to be able to see your GitHub, LinkedIn, email, and your bio. And whenever you joined the platform, and whatever snippets that you've created that are public. So anything that is private, no one is going to see it except the person who has created the snippets. And if you are the owner of the snippet, you're going to be able to see this edit and delete button. Otherwise, you won't see anything. You'll just see the snippet and the tag. Okay, and this navigation is also collapsible. You can collapse. You can also move these tags around if you want to. You can also increase the width here if you want to. Yeah, that's pretty much it for the demonstration of this app. If you have any questions, you can let me know in the comment section. And if you're new to the channel, don't forget to like, comment, subscribe. So navigate to the folder where you want your project to be in. In this case, I've already created a folder called Snippet Master, and I've navigated to that folder. So now let's set up some authentication, and let's go to GitHub. So go to my website, thecodedealer.io, and we're going to go to lessons and go to the authentication lesson, open up the GitHub repo. So we're just going to set up the authentication for the backend. So copy this download zip, just download the zip and open that download, and we're going to extract. Okay, so now we've extracted. So I'm going to open, and in the backend, I'll just copy everything here in the backend, and then I'm just going to paste it. Copy folder like that. Okay, so in this case, we want these files to be in the backend. So let's create a folder called backend. And let's copy all of these files here and put it in the backend. Okay, so now we need to open up the terminal, and I'm going to navigate to the backend folder. And then here we're going to install the packages with npmi. So we have the package.json, so we need to install these packages for the authentication. Okay, so npmi and install. Okay, perfect. So now we have installed the packages and we are good to go. So now let's do npm start, but we need a few things before we start. So we need an environment variable. So we need to create a .env here that is going to store our environment variable. So I believe we need to set up the Mongo URI. So search. Okay, so we need this environment variable here. Copy this environment variable and paste it here. And we need to copy this from MongoDB Atlas. So let's go to MongoDB Atlas. So if you don't have an account, you can use your Google account to sign up. And we're going to sign in. I have an account already. So you can sign up with Google or GitHub. So Google account. And let's wait. Okay, so make sure you create a database. And once you create a database, it's really easy to follow the steps to create a database. And then you're going to see this. If you go to database, you're going to see this clusters. So I think this cluster is called, can't remember the name of the cluster. I think it's cluster 0. But yeah, that's the name of the cluster here. So the cluster 0. I didn't name this cluster. And then let's do connect and drivers. So we're going to connect a Node.js application. And I'm going to copy this URL. So it's a cluster 0. So copy, and we're going to paste this for our URI. But we need to put the password here. And I don't even know what the password is. So if you remember your password, put your password there and make sure you don't share the password. So what I'm going to go to security, advanced. Actually, I need to go to database access, and then we're going to edit this user, which is me, the current user, edit, and password. We're going to do edit password because I don't know the password. I'm just going to auto-generate the password, and then I'm going to copy the generated password, and then I'm going to update the user. Okay, and copy that password, and we're going to paste that password here. So save, and let's restart our server. Okay, perfect. So now we've connected to the database. That means it's working. Okay. So now we have authentication in place. And let's try to create a user. So we're going to be using Postman to test our API endpoints. So if you don't know what Postman is, just go to Google and then type Postman. So this is the application. So download this app, and then it's really just follow the installation instructions. Okay, and then once you open the app, you're going to see something like this. So this is Postman, and then where it says collections here, you can create a new collection. Okay, in this case, let's create a new collection. Actually, new collection, blank collection. You can name this collection what you want. Let's rename this to Snippet Master API, something like that, and then save. And then we are going to create an endpoint. Okay, add a request. Okay, so there's a new request here. You can name this request. You can say create user. Oops. Rename create user, and you can rename this to get user. Okay, so for the create user, so for the endpoint, for us to create a user, it's a register API v1. So it's remembering the history of what I was doing, but the endpoint is 8,000. So if I go to the routes, so the user routes, so for us to be able to create a user, register user, is this API endpoint here, register. And then the port, we actually need to include a port, which is 8,000. So port, we're going to set that to 8,000. Okay. So port 8,000. So server is listening to port 8,000. And then the API endpoint is going to be register. And then we have API v1 and then register. So if you remember here, so we have localhost 8,000 and then slash API v1 and then slash register. And then here we're just, we're mapping through the route files, and then each route, we're going to add each route after the v1. So in this case, the current route that we're going to access is register. Okay. So register, let's register the user. So here to register user, body, authkit, I'm just going to copy the information here to register user. I'll copy the information. So register user. So make sure you just put the information in the, so let's do raw, and then make sure you put the information. So we need name and email for us to be able to register a new user. So the name is going to be testmail and then at gmail.com, like that. So that's the name of the user that we want to register. I believe we actually want a name as well if we want to register a user. Name. Okay, I'm just gonna say William. Okay, like that. That's the name. And then let's register this user. Register. So there's an issue for us to register this user. So API endpoint 8,000 register cannot get. Okay, so the request is not get. So it's a post request to create a new user. So let's do post request and then let's send. Okay, so there's an issue. We need JWT secret. Okay, JWT secret. So that's the name of the environment variable, this one. So JWT secret, it's a random string. So you can put like a random string here. Okay. All right, so now let's save. So we should be able to create a user now. So send, create user. Okay, so it says user already exists. I don't know why it says user already exists. I think it must have created the user when it was asking for the JWT secret. But let's create a new user. I'm just going to put this to test mail number 2 and send. Okay, perfect. So now we've created a user and there's a token generated for that user as well. Okay. And now we can also log in. Okay, so for us to be able to log in, we need these details except the name. So to log in, we need email and password. So let's get rid of name. So let's send. Oh, this is the wrong endpoint. So this should be localhost because it's remembering the history of what I was doing. So this should be login. So login, I think it's going to be a get request. Send. Let me double check. User routes, login. It's actually a post request. Okay. So let's go back to Postman and let's do a post and send. Okay, so as you can see now, we have the details of the user we have created here. So it is a row of user by default when you create a new user. So there's you can change this row to admin or whatever user that you want to use. So if I go to user model, so if you go to the role, so there's user, admin, and creator. So you can change this default user to whatever you want. Okay, so that's pretty much it. We have set up the authentication. We can log in, and on the next video, we're going to set up the API endpoints for the tags. So let's just create some folders for those. So in the source file, we are going to create, actually we don't need a folder in the source, but we need a folder in the models. Let's do tags, and then we need snippets. Okay, like that. So that's the models. And then we are going to also do the same thing in the controllers. And then we need snippets. Okay, so yeah, that's it for the folders. Next, we are going to set up the routes for the tags and the snippets. I'll see you on the next video. Now we're going to create our tags. So we're going to add a function to bulk create a lot of tags at once. So in the routes, let's create a route for that. Tags routes.js. So remember, we're mapping all of the files inside this folder. So if I go to the server, it's looking for a route that is exported as default for each of these files. Okay, so each of these files must have a router exported as default. So that's what we need to do in here. So we need to import Express from Express. Okay, and we're going to do const router equal to express.router, like that. And then we just need to export that router as default. And then the error will disappear now because we're exporting as default. Perfect. And we need an endpoint for us to be able to create these routes. So for what endpoint should we create? You can name this whatever you want. So I'm going to name it router.post. So it's going to be a post request because we're creating a tag. So this is going to be bulk tags. You can name this whatever you want. And we're going to have a function called bulk add tags, like that. And it's going to be protected. So only admin can create a tag. So if I go to middleware, we should have an admin middleware. So it's going to check if the role of the user is set to admin, and then we are going to be able to go to the next function, okay, which is bulk add tags. So we need to put that middleware here, and we need to import that. So make sure the import is correct, and it should be tags and then tags controller. Okay, we don't have this controller yet. Actually, bulk tags control. Yeah, we don't have this controller. We need to create that, and we need to import auth middleware coming from auth middleware.js. So make sure you include the JS at the end because we're using modules. Okay, so if I open this file, it's opening the correct file. Okay, so let's go to controllers in the tags, and we're going to do tags, tag controller.js, or you can say tags to be more descriptive. And here we're just gonna do tags controller. That open up the file. We need to import async handler. Import async handler from express async handler. So make sure this spelling is correct. Okay, export. We're going to do bulk add tags. So this is the name of the function, like that. And then we're going to console log in here to see if it's working. So COG shortcut for console log, bulk add tags, save. So now if I control click this, it should lead to the correct controller function. Okay, so now let's go to Postman and we need to test the route. And let's duplicate this by pressing Ctrl D, and we're going to rename to create tags. And the endpoint is going to be bulk tags. Okay, whatever you named your endpoint. And this is going to be a post request. And let's try to send. Send. Only admins can do this. Only admins can create tags. So let's go to Postman. Let's click on databases. MongoDB Atlas, and then click database, and then go to browse collections. And there's no database here linked to our app. So what we need to do is go to, oops. Did I change anything here? Go to here. So here, we need to create a database on this connection URL. So after the mongodb.net / and let's name this Snippets master course, like that. That's the name of the database. So now let's npm start again. Okay, and let's refresh. Okay, so this is our database, snippet master course. Okay, if I go to users, there's no users because I think we created a user. The user that we created, it was in a random database which was not specified. I don't even know where the data was saved, but now let's recreate a user. Create user. Let's do testmail.com, send. Okay, so now we've created a user because we are using a new database now, this one. Okay, so that's the new database. We should have a single user in here. And this user, it has a row of default user. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to manually change this to admin, but we can do this on our front end. Okay, when we're creating a user, we can create an admin user. And then I'm going to update this. Okay, so now this user is an admin, so we should be able to let me try to log in. Okay, so we should be able to create tags. Okay, now let's send. We still have the issue only admins can do this. Okay, weird. Let me refresh this. Raw is admin. Okay, now let's refresh this. Stop the server. npm start. Okay, and logged in, create tags, and send. Okay, that's weird. Now let me get the user. Let's see what it does. So the user, the raw is admin. Okay, that's fine. And send. Only admins can do this. Weird. Okay, let me go back. Admin middleware. Okay, request.user. So let's see the request object. Okay, and we're going to check for the request.user. Okay, and let's try to see what we have. Postman and send. Okay, so the user is undefined. Okay, I see why the user is undefined. So the user is undefined because we want to add this protect here, the user middleware. Okay, so protect like that. So the user must be logged in and the user must be admin. Okay, so protect is necessary because it's that's where the user object is going to be. It's in the protect. So we should be able to send now, and it's working. As you can see now, it returned the request.user. Okay, so that our endpoint is working, and it printed bulk add tags. That's what we asked for in here. Okay, so here we're just going to run try catch and save. Okay, so for this one, we're going to check. So this user object, it is an ID. We are going to check for the user ID. Okay, so let's do the catch first. So here we're just going to do cog console.log error in bulk add tags. Okay, like that, and then we're going to console the error, and then here we're just going to return response.status. So the error is going to be 500, and we're just going to say internal server error. Okay, that's for the return. So now let's get the user ID. So the user ID is this ID here. I'm going to say const user ID equal to request, the request object. It is this user object dot user, and then dot ID. Okay, we're getting this ID property. Okay, so that's the user ID. Okay, so we're going to send an array of tags in the request.body. So the request.body is this. If I go to the body and row, if I do tags, so the tags property, and it's going to be an array. So this is the request.body. So the body of the request, that's this one. So it is a property of tags, which is an array. We can specify what tags we're going to create at once. Okay, so request, and then here we're just going to say we're destructuring the tags property, which is the array specified here in the request body. We're getting that tags from the request.body, like that. Okay, so whatever information is in the array, we're getting that information in this destructuring. I can't even say the word. Okay, so we can maybe comment expecting an array of tag names. Okay, like that. And then we're just going to check if we don't have the user ID. Well, we're just going to say not authorized, or please log in. Authorized. Okay, like that. Okay, login. All right, so we checking for the user ID, and then we're just gonna also check if this array is empty. Okay, and also we're going to check if it is 0 items. So we're gonna say if not tags, or tags.length is equals to 0. Okay, and we're gonna say no tags provided. Okay. Also, we can also check to see if this is not an array. Okay, we can do another or if this tag is not an array. Okay, if it's not array, so we're doing the not is array. So checking if it's not an array, we're going to do an error here. Okay, because we want an array, a list of those tags. Okay, so here I'm gonna do const. Here we're going to, let's do a comment here. An array of tag objects. Okay, const tags documents equal to tags dot map Okay, so each individual tag, we're going to do a name and a user property. Okay, so this tag is created by this user, whoever is logged in as admin. So the user is going to be the ID of that user who created the tag. And then the name is going to be the actual tag name, because this is an array and it's going to have the names, and the name is going to be the name of each individual ID. So this we're mapping through a list. Okay. All right. So I'm just going to insert all of the tags in bulk. So here we're going to do insert all tags in bulk. Okay. So where are we inserting these tags? We need to create a model for the tags. So let's go to models, tags, and we're going to create a model for this called tags. Tags. You can name this tags model.js like that. In here, we're going to import mongoose, like that. Actually, it's not a module, it's a default export like this. Mongoose and tags, tag schema. We're going to create a new schema here. Okay, and we need to export this as tags equal to mongoose.model. We're exporting a model. We're going to name this tags. Okay, so this model is like a document or a table named tags. Okay, so tag schema, that's the one we're exporting here. And then we're going to export default tags, and we just need to add some properties in here. We are also going to add timestamps, which is when the tag was created and also when the tag was last updated. Okay, so that's why we're including timestamps. All right, so in here we are going to start with name property, name of the tag, and it's going to have a type of string required true, and it's going to be unique. The name is going to be unique. And we're going to have usage count. I don't know if we're going to implement this, but let's include it. We might implement this. Okay, so usage count is going to be default of 0. The type is going to be number. So how many times this tag has been used. So we can kind of do some algorithms and display our snippets depending on how many times the tag was used or how many times the snippet has been liked and stuff. Okay. And we're also going to add the user. So the user is going to be the ID of the user. Okay. So the type is going to be object ID, which is the user ID. And it's going to reference the user document. Okay. And it's going to be required. Okay. Perfect. That's all the properties that we want. And let's close this. And in here, if we go back to the tags controller, we can insert all tags in bulk. Okay. What can we name this? We can name this const created tags equal to await and then tags. So make sure you import tags dot insert many, and then we're going to insert the tag documents, this array here. Okay, and the name is going to be the tag name, the user is going to be the ID of the user. Okay, and created tags we can return. Okay, so tags added, and then the created tags, so we can see the response. So the response status is 201. That's for creation. That is complete. Okay, so here we need to include .js because it's a module. We're using ES6 modules. Okay, so now let's try to create some tags. So if I go to Postman, I need to add some tags. So at the beginning, I was thinking to give any user the ability to create their own tags, but I think it's a slippery slope to do that, to give that user that kind of a power. So, and then I changed it to admin, so admins can only create the tags. So for the tags, I'm just going to paste in an array, snippet master tags. So this is the array of the tags. So it's just names of programming languages. You can manually add those in, but I've manually add these, okay, programming languages. So yeah, we have the array here. It has many items, okay, comma separated. So make sure each item is comma separated. Now let's send. Okay, so now we've created these tags. So each tag is going to also have a name, usage count, the user who created this tag, and the ID of that tag, and when it was created, and the last updated at. So we have all of these tags here that we created. Perfect. I think that's it for this video. I'll see you on the next one. I think in the next video, we want to create a way to get these tags. You can get a single tag by ID, or you can get all of them at once. I'll see you on the next one. Okay, so now we want the ability to create a single tag and also delete a single tag as well. Now let's do export const create tag, like that. And then we're going to do try catch. Okay, so this is the wrong spelling for create. Let's do only admins. Admins can do this. Okay. But this one, I am going to not include the admin. So create a new tag. For this one, let's get the user ID. User ID. So it's remembering what we did down here for getting the user ID. And we also want to get the name of the tag from the body, requested body. So when I'm creating a tag, we're going to get the name of that. We're going to send in the name of the tag. And then here, we're just going to check if we don't have this user ID. We are going to say not authorized, not authorized. Please log in. So like that. Okay. And we are also going to check if not name, or the name is equals to an empty string, like that. Okay. And then we're going to say tag name is required. We don't want an empty string. Okay. And we're going to create new tag equal to we're going to await. We're going to do tags dot create. I'm going to create a name, so the name of the tag, and then the ID. Whoever created the tag, so there's a user. So remember, in this schema, it has a user property, which is the object ID. So we want to pass in the user ID here, and then here we're going to await tag to save, and then we just need to return response of 201, which is creation status. Okay. Actually, I'll get rid of this message here. It's unnecessary. And here we're just going to console log and display an error. Okay. And let's try to create a tag, but we need an endpoint for that. So we need to go to tags, routes. Okay. Create a new tag, router.post. Protect, we don't need the admin middleware here. And it should be, yeah, create tag. So make sure you import create tag from the tags controller. And we're going to go to Postman, and the endpoint, it should be, what can we name this endpoint? Create tag. You can name this whatever you want, and copy the endpoint, and let's go to Postman. I'll put it here, Postman, and paste in the endpoint. And here the property that we want is name, the name of the tag. I'll say Scala and send. Okay, so now we've created a new tag. So that's the user who created the tag here. Okay, so we have the tag. So we also want the ability to get all of these tags. So we don't need to be signed in to be able to get a tag. So this is the get request. So get rid of this. We can say get tags. Okay, here export const get tags, like that. Okay, so for the get tags, this is going to be super easy. Okay, so let's do a console log. If there's an error, const tags equal to await tags tag schema, and then we're going to find all of the tags. We don't need to sort them, so just find, like that. So this will return all of the tags, okay, all of the tags in this document. And then we're just going to return response status 200. That means the response is okay. And let's save that. We should be able to, there's an issue because we need to make sure that get tags is imported. So make sure get tags is imported from the tags controller. And let's go back to Postman, and let's change this to the endpoint, which is, I believe, what is the name of the endpoint? So this should be different from this. So let's do tags. Okay, so tags, and it's a get request, not post. So make sure it's a get request, and it should be tags and send. Okay, so as you can see, it's getting all of the tags that we've created. Okay, perfect. So now we want the ability to be able to delete a specific tag. So how do we do that? For that, we are going to do export const, and we're going to get tag by ID first. So we're going to get a specific tag based on that tag ID. So we can copy this SQL ID here, copy that, and let's do try catch. Okay, so for that, we need to make sure that we are sending the ID through params. So we are going to access the ID through params. So we can say const tag equal to await the tags document dot find based on the ID coming from the request object dot params dot ID. Okay, so the params is something after this endpoint here. If I do this, and then if I do ID, so this is the params. Okay, so the params, and we can send the params like this, tags, and then this is the params. Okay, which is the ID of that particular tag that we want to get. Okay, so we can do tag and then the params like this. So what we can do, let's finish creating this function first, and then we're going to sort out the params. Here we're just going to say if no tag, we're just going to return a message saying tag not found, and we're just going to return response status 200, which means it's okay. And here we're just going to console the error. Okay, so go back to tag routes, and here it should be tag, and then params is going to be the ID. Okay, so tag slash, and then if we do this, that means it's the params of ID. Okay, so get tag by ID like that. Okay, so anything after the tag is going to be the params, so which is the ID of this specific tag, which is SQL that I've copied. So we want to get that individual tag. So now let's try that, send. As you can see now, we've returned a single tag. Okay, a single tag has been returned, which is SQL. That's correct. Sweet. So let's try to get everything again. Tags. Okay, so I want to get rid of an ID. Maybe, I don't know. We can get rid of anything here. Let's get rid of Haskell. Okay. Copy that ID. So we need to copy this again. We're going to use the params again. It's going to be tag ID and then param, but this one is going to be delete. Okay, so this is going to be delete tag like that, and we need to create that function export const delete tag async handler. Okay, so for us to be able to delete tag, we actually need to protect this. Protect, so you need to be logged in like that, and let's go to delete tag and implement the functionality. Okay, so const tag, we're going to await tags. We're going to find a tag matching the ID that is being passed via the params, okay, which is this ID here. Okay, any ID that you pass through the params. So in this case, we're going to delete an item, which is Haskell. Okay, and we're going to do if not, we're going to check if this tag doesn't exist, and we're just going to display an error, tag not found, and we're just going to return a status of 200, which means it's okay. And then here we're just going to console log the error. Okay, so delete tag, so it should be imported, so now there shouldn't be an issue. And here tag, and then put the ID and change the request to delete. So this should be deleted, so send tag deleted, that means it's okay. Perfect, so we've deleted our tag. By the way, we can commit all of these changes here. I forgot to commit this, so you can say fit initial commit, but we've done a lot of stuff, but I'm just going to name this initial commit because I did not commit the previous changes. Publish branch. I was under the impression that I've already created a branch for this. Let's do private. Okay, so this already exists. MERN course, I'll just name it like this, and then it's a public branch. Okay, perfect. So now it should be done. So what we're going to do now, the next time we're going to work on we need to work on creating a snippet model, and then we're going to be able to create a function to create a snippet. I'll see you on the next one. Now let's create a snippet model. So let's go to the models folder, And in here, in the snippets, we're going to name this snippet model.js. Okay, now we just need to import mongoose from mongoose like that. And we're going to create a snippet schema, const snippet schema like that. And we're going to name this snippet. You can name this whatever you want. Okay, so const snippet, and we're going to do equal to mongoose.model.export snippet, and then we're going to export default snippet like that. Okay, perfect. So we want to create some properties for this. So we need a title, that. So for the title, it's going to be type string, type not type of, but type string, and it's going to be required, and it's going to be just true, required. And we're also going to trim, get rid of the empty spaces. We're going to set that to true, and we're going to do minimum length, min length to I think the minimum length, let's set it to 3 characters like that. Okay, and then we're going to have code, and it's going to be type string, trim true, required to true. And I'm just going to add a default text in here. So the default text, I'm just going to say, put like a comment, like add your code here. Okay, so that's the default, and we're going to have the description, and the type is going to be string, and it's going to be required, and trim, we're going to get rid of the empty spaces, and language. So the language is going to be type string, and the default, we're going to set that to JavaScript. Actually, you can set that to plain text, but I'm just going to set it to JavaScript. And we're going to also have an icon, and we're going to do type, we're going to set that to string, and trim, set that to true. It should be icon, not icons, and make sure you put a comma here. Okay, so we have icon, and we also want the likes, like the number of likes of the individual snippet. Oh, you can name it snippet likes or just likes, it's up to you. Number, so the default number of the likes is 0. Okay, so liked by. So when you like a snippet, we want to see who liked the snippet, a user who liked the snippet. In this case, we're going to save the ID of that user we have liked the snippet in an array. So every individual user that liked the snippet is going to be saved in an array, the ID of that particular user. So liked by. So this one is going to be, so it's going to be an array, and then the type is going to be the object ID, and then it's going to reference the user document. Okay, so the type of this item, each element is going to be an ID like that. And then we're going to do the same thing for bookmark. So bookmarked by. Okay, you can, bookmarked, I don't know if this is the correct spelling, I think this is, yeah, bookmarked by, and then the type is going to be the ID, and then it's going to also reference the user document. And we're going to also have the slug. Okay, and the type is going to be string. Okay, and we are going to get rid of the required, but the unique, it's going to be unique, that's why the unique is true. Okay, and we're going to set the index to true, and trim to true, and is public. So by default, the snippet is going to be public. Okay, so the type is going to be Boolean, true or false. So it's public, is set to true by default. Okay, and we're going to have an array of tags. So tags is an array. It's going to reference the tags document. Okay, so it's going to reference the tags document, but each individual tag is in here is going to be an ID of that particular tag. Okay, so and actually let's make this required to true. Okay, so it's referencing the tags schema tags document. Let me double check if we've named that schema tags. Yeah, it's named tags. That's perfect. And now we want the user who created the snippet. Okay, so user, we have created the snippet. After I'm just going to do user, and it's going to be an object, and the type is going to be the ID. It's going to be an ID of a user who created the snippet. So it's going to store the ID of that user, and it's going to be required, and it's going to reference the user document. And we want to enable the timestamps when this snippet was created or the last updated date of this particular snippet. So these are the properties of this snippet. Okay, so we also want to generate a slug for the tag. Okay, we're going to do that next later, but not now. But now this is the schema of the snippet. I'll see you on the next one. Let's work on creating a snippet. Let's go to routes and snippets, routes.js. Okay, so in here we're going to do the same thing. We're going to import express from express, const router from express router. We're going to export default like that. Perfect. And we need a router for creating a snippet. Let's do router to post, and the endpoint you can put like just a create endpoint. I'm just going to say create snippet. That's the endpoint. And for the function, I'm actually going to use protect as well in here. Protect. So I want only a logged in user to create a snippet, and we're going to do create snippet. That's the name of the function. So we need to import these. So controllers, and it should be snippets, and then snippets, and then snippets controller, like that. Okay, so let's go to controller snippets controller.js, like that. Export const create snippet async handler, and we need to import that like that. So we should be able to import create snippet like so. Oops, it's a wrong path. So it should be snippets controller.js like that. So we should be able to open the path. Okay, so the protect is not also defined. We need to import from middleware. So protect is also imported now. So we shouldn't have an issue. Let's try to COG this. Okay, request.user. So this user object is going to show us the currently logged in user. So if I go to Postman, let's duplicate this, Control D, and rename. Oops, I duplicated again. Instead of rename, create snippet. Okay, so this is going to require a lot of properties. I'm going to go in the body row. So we need to add all of those properties, not all of them, but the required ones. So I'm just going to look at the history of what I was doing. So snippet master, we have create snippets. So these are the properties that we want. So I'll just copy and go to delete this, duplicate, create snippet. So these are the properties that are required. So we need the title, description, code, tags. So these are the IDs of the tags that we want. So let's get the tags. So tags, in here it should be tags. That's the endpoint to get tags. So it's the get request, get. So the tags that we're going to get, I'm going to copy C# ID, and I'm going to paste in the ID of C#. And for example, let's also get Django, copy this ID and paste. Okay, so we pasted those, and the language, you can change this to whatever you want. And now I'm just going to hit send, but this is a post request. Okay, so you can name this testing snippet creation, something like that, creation, and hit send. Okay, send. So nothing happens because there's no endpoint here. So endpoint, it should be create snippet, like that, and we're going to hit send. Okay, so we should be able to see the user information here of whom was trying to create a new snippet. Okay, perfect. So I'm just going to get rid of this. So that means our endpoint is working. We were just testing our endpoint, and I am going to here cog to console log error in create snippet, and then here we're just going to return response to status 500. Okay, perfect. So in here we need to get the user ID from request.user. Okay, so the properties, we need to get the properties from the request.body. So this is the body. Okay, so we need those properties. So here we're going to do const. We're going to get title, description, code, language, tags, and then it's public. Okay, so if it's public, it's set to true or false. Okay, and then in here we just want to check if we don't have the user ID, if we're not logged in, basically. So that's what we're checking for. If not user ID, and then we're going to display not authorized, unauthorized, please log in, like that. Okay, and so we can check each property, each individual property, or you can check all of these at once in one single code block. But I think it's much better to check this property by property. Okay, so I'm gonna check if not title, and then I'm also gonna check if title dot length. Okay, so if title dot length, it's actually not. So if title dot length, so if the length of this title is less than 5, actually 3, I think that's the minimum we put. And then here we're just going to do return response status is going to be 400, and then title is required and should be 3 characters long. Okay, and description, it should be 10 characters. If not description, so description should be 10 characters. Okay, so if the description is less than 10 characters, we're going to get an error. Okay, and for the code, I think this should be around 50 characters. So code, it should be around, actually, let's do 30 characters for that. Okay, and for the tags, so remember, the tags, what we are sending is the objects. Okay, so we're sending objects, so we're just going to validate if these are valid MongoDB objects. Okay, so I'm gonna say check if the tags are valid. If not tags, or I'm gonna check if tags the length is less than 1 or equal to 0, is equal to 0, or we're gonna check if the tags, if every tag, if actually, what did I miss? Yeah, we're gonna check if every tag is not an object ID. Okay, so tags dot every. So if every tag is not an object ID, and then we're going to have an error. So every checks for every element of this tags array. So if any of those elements is not an ID, we're going to get an error. Okay, so tag, and then we're going to return here mongoose, which we need to import like that, and then we're going to do dot types, and then we're going to do dot object ID, and then dot is valid, and then here we're just going to pass in the tag. Okay, so we're basically checking to see if every element in the array is a valid MongoDB object. Okay, otherwise we're going to provide an error like that. And then now let's create the snippet. If the validations passed, snippet equal to new snippet like that, and then we're going to add those properties. So we need to import snippet. So add those properties, and then user, we're going to do the user ID. Okay, like that. So let's import snippet. This is wrong import. So models. Okay, models, snippets, .js, like that. Okay, so we've created a snippet with the properties coming from the user body. Okay, so the user ID, we're passing in the logged in, the user was creating this snippet, which is the logged in user. Okay, and we're just going to save this, await snippet.save, and then here we're just going to return the status of 201 created successfully. Okay, but we can also return the actual created snippet here. Okay, snippet like that. Okay, so let's try to create this with an invalid tag. So these are objects. Let's try to put like an invalid MongoDB object, and let's hit send. As you can see, code, okay, actually this is a different error, but the code is not that long. Okay, so I'm just going to add like a random text here. Okay, now hit send. Okay, so now as you can see, now it's validating the tags because these tags are not correct. Okay, send is invalid. So now let's get rid of this tag here at the end, and let's hit send, create snippet. Perfect. So now we've created a snippet and all of the properties are showing, and the tags that we've added linking to the ID of that particular tag. And yeah, that's it for creating a snippet. I'll see you on the next one. We're going to get all of the snippets that are public based on this property here. Okay, so we don't want to get the private snippets. We want to get the private public ones on the next video. I'll see you on the next one. Okay, so now let's create a function to get all of the snippets that are public. So if you remember, with this property called is public, so if it's true, we would like to get those snippets. So currently we have one snippet, this one. So let's get all of them. So router.get. So we're getting public snippets. So we are going to do a snippets endpoint, snippets, and we're going to name this public and get public snippets. Okay, so we don't have this function yet. By the way, we don't need protect because we want the public snippets to be available to everyone who visits our website. Okay, so that's why there's no protect here. And we're going to create that function in here. Export const async handler try catch. Okay, and we're going to console log if there's an error, and then we're going to return the status 500. Okay, so it's not defined, so let's import this. Okay, so get public snippets we have imported, so the issue should disappear. Okay, so in the get public snippets, we are going to limit how many snippets that we return if we fetch. So we are going to limit to 10 items. You can limit to how many items that you want to limit, but in this case, I'm going to limit to 10. Okay. I'm going to say const page. So we're going to start from page 1. Okay, so we're going to pass int, and we're going to do request.query and then .page or 1. Okay, so if we set a page, so we're going to go to the next page by setting this page to 2, 3, 4, 5, and etc. By default, we're going to start with 1. Okay, and limit, we're going to limit how many snippets. So limit, we're also going to pass this as a query. So the limit is going to be 10. We're going to limit it to 10. Okay, and I'm going to also get the user ID. Okay, so this user ID is not going to come from the protect because we're not passing in the protect object here. So how do we get this user ID? We're going to manually pass that user ID in the query. Okay, so here we're going to do request.query, and then the user ID. Okay, because we're going to manually send in the user ID. Okay, and we would like to also maybe get some snippets based on the tag. So for example, if I click this tag here, I would like to fetch all of the public snippets that have this individual tag. Okay, if I click a particular tag, I want to fetch the snippets that is using that tag that are also public. Okay, that's why we are going to get the tag ID like so, and then we're going to get it from the request.query to tag ID. I'm going to explain what this query is in a minute. Okay, and also we want to check if we're searching, so we would like to search based on whatever the user put on the search query. So I'm going to do const search. So request.query.search. Okay, so we're going to send in a search query. Okay, so the reason we're doing this in the same function, we don't want to create many endpoints. So what we can do is we can introduce some queries, like for example, like this, user ID equal to a random ID like this, and then search equal to something like that. So these are queries. So we can introduce queries, okay, on using the same endpoint. So that's what we are doing. So if we provide any of these, it's going to be some queries. Okay, so we might choose to only include the tag ID. So tag ID, and then only the tag ID, or you can also introduce the user ID. It's optional what queries you want to include, okay, or the page number. So we want to implement everything in here. Okay, so we'd also like to skip to the next page. Okay, so to skip to the next page, I'm going to say const skip equal to, we're going to get page -1 multiplied by limit. So the limit is 10. So for example, if the page is number 2, we're going to, this will be 2, okay, 2 minus 1, which is 1, and then times limit, which is 10, and then it's going to be 10. And then if it's 3, it's going to be 2 multiplied by 10, 20, and stuff, okay? Now we have the skip. So I'm just going to say calculate number of documents to skip, okay? Because if it's 3, we're going to skip 20 documents. If it's 4, we're going to skip 30 and stuff, okay? So now we are going to build the queries. Okay, so query, okay, something like that. So we're going to say const query. So we're going to check if it's public. Okay, so if it's public, true. Okay, so we're checking the public, this property here, to see if it's true. That's what we want to return. Okay, so query, and then here we're just gonna check const, actually not const, check. We're going to use an if to check. So if user ID, we are going to set query.user. So this query object, we're going to include a user here, okay, like that, next to the is public. So this is public property is going to be always there, but we can include other properties if they are included in the query. So if the user ID is included here, okay, then we can include that user ID in this query. We can add properties that are included here after the is public, okay? So that's what we're essentially doing here. So we can say filter by user ID if provided, okay, like that. And then we can do the same thing for the tag, okay? Filter by tag if it's provided. And we are also going to search. So if search, so if we've provided a search query, okay, we are going to search based on the title, okay? We're going to be using the regex to do the search. And we're going to do query. And we're going to use the $. So this is how we do a search query, okay? And we're going to use the title to search. And we're going to use the regex, like that. And then we're going to use the search query. And then options, I. So it's case insensitive if we include I. So I for case insensitive. And then we're going to do the same for description. It's going to also be case insensitive. So regex, the search query that we include if we type something in the input. So this is the query. And the options, it's not going to be case sensitive. Okay, now let's save. Okay, so now we would like to fetch those snippets. Okay, but if I fetch the snippets, they're going to return like this, the IDs, but for the tags, I want to see the actual tag, not the tag ID. Okay, I would like to see the name of the tag, the ID of the tag, when the tag was created, instead of showing this tag ID. So we can populate those IDs to display the actual properties of that tag. So what we can do, let's do create an array. Let's find, actually, let's do a find. So const snippets, let's find snippets that match what we want here. So snippets, go to await, and then we're going to do snippet dot find. Okay, so we're going to find based on the query, like that. Okay, so by default the query is public to true. So we're returning the snippets that has this property. Otherwise, if I include a user ID in the query, in the requested query, I want to return snippets with a particular ID or with a particular tag ID. Okay, so we also, actually, what I would do, I'll just showcase what we have. So I'm just going to return response.status snippets. Okay, so now let's try to return these snippets and see what we have. So we need to go for the endpoint, create snippets. Let's duplicate this and let's rename this to get snippets. Snippets, you can name this whatever you want. Okay, so the endpoint is public. Okay, so it's a get request, send. Okay, so as you can see now, we do have a list of snippets, but the tags, this is an array, by the way. Okay, so but the tags are not showing the name of that tag. So we would like to populate the details of those IDs. Okay, so to do that, we are going to do dot populate. Actually, let's do it on the next line. Oops. Dot populate, and then we're going to populate the tags array. Okay, and we're going to display the name of those tags. So let's click here. As you can see now, we are seeing the tag ID, name, tag ID and name. Okay, it's an array instead of showing the IDs of those tags. Perfect. So now what we want, we have populated these details. I also want to actually populate the user who created this snippet. Okay, so the user, there's an ID, so we can populate this. Then populate user. So for the user, I would like to get the ID of the user, the ID, and perhaps let's get the name and the photo. Name, photo. So those are the properties that we would like to get. Okay, so user ID. Now we get the photo, the name, and the ID of that user. Okay, perfect. So now we've populated those details. Now we would like to sort the data. The last data to be created, we want it to be at the top. So we're going to use the sort method to sort that data. And we're going to be using created at -1. Okay, created at is when the item was created, -1. It's going to show the latest data first. Okay, and we're going to put skip how many documents we want to skip. And finally, we're going to apply the limit. Okay, so in here, I'm going to save. So we should be able to, see the proper data, but I would like to show these properties in this object here. Okay, so what we can do, I am going to get the total number of snippets. Okay, get total snippets. We can use the count documents method to get the number of snippets. Const total snippets, like that. And we're going to await snippet dot count documents. Okay, and then we're going to include the query. So in here, we are going to do an object like that, and then we're going to say total snippets. Total snippets, and then total pages. Okay, and then we're going to put the total pages, and we're going to do current page, and then we're going to set the current page to page, whatever the current page is. Okay, so if we change the current page via the params to 5, so the current page will be 5. So this will be reflecting here. And then now I would like to do the snippets. Okay, so the snippets array, which is this one. Okay, so now we should be able to see those details. So here we have total snippets, total pages, current page, snippets, like this, the snippets array. Currently we have only one snippet. But yeah, so that's how we can get the public snippets. And I'll see you on the next video where we are going to get the snippets that are public, that are created by a user. And yeah, I'll see you on the next one. All right, so now let's get the private snippets that have been created by a specific user. So when you log in, you want to be able to see your snippets that you have created, and also your private snippets should not be available for the public to view. So let's do snippets. Snippets instead of public is just snippets for the endpoint, like that. Oops. It's just snippets. And we also want protect because we want to be logged in for us to be able to see our snippets. Okay, and this should be get user snippets. And let's create the function to do that. So in the snippets controller, export const and get user snippets. So we're going to do try catch, return, and here we're going to also get the user ID. User ID is coming from request.user ID, and we're also going to get the tag ID because we're going to be filtering also using the tag ID. Const and tag ID request.query.tag ID. We're also going to be able to implement a search. Okay, and we're just going to check if we don't have the user ID, and then we're just going to say login. Okay, and we're also going to limit the number of the snippets that you return. Okay, so limit number of snippets to 10, const page. So the page by default is going to be on the first page, and limit, we're going to set that to 10, and then we're going to skip the number of documents to skip. We're going to set that to page minus 1 multiplied by limit, which is 10. So for example, if this is 10, so page minus 1 is going to be 9. 9 minus 10, 9 multiplied by 10, it's 90. So we're going to skip 90 documents to go to that particular page. Okay, so now we have the skip. We want to build the query object. So const query, we're going to fetch the snippets matching the logged in user. Okay, so these snippets are going to be a combination of public and private snippets, actually, because you want to see all of your snippets that you have created. So any snippets that matches the logged in user, we want to return those. Okay, and here we're just going to check if tag ID, and then we're going to do query the tags. Okay, so if the tag ID exists in the tags array, like this. Okay, so the in operator is checking if a particular tag exists in an array. That's what we are using here. Okay, perfect. So get user snippets is not defined, and we need to make sure we import this like that. Okay, that's perfect. So now we also want to search the same thing that we've done earlier. We can copy this search, so we don't have to redo this search again. Copy that, and paste. Okay, nice. So now we are going to do the same thing, const snippets. Okay, the same thing that we've done earlier. Go to await snippet dot find query, and then we're going to populate name, and then we're going to populate the user, and we're going to get the ID of the user, the name, and the photo. So we've done this, that's why it's remembering. And then we're going to sort the recent one at the top, and then we're going to skip and then limit. Okay, and we're going to get total snippets, so it's going to remember what we've done earlier. Okay, so get total snippets, we're going to be using, instead of the query this time, we're going to be counting documents based on the user ID. Okay, like that. And then we're going to send a paginated response, return. We're going to return response to status 200, and total snippets, total pages, current page snippets. Okay, so save. So before we test this endpoint, let's test the previous endpoint. Okay, so we can get snippets here on the previous endpoint. We can include a query like search, okay, equal to a random text. And as you can see, there's nothing here matches this query. And we can change this query to for example, I can't remember the name. Let me change, I can't remember the name of the title. So this title, yeah, testing. Okay, so the query, I'll put it to testing and then send, and it's returning the correct snippet matching any of the query. So when I put something random, nothing happens because, you know, it doesn't match anything. It doesn't match any title or description. Okay, so send. Perfect. So now let's test the oh, this is the snippets. We want to test the public snippets. So this one here, because here we were testing this, actually we were testing this endpoint, the user snippets, but we want to test the public snippets. So here we can test the public snippets and send. Okay, we can get the public snippets that they are. We can also search. Okay, nothing shows. If I put something, okay, nothing happens because there's nothing. But if I copy, for example, this tag ID, I can also search by tag ID, filter by tag ID, tag ID like that, equal to this ID. And then when I hit send, as you can see, it's returning the snippet. Okay, it's returning the correct snippet. But if I were to put an ID that, for example, this user ID here, there's no tag with this ID. If I put this ID, send, there's nothing because it's not valid. Okay, so there's no snippets with that particular tag ID. Sweet. So now we can get all of the snippets that a user has created. And on the next video, we are going to work on the ability to get a single snippet and also get a single public snippet. I'll see you on the next one. Okay, so now we are going to get the individual snippets that we have created. And I'm going to duplicate this. So this should be snippet. And we're going to get it using the snippet ID. Okay, and the function for this, you can name it get user snippet like this. Okay, and it doesn't exist like that. We're going to include the snippet ID, and then we're going to fetch that individual snippet. And we're going to, let me collapse this. so it doesn't look a lot. Okay, so export const get user snippet like that, and we're going to try catch return. So for us to be able to get a user snippet, we are going to get the user ID, const user ID like that. We're going to get it from the request object and then the user ID. And then we also want to get the snippet ID. So what snippet that we want to get? Okay, so we're going to get that from the params. So these are the params. So if I do this after an endpoint like this, so that's the params, and then the name of the param is ID. Okay, so request.params ID. So we're getting the ID of the snippets. We're just going to check if we don't have the user ID like that, and then we're just going to find a snippet which matches the ID coming from the params. Okay, and also a snippet that matches this user ID here. Okay, and we're going to const snippet equal to await, and then we're going to do snippet dot find one snippet find one with matching this user ID and also matching this snippet ID and matching this user ID. Okay, so once we find the snippet, we also want to populate those fields like in the tags. So we want to populate the name. Okay, so we are going to populate tags. We're going to populate the name field, and for the user, we're getting the ID of the user and the photo and the name. And save, and then here we're just going to return that particular snippet. So now we need to get the snippet ID. So I will copy the ID of the snippet. Actually, this is the user ID, but the snippet ID is this one. Copy, and it's snippet like this, and then I'm going to provide the ID like this. That's the param, and send. As you can see now, we have the individual snippet returned. Okay, perfect. So that's it for getting the user snippet. On the next video, we're going to work on getting the public snippet. Okay, so now let's get the public snippet. So it should be snippet and then slash public like that, and the ID, and then get public snippet. So it's going to be relatively similar. Get user snippet. I need to duplicate this. Okay, like that. It's going to be similar to get. So this should be public like that. Okay. Get public snippet. Let's go to here. Export const get public snippet, and it's going to be similar to what we've done on this user snippet. Okay, so here we're just going to get the snippet ID, snippet, and then find the snippet which matches this current ID and where is public to is set to true. Okay, so the current snippet, let's test the endpoint. So the current snippet, this one. So this is the snippet for the logged in user, but we want to show the public which anyone can view. Okay, so we can do slash public. Okay, and we're getting the snippet where public property is set to true, which is the snippet. The public is set to true, so send. We are able to get that. But if I'm to create a new snippet, and then I'm going to say number 2, and I'm going to change its public property is public. I'm going to set that to false like that, and let's send. So there's an error, is public There's an error. Create snippet. Let's see what the error is. Okay, duplicate. Oh, the slug. So there's this duplicate in the slug. So we are going to fix that in a minute. But now let's manually. Actually, we're not doing the slug, but anyway, we're going to fix that later. So let's hold on doing the creation of another snippet. Because it's going to have the same slug, so it's meant to be unique. But anyways, let's see if we're getting the public one. We are actually getting the public snippet. And yeah, actually, instead of me creating another video, let's just fix this slug issue. So we're going to use something called Slugify. So for Slugify, we can put a string in this Slugify method, and it's going to turn it into a slug. So something like this, or something with separated with a dash. Okay, so let's copy this, and we're going to install that. npm I Slugify. Okay, so it's going to turn our URL to something like URL like this, like that, like this. Okay, so if there's a space, it's going to make it like this to make it more readable in the URL bar. Okay, so now let's run npm start. So now we've installed the package for the slug. So now let's work on creating this slug. So we want, if the slug exists, we're going to add like a suffix at the end. Okay, so if we go to models and we go to snippets, so before we save a particular snippet, we are going to do something to the slug property. Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to say pre-save. I'm going to say pre-save to ensure the slug is unique, maybe something like that. And then we're going to do snippet schema, and then we're going to do pre before we save. Okay, so pre-save, and we're going to take in a callback function async, and we're going to do function and then next, like that. Okay, so before we save any snippet that we create, we are going to do something to the slug, because that's what is going on here. Okay, so what are we going to do? Let's do try catch. Okay, so here we're going to console log if there's an error, cog error in generating slug, so something like that. And then we're going to display the error, and then we're going to return next error. Okay, so now what are we going to do? We're going to check if the slug, the slug property. Okay, if we don't have, if we don't already have the property, we're going to generate the slug using Slugify. So if we don't have the slug, if there's nothing, okay, so we need to import Slugify from Slugify, like that. I'm going to collapse this. All right, so we are going to say this.slug. Okay, this.slug equal to Slugify. So that's the Slugify method. And then what are we going to Slugify? We're going to Slugify the title. Okay, so this.title. Okay, and we're going to pass in some options in here. We're going to put lower to true. and we're going to put strict to true. And also maybe I would like to, you can read the documentation to see what you can use. Replacement, I'm going to put this dash here instead of an underscore. So let's do replacement. Replacement, we're going to do this. You can put anything that you want to replace an empty space with. Okay, so that's our replacement. Perfect. So we need to ensure that the slug is unique. Is unique like that. Let's do let is slug exists. You can, I don't know what you can name this name, but we're just going to check if the slug exists. So, and then we're going to put that into a variable, is slug exist, and then we're going to await, and then we're going to use mongoose, and then we're going to do dot modals dot snippet dot find one matching this slug.id. Okay, if it exists. So if there's a slug matching the current slug information, so if it exists, so we're going to store that in here. It's going to be a true or false value here. So if it exists, it's going to be true. If it doesn't, it's going to be false. Okay, and suffix. So we're going to add a suffix at the end. So if it exists, it's going to increment by, so for example, if slug 1 exists like this, like title, or like hello, if it exists, we're going to say hello 1. If it exists, hello 2, we're going to increment a suffix at the end, so to make sure the tag is unique. Okay, so let suffix, not tag, but slug. Okay, and then we're going to check if while the slug exists, while it exists, if it's true, while it exists, we're going to append a suffix to the slug. Okay, so we're going to say this, the slug. Okay, the slug, and then we're going to equal to, we're going to use a template literal here, and then we're going to use slugify, and then we're going to do the title, same thing that we did. So this the title, and let me go to the next line. So here we're going to do the same thing, lower to true, and then replacement to that, and then we're going to add the suffix at the end. Okay, so after here, and then we're adding a suffix. Okay, so, and then we need to increment this suffix. So after this, we want to say slug exists, is slug exists, and then we're going to await mongoose dot find one. Okay, and then we're going to do slug, and then this dot slug, and then we're going to increment the suffix like that. Okay, so we should be able to have a unique slug. So now let's try to create a snippet. So create snippet, send. Okay, perfect. So now we've created a snippet and it's working. We don't have any issues. Okay, so we can also show the slug, which is here, this the slug. So testing snippet creation, and there's a suffix at the end too, if the title, there's the same title. Okay, so there's our nice slug. Perfect. So now we should be able to get snippets that are public. Okay, so snippets public, this snippet is public, right? Get is true. Okay, nice. So let's see if we can get rid of the public. Let's do snippets like this. Okay, so we're getting total snippets of 2. So because snippets, it's not public, it's only returning all of the snippets that have been created by that user. Okay, but if we want to get the public, we have to include public. Okay, like that. And we won't be able to get that public snippet. All right. Perfect. And yeah, that's it. I'll see you on the next one. We're going to work on uh, updating the snippets, editing the snippets, and also deleting the snippet. I think I'll just do that in a single video than creating a separate video. In this video, we're going to work on updating the snippet and also deleting the snippet. Let's go to the routes. Let's create a new route. Update snippet, router, and we're going to use the patch request to update. Okay, so for the update, we're going to send in a param which contains the snippet ID. Okay, and we need to be logged in for us to be able to delete the snippet that we have created. Actually, not delete, I mean update the snippet that we have created. So update snippet, we need to create that function. And we're going to export const update snippet, try catch. Yep, try catch. Like that. Okay, so save. So nice. So now what are we going to update? So we're going to send in the data that we want to update via the request.body. So we can probably create a new, duplicate this and rename update snippet like that. Okay, so we can update the snippet. So the endpoint, it should be snippet, and we're going to pass in a param, which is going to be the ID of that particular snippet. Okay. And I'm just going to use this snippet here, which is public. I'll put in the ID of that snippet. So you can get snippets and then copy the ID of a particular snippet and then put here. So in the body, so we can use these properties. We can update any of these properties. So that's what we want to do. So let's go back in the in VS Code. So we can get the user ID and also the snippet ID. Const user ID request.user ID, and then we also want to get the snippet ID from the params, and then I'm going to destructure from the request.body. Const we're destructuring these properties here, whatever properties we're sending here, and then we're getting those individual properties. Okay, and we're going to check if we have the user ID. If we don't have the user ID, and then we're going to display an error. Okay, so for snippet, we're going to fetch a snippet matching this snippet ID. So const snippet, we're going to await, and then snippets dot find one matching where the ID matches the snippet ID, and also the user ID matches this user ID, the logged in user ID, like that. So once we find that snippet, we can check actually if it exists, and then if it doesn't exist, we're gonna say snippet not found, and then if it does, we're gonna do snippets. We're going to change the properties of that particular item. Okay, and then we're going to set the title if we include something in the title. So if we include something here in the title, we're going to set the snippet to the new title. Otherwise, if we don't, we're just going to keep the previous title. Okay, so if we don't do anything, it's just going to keep the previous data. So we need to do the same thing for all of the properties, like description, code, tags, is public. Okay, so we have 2, 4, 6 properties like that. So we're checking if we're making any changes. If we do have a change, we're going to implement that change. Otherwise, if there's no change, we're going to keep the previous data that was there already. Okay, so once we have done that, we're just going to save. Await snippet.save, and then here we're just going to return the status 200, which is okay. And yeah, that should be it. And let's go to Postman and let's try to update the snippets. And then I'm just going to say hello like this. Hello, Snippy. And then we're going to, it's a patch request, remember? And then send. Okay, so there's an error when we did that. So let's see what error it is. So tags. Okay. Error in update snippet validation cast to object failed. Okay, so snippets, your tags. Okay, so tags must be so this tags, this ID here is invalid. So that's why there's an issue here. So now let's hit send again. Okay, so that should work. So let's save this so this error can go away. So let's go to Postman. So it looks like it's worked. So as you can see now, hello Snippy. And let's try again, snips and save. As you can see now, it's working. Perfect. So now we can update. So now we want to be able to delete a snippet. So we can delete this particular snippet here. So how do we do the delete? So let's go back and we need to delete snippets like that. So the snippets, we're going to go to the snippet endpoint and we're going to pass in the ID of that snippet. And then we're going to create a delete snippet function like that. And we are going to do export const delete snippet like that. And I'm going to collapse delete snippet and we're going to do try catch like that. And for us to be able to delete, I am going to destructure the user ID, const user ID, and also snippet ID. I'm just going to check if not user ID. We're going to say it's not authorized, and then we're going to fetch a snippet matching the ID of that snippet and the user ID, and then we're just going to check if it doesn't exist, snippet not found, and then we're going to delete. Okay, and we're going to do await snippet dot delete one. We're going to delete one document. Okay, we're going to delete a document where the ID is equal to the snippet ID. Okay, which is going to be passed in via the params, and we're going to return a message saying snippet deleted successfully like that. Okay, so let's save and let's try to delete a snippet. So we're going to delete this snippet that we have updated. So we are going to change the request from patch to delete and hit delete. As you can see, it's deleted successfully. We can try to patch and we're going to get an error, snippet not found, because it doesn't exist anymore. Okay, and we can also try to delete this and it should say snippet not found. Perfect. You can commit this fit delete. You can say actually we start with update and delete snippet like that, and we're going to save. And yeah, that's it. On the next video we are probably going to work on features to like and also unlike a snippet. Okay, so now we want to be able to like and unlike a snippet. So what we're going to do, we are going to like a snippet, and we are going to do router dot, actually to like we're going to be using a post request. Okay, actually we're going, it's sort of an update, so let's do a patch. Okay, so patch, and here we're going to do snippets and then we're going to do like, and we're going to send the ID in the params, okay, like that. So we're going to send what snippet we want to like. So that's the ID of the snippet that we want to like. And then we have like snippets, so it's remembering the names that I've done on another project. So that's why it's kind of remembering stuff that I've done before. Okay, and like snippets, and let's go and create that function in the snippet controller. I'm going to collapse this. Okay, like a snippet, export const async handler, try catch. Okay, error in like snippets. All right, so now we have that. We are going to get the snippet ID that we want to like, and also the user ID coming from request.params and then .id, and then we're going to get the user ID coming from the request user ID, like that. Okay, and then let snippet equal to await, and then snippet dot find by ID, and then we're going to find the snippets using this the snippet ID, okay, that we are sending via the params. Okay, and then we're just going to check if it exists, and then we're going to say snippet not found if it doesn't exist. Okay, so we're going to check if the user has already liked the snippets. Okay, so remember, if I go to the snippet, there's a property called liked by, which takes in a user ID of whatever user that has liked the snippet. Okay, like that. So what we're going to do, we're going to check if the user has already liked. Check if user has already liked the snippet, like that. If snippet, we're going to check dot liked by, that's the name of the property, and then we're going to check if it includes the user ID. Okay, so whoever's liking the snippet, if the ID already exists in that particular snippet, okay, we are going to we're going to get rid of that that ID in the array. So this array, if our ID exists in here, when we click a snippet, I'm going to get rid of that ID. If I click again, we want to add vice versa. So it's like a toggle between like and unlike. Okay, so what we're going to do in here, we're gonna check. So if it doesn't exist, we're going to unlike snippet if the user has already liked it. Okay, so we're gonna say snippet. Okay, and then we're gonna do dot likes. We're going to decrement. Okay, we're going to subtract actually. So we're going to subtract. We're going to do equal to snippets snippet dot liked by dot length -1. Okay, like that. So instead of doing this, okay, snippet, it's actually dot likes, not length, likes, and here this should be snippet dot likes as well, not length, likes, like this, -1. Okay, so instead of doing this, we can shorten this by doing this minus equal to 1, like that. Okay, so this shortcut of doing what we did before, like doing this, for example, doing this -1. Okay, so we can do a shortcut minus equal to 1. Okay, like that. Okay, and then we're going to do snippets dot liked by, and we're going to do snippets dot liked by. We're going to filter. Okay, and we're going to get the ID okay, because we're filtering the ID. Okay, and in here we're going to return id.toString. Okay, so if the ID is not equal to the user ID, okay, and then we're going to save, await, snippet to save, and then here we're just going to return response.status, the status to a JSON, and then snippet. Actually, what I'm going to do, I'm going to update the likes. So I'm going to do likes, and then here we're going to do snippet dot likes, like that. All right. So now we can do that. So we need to do the else. So if else, so now we are going to like the snippet. Okay. So like user, like the snippet. Okay. So snippet dot likes, we're going to do plus equal to 1. It's the same as doing this. Okay, like this. We're going to increment by 1 whenever we click like. All right, plus equal to 1, and we're going to push snippet dot liked by. We're going to push the current user ID. We click the snippet. Okay, so remember, liked by is an array, so we can use the push method to add the user ID. Okay, to like, because if it was already there, we're removing that ID, but now we're pushing that ID. All right, and we are going to await snippet to save, and then here we're just going to return response to a status 200. We might also want to plug in a message, so let's do something like message snippet like successfully, and then likes snippet dot likes, like that. That's perfect. And let's see if this is working. So we want to like a particular snippet, so let's get the snippets. Let's get the public snippets, shall we? Seems like we don't have any public snippets, so let's get all of the snippets. Okay, so all of the snippets that are public, I mean not public, but all of the snippets, we can create another snippet that is going to be public. Testing public, and then send, create snippet. Okay, so now we have another public snippet, and we're going to get all of the public snippets. Public, get the public snippets. For some reason we don't see anything. Testing. Oh, because I set is public to false here when I was creating. So let's get rid of is public property, and let's create another one, public 2, and send. And now we should be able to get the public. Now we have one public snippet. Okay, and I'm going to copy ID of that snippet, and let me duplicate this, and we're going to be renaming this to like, not duplicate, but rename, update, rename to like snippet, like snippet. All right, so now we have the like snippet, and for the endpoint, it should be snippet, and then it should be like, and then the ID of the snippet, I'll paste in that ID we copied. Okay, perfect. So now we put that ID. So to like is going to be a patch request. Okay, so this user, I'm the one who's going to like. So now let's send. Okay, so I've liked a snippet. So let's see. Let me get the snippets again. Get and liked by. As you can see, liked by, there's an array here. Okay, so we can see there's liked by. We can try to like again. Like. Okay, so now it's deducted that ID because it was already in the lagged by array. So let's get snippets. So if I go to lagged by, as you can see, the array is empty now. Okay, so we can like the snippet and also unlike the snippet. Okay, now we can do that. So we can like and unlike. We need to work on something next. So that is possibly getting the snippets that the user has liked. So I'm logged in, right? I would like to get all of my snippets that I've liked. So in case I want to view them later, okay? So I want the ability to be able to get the snippets that I've liked. So we can get liked snippets. It's not const router. So this one is going to be a get snippets liked. Okay, we're going to get liked snippets. So we can name this liked snippets, and it's going to take in the protect middleware, and we're going to put here, and we're going to collapse get liked snippets export const get liked snippets like that. All right, so for us to be able to get the liked snippets, we want to get the user ID, and also we want to get the search query. Okay, so oops. So here we're going to do const user ID from the request object and const tag ID, because we want to also click on a tag and return the snippets matching that tag. And then const search, we'd also like to search. We're going to check. If we don't have the user ID, we're going to return a message unauthorized, and we're also going to implement the limit. So page pass int and limit. We're going to limit to 10 number of documents to skip. Const skip and the page. So the current page minus 1, and we're going to multiply by the limit number. So if we have 10, if we're on page 10 minus 1, 9 by 10, 90. So we're going to skip 90 documents. Okay, and we're going to build the query, build the query object, and we're going to get liked by user ID. So when the liked by property has this user ID here, we're going to get those documents matching the user ID. Const query liked by. So the liked by property, if it matches this user ID, I want to return documents matching that. Okay, so we can comment this, check if the user has liked snippet, and then here we're just going to check if no tag ID. We're going to check the tags array if this tag ID exists in this tags array. So we can say maybe filter by tag ID if tag is provided. Okay, what did I do? Okay, let me cut this. This should be in the if statement like that. Okay, we can say selects documents whose fields whose field array contains at least one element with a value in the specified array, like that. Okay, you can put this into multiple lines if you want. All right, and we're going to search by title and description. So if you remember the search that we've done earlier, okay, so it's just going to remember what we've done earlier. So search by title or description, like that. So it's going to be case insensitive. We're going to search using the regex, and we're going to use the query and the insensitive. The I stands for case insensitive. Okay, and we're going to fetch the paginated like snippets. Const snippets is going to remember what we've done earlier. Find by query, and we're going to populate the name of the tag and also the user, the name, ID, and the photo of the user, and also the skip. And we're going to get the total number of snippets, total snippets, const total snippets, and then we're going to use the count documents method, and we're going to send a paginated response. Okay, so we're going to return total snippets, total pages, current page, and the actual snippets. Okay, so the same thing we've been doing earlier. So nice. So now if I go to liked, so we have liked a snippet. So let me unlike this. Okay, so 0 now. So let's try to update snippet, get, let's do, is it likes or liked? I can't remember the endpoint. Okay, liked, and let's do a get request. As you can see now, 0. We didn't like any snippet, but now let's like a snippet. This one, send a like, and let's go to get snippets, and the endpoint is liked, and send. So as you can see now, we have liked a snippet, so it's returning the snippets that we've liked. So currently we have only liked one snippet, and that's what we're getting here. So yeah, we can like snippets and unlike snippets, and also we can get the liked snippets. I'll see you on the next video. I think we're going to be working on the ability to see a leaderboard. Okay, and I'll see you on that video. So now we want to create some sort of a leaderboard depending on how many snippets a user has created and also how many likes the user has gotten. Okay, so to do that, let's do get leaderboard like that, and we're going to create a leaderboard route like that, and then we're going to create a function called get leaderboard. Okay, like that, and let's go to the snippet controller, export const get leaderboard like that. All right, so now we're going to do some data aggregation using MongoDB. Okay, so I'm going to explain what the aggregate method does. Const, it's actually a function. Const, let's name this leaderboard. Await snippet dot aggregate like that. So it's going to take in an array of objects. Okay, so what does this function do? Okay, so this function is used to process the data records and also return the computed results. It does some data transformations. We can filter the data, group the data, okay, depending on certain criteria. Okay, so let's do that because we want to showcase a person at the top who has a certain criteria. So we're going to do some data transformations and group the data and stuff. So the first object, we're going to group. Okay, so we want to group by the user. So the ID, which is the user. Okay, so we're going to group by the user ID. Okay, like that. So we can comment this group by user, and we're going to get the total likes. Okay, and we're going to add all of the likes. Okay, so we're going to get the total amount of likes the user has, and also snippet count. We are also going to get the sum of the snippets. Snippet count sum. Okay, so the count of snippets, like that. Okay, so the sum of the snippets, so grouping by user. Okay, so the next one is going to be lookup. Okay, so for the lookup, we're going to look up from the users, from users, like that, and we're going to join with the users collection, collection, and then we're going to do local field, and then we're going to use the ID field, and then foreign field, we're going to join with the foreign ID, join on user ID on ID field. Okay, and we're going to put as you can name this as user info, like that. Okay, so we can probably comment this name of the new array field that will hold the user information, like that. Okay, so we also want to unwind, so we want to unwind the user info. Okay, and it's basically flattening the array, flatten the user array. Okay, so that's unwinding, so we're flattening the array, and we're going to do project and ID, and set that to 0, and the user, actually let me get rid of the user, so we need name. So name, we're going to set user info.name, photo user info.photo, and then total likes, actually ID, this should be user info.id, total snippets, we need actually total likes, we're going to set to 1, and then snippet count, it's going to be 1. Okay, and then we're going to give it a score. So for the score, we're going to add, so this is going to be an array, and then we're going to do to int, oops, it should start with a $, and then to int, like that, and then total likes, like that, and then we're going to multiply. So this is a formula, so the snippet count, we're going to multiply by 10. We're going to do multiply, okay, so multiply, it's going to be an array, and we are going to do snippet count and then 10, like that. Okay, so that's the score. So we have the total likes, and then we're going to multiply the snippet count by 10, okay, to get the score. So this is a formula for a score. Okay, so now we are going to sort this. So after this, we're going to sort. So we're going to sort by total likes. Okay, so oops, am I in the wrong? I'll cut this. I think I'm in the wrong object. Project. Okay, it should be here. So sort, we're going to sort by total total likes -1. Okay, which means it's going to appear at the top. The recent data is going to be appear at the top. Okay, and we're going to limit. We're going to limit by 10. Okay, so limit. We're going to limit by 10 users. Actually, we can get the top 100 users. So we want to get the top 100 users. We have created snippets, and they've the most liked and the most created snippets. So the top 100 users, or you can put the top 10 users. That's up to you. Okay, and we're just going to return the leaderboard. Return status.leaderboard. Okay, so save. So now let's try to get this leaderboard. So the logged in user. So there's an error. Okay. User info. So what line is it? So unwind. Okay, so this should be user info like that. Okay. So now let's hit send. Okay. So the current user that has the most liked snippets and snippet count is the currently logged in user, which is the only user in the database. I think we have 2 more users which don't have any snippets. So here's the score. So the score is going to multiply the snippet count by 10. The formula is multiplying by 10 and then add the number of liked snippets. So that's the score. So you can create any formula for the scoring system. That's whatever formula you want. So if you remember, our formula for the scoring, we have we're multiplying the snippet count. So in this case, we have 3 snippets by 10, and then we're going to add the total liked snippets. So here, so total likes, we have 1. So it's 30 by 1. I mean 30 plus 1. So 3 by 10, 30 plus 1 liked snippet, 1 likes. Okay, and that's why we have 31 for the score. So it's going to fluctuate depending on how many snippets you've created and how many likes you have. Okay, so yeah, that's it. We can get the leaderboard of the users. Now we want to kind of get some random snippets. So when I go to, for example, a specific page, there's going to be some random data, like an algorithm for data displayed based on certain criteria. So if you go on Facebook, there's going to be random data. It's not going to be like it's not going to be displayed by order. So there's going to be like random data. So that's what we want to do. So we want to get like top creators, like get like random data based on likes and also based on the creator. So something like that. So for us to be able to get random, let's create a new endpoint. So we can name this maybe get random most liked snippets, like that. Router dot get should be snippets, and we are going to say popular. Okay, popular, and this should be get popular snippets, because we want to get the snippets that are popular, and they're going to be displayed randomly. They're going to be fetched randomly. So every time you load the page, yeah, you might see different snippets. Okay, so export const get popular snippets, like that. Try catch. All right, so save that. So get popular snippets. Okay, so we want to do the same thing that we've been doing. So setting up the pagination and setting up the queries. So if I go up here, public snippets, so we can get this data here. Okay, copy this. I'm just going to collapse. Okay, and we're getting the page, user ID, tag ID, and the query. Okay, so here we're just going to get the build the query, and we also want to get public snippets, so they have to be public. Okay, so the user can see, any user can see those snippets, anyone who visits the website. Okay, and I missed something, didn't I? I think I've missed the search. So I'm going to copy this as well, and the search. Okay, and I will paste, okay, like that. So we are going to check if tags. Let's do for the tags here, we're going to check for in, actually tags. So tags an array. We're going to do in. We're going to check if this array, if this tag ID exists in the tags array, like that. Okay. So we have search and user ID. We don't want the user ID here. Okay. So get rid of this user ID. So we don't want here. And yeah, so the search is the same. And we're just gonna do fetch popular snippets. Const popular snippets equal to await. We're going to snippet dot find using the query, and we're going to populate the tags, the name, and the photo, and we're going to sort based on likes. So the most liked is going to be at the top. Okay, so that's why it's -1. So the most liked is going to be at the top, and we're going to skip and limit. We're going to multiply this by 10. Multiply by 10. Multiply by 10. Get more snippets to get a good sample. Yeah, or you can say fetch more snippets. Actually, I'll just leave this comment. It makes more sense. Okay, and we can kind of shuffle and randomize the snippets using math.random. Okay, shuffle snippets like that, and we're gonna say const shuffled snippets equal to popular snippets, and we're going to sort. Okay, so it's going to take in a callback function. Okay, and 0.5 minus math.random. Okay, like that. And now we're shuffling, randomly shuffling the snippets. Okay, so now we want to get the snippets for the current page. For the current page, so const snippets equal to, we're going to do shuffled snippets, and then we're going to slice. Okay, so slice, it's going to chop the array from a certain index to ending at a certain index. Okay, so if you go to, and then you can do prototype.slice, it's going to, I think slice is going to return a shallow copy, and then splice will mutate the array. So yeah, slice returns a shallow copy of a portion of an array. Okay, so we're going to return snippets, a copy, modified to a certain length. Okay, so here we're going to do page, the current page -1. Okay, that's the starting point, and multiply. We're going to multiply by limit. Okay, so that's the starting point, and then here we're going to do page. So the end, so page multiply by limit. Okay, so for example, it will start at index, let's say 0, and index ending at index 5. I don't think the last index, the 5th index is exclusive, is included, but I think it's from, yeah, because arrays are 0 index based, so it's from 0 to 4, okay, because arrays are 0 index based. Okay, so like this, it will chop elements from 0 to 4. Okay, so that's what's happening here. So the value, whatever the page number -1 is, multiplied by limit, ending at page multiplied by limit. Okay, so snippets, that's the snippets array, and we just need to send the paginated response, send paginated response, and then here we're just going to return status, so JSON, and we're going to display the total snippets, total pages, current page, and then snippets, the actual snippets. Save. So we won't be able to see this in action because we don't have a lot of snippets, but let's try it. Let's try to run the endpoint. So snippets popular, go to Postman, and we're going to get. So send the get request. So currently we're going to see one snippet because we won't be able to see anything. We don't have a lot of data to kind of show. Okay, but yeah, everything is working. That's pretty much it for the server section. If we've missed anything, we'll come back and modify anything here. But for now, this is what we need for the server. And let's do fetch get popular snippets. So yeah, later on, if we need anything, we'll come. So before we do anything, we need to also include a client URL. So client URL. So for now, let's set it to localhost 3000. So that's going to be the client URL. Perfect. And yeah, that's it. That's what we need. And if we need anything else, we'll come back and edit. And I'll see you on the client section of the video. So now we're finished with the backend. So next time we'll come and create the client folder. I'll see you then. Okay, so now we are going to create the client. We're going to use Next. So let's open up a new terminal. We're going to run npx create Next app. And then we're going to be using the latest version, and then we're just going to name this client, and then that's wrong spelling for create. So create like that. And we're going to be using TypeScript, Tailwind CSS, yes. We're not going to be using the source directory. And yes, we can do yes, enter, and let's wait for the project to create. So depending on how fast your internet is. Okay, so it should be done by now. Okay, so now we need to cd into client. Cd into client. Now we can run this client, npm run dev. Okay, so now let's check out the browser, localhost 3000. Localhost 3000. So you can hold control and click this localhost here, control and then click. It will open in the browser. So now, as you can see, our client is working. Okay, so we want to start by setting up authentication. So we're going to go to my website if you have missed the server section. So go to lessons and click on this authentication video, and then we're going to click this GitHub link and download the zip. Okay, so once you zip, we're going to go into this AuthKit client. Okay, so and then we're going to set up the authentication from there. Okay, so I've already extracted my zip file. So I am in the AuthKit client. So this is the client code. That's what we want to set up. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to open up the client and let's go. I will copy. Let's go in the app directory and open up the app directory. So we are going to copy pretty much everything in here. Globals, page. So just paste everything and replace everything. Okay, so that works. And we need to go back in the root directory. We're going to copy the context, the public, the hooks. Okay, copy these folders and we are going to, copy and paste them in the client. All right. So we might see some issues because we have not installed some packages. So if we take a look at the package.json, we need to install some packages. So let me copy the package.json. So copy this package and drop it into the client root directory and replace. Okay, so we have Axios, React, a hot toast. So let's run npm i to install. Okay, so it should install the packages that we need. So now let's run again, npm run dev. Okay, and let's try to refresh the page. Okay, so now it seems like our authentication is working. Okay, so if I try to go to the home page, I cannot go to the home page because we're not logged in. Okay, so if we remember, let me go to Postman. We created an account already, so get user. So this is the user we've created. So I'm going to copy these details here, copy, paste, and the password is test pass. Okay, and let's log in. Okay, so now we've logged in. Okay, so we are still logged in. Okay, so our authentication is working. So I'm just going to do a cleanup. So let's go to the page and I'm just going to get rid of everything in here. Everything. And then we just want nothing in here. Get rid of everything here. And in the main, get rid of this main. I'm just going to replace it with a div, like so. Perfect. And I'll get rid of these imports. I want it to be empty. It's like we're starting from scratch. Okay. And we're going to go to layout. So in layout, let's see if everything's set up correctly. So in layout, so this is font awesome CDN. So here we have the toaster set up already. Okay. And we have the user provider. Okay. So yeah, everything seems to be set up for authentication. Let's see if we need to, let's go to the globals. That's the CSS. We can use Sass, by the way, if you want. So what we can do is create a new globals.scss. Okay. So what we're going to do, we're going to copy everything in here, cut everything from the global CSS and paste it in the SCSS. Okay. Paste that. And we are, so as you can see, the global CSS is empty. We're going to watch Sass and it's going to generate the CSS for us. Okay. Save. It seems like it hasn't generated the CSS. Let me do not save global SCSS. Okay, so yeah, now it's working. Okay, perfect. So we have done the, so by the way, if you don't have the Sass extension, so search for Sass. It's going to allow you to have a Sass compiler. So install this last Sass compiler extension. Okay, so now we should be able to have our Sass file. So now let's set up this globals.css. So I'm just going to set up some variables. Okay, so form image, I am going to change this to auth page. Auth page. Okay, so this auth page, let me search it up. So if you watch the authentication section video, so that's the class where it's targeting this form called auth page. There's so many forms. There's like about four of them. So we're targeting all of them. Okay, and we're going to also target auth page here, and then form like that. Okay, so save that. So yeah, that's that, and we just need to also set up the body. Okay, so for the body, I'm just going to give it a height 100%, and we're also going to set up some variables. So I am going to start with at the root, and so the variable we're going to set up bg0 like that, and we're going to put in the color for that variable. I'm just going to paste the rest of the variables because I don't want to do them one by one. That will take a lot of time. So here are the variables that we have. So you can download these variables from the description of the video. Okay, or you can download this from the repo of this project. Okay, so here are the variables. Perfect. And let's save. So we also need to set up these variables. Actually, let's set a background color. So background, we're going to set it to BG number 3. Okay, BG3. So as you can see, the background is changed. Okay, and once we have changed the background, we're going to set up the tailwind config. Okay, so in the config, we are going to set up our colors. Okay, and also I want to also put a new directory here where the tailwind styles are being loaded as well. So I am going to duplicate this. Components, I'm just going to put another folder here called providers. Okay, I want to read some tailwind styles from this folder called providers. Okay, and we're going to save. Perfect. And then for extend, we're going to extend the colors. So for color number 1, I am going to give it a variable name of 0. That's color 0. Okay, so for color 0, I am going to set var to color bg 0, color, and then bg 0, 0, like that. Okay, and then we're going to have 1 all the way to 5. 4 and 5. Okay, so remember, if I go to the globals, we have these colors here from 0 with color BG 0 to 5, and we also have gray. We have 0 to 5. Okay, and go back to config, and we're going to say gray 0. Okay, so 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, and I'm just going to paste in the rest of the variables in here. and then the RGB, the named RGB from 1 to 4, like that. Okay, so these are the rest of the variables. So we're going to be able to use this within Tailwind CSS. Okay, sweet. Now save this. And if I go to page, if I go to class name, oops, if I do class name, if I do bg1, as you can see, the background is showing the background color that I've done, the custom background colors. Okay, so yeah, that's it for the setup. If I inspect, we can sign out. If I go to application, cookies, localhost 3000, you can see we have the token here of the logged in user. Okay. By the way, you can rename this token to whatever you want, because this name, it doesn't really make sense. So we can go back to, let's search for request dot cookies. So it says token. We can token. Let's look for token. So we can name this snippet master token. Snippet master token, like that. Okay, change. So this is in on the server, by the way. Okay, responsive cookie token, change the snippet master. Okay, so now let's look for request.cookie. Request.cookie. Oops. Request.cookies. And then the cookie name is going to be snippet master token. Here, it's no longer token, the name. It's going to be snippet master token, like that. Save. Okay, and let's go to the terminal. And let's see if everything's saved. Okay, so now let's clear this token here. Let's delete and let's refresh. I got rid of the redirection. That's why it's not redirecting to login. So let's go login. Perfect. So now let's log in again. So test mail and then the password, test password, login. Okay, so now let's commit our initial commit. Client initial commit, like that. And let's save the changes. And we're going to start with, let's start with, so by the way, this is the live version that I'm running on another port, which is 3001. We're going to start with header, and then we're going to move on to the sidebar. Okay, so yeah, let's start with the header. Let's close the backend components, and I'm just going to create a header component. By the way, I'll just create a new folder for the header. So the reason I create folders for each component, I might be able to create other components within the header. That's why I create folders for every component. I might be able to, create components later on in the folder. Okay, so header, I am going to copy and we're going to create a header tsx, and we're going to create a component for that. Okay, perfect. So before we render this header, let's start by doing the main layout of the website. So we're going to do that in the layout. So in here, we are going to, so we have the user provider. I am going to cut this and we're going to have a div like so. Okay. So the user provider is still going to be wrapping around this div. Okay, like that. Okay. And this div is going to have class name, and we're going to set height to full, like that. Okay, so the user provider, let's go and edit this user provider wrapper. It's in the providers, and we're going to open up user provider. So this user provider is going to provide state for everything. Okay, so currently it's providing state for the authentication, and we're going to add more state later on for the global context and also for the snippet state. So I'm going to close this for now. Okay, so let's go back to the layout, and we're going to render the header above the children like this. Okay, so header like that. So the header and the children, they are next to each other, but we need to wrap these children in a provider called content provider. So let's create that. So I'm going to explain what this content provider does in a minute. So it's going to be a functional component like that. Okay, so in here, I'm just going to display a div, and let's give it a class name of relative like that. Okay, and I'm going to get rid of this, and I'm going to have another div, and we're going to have children here, but I'm going to create an interface for that interface, and then it's going to be the props. Okay, so it's going to be the children, which is going to be react.node, and we're going to destructure the children, and we're going to put it in here, and we're going to give it a class. So class name, we're going to give it margin top empty. We're going to set that to 8rem like that. Okay, so this 8rem, it's actually 8vh because this header, it's going to have a height of 8vh. That's why we're giving a margin top of 8vh for the content. All right, like that. Perfect. So we have the content provider. So let's go back, and we need to wrap these children with the content provider. Like that. Okay, so the children is now within the content provider. Okay, that's perfect. So let's see what we have. So we have the header at the top. So when I inspect, so body here, so we have the header and then the content like so. Okay, so let's also create the sidebar component. Sidebar like that. Okay, and I am going to render the sidebar in the content provider. So the sidebar is going to be rendered above here. Sidebar like that. So we should have a sidebar as well. So header and then sidebar and then this content here. Okay. Sweet. So now let's go to the header component. Okay, so this is going to be a client component. So let's mark it using use client like that. Okay. So for the header, we are going to start with, we're going to get the user, const user from the user context. Use user context. Okay, so the user object is going to give us details of the currently logged in user. So if I COG the user, we're going to be able to see the currently logged in user. If I go to console, as you can see, here's the details of the logged in user. Okay, so now we've extracted those details. I also want to extract the photo of this user. Const photo equal to user.photo, like that. So the photo is just a URL of that of the particular photo. Okay, so for the header, I'm going to do class name. I'm going to give it position of fixed, and I'm going to set the z index to 20, and top 0, and width, I'm going to set that to 100%. px, that's padding left and right. Okay, I'm going to set that to 8. Flex, item center, and I'm going to set that background to bg1. Okay, so we are also going to set some borders. So border bottom, I'm going to set a border bottom is going to be 1, and I'm going to set the height to 8vh. Okay, so the border color is going to be the RGB number 2. Okay, so that's the variable created, and justify between. Okay, I'm just going to put this justify between in here. So background number 1, border bottom, and this color, and the height of 8vh. Save. Okay, so as you can see now, we have this header, and there's a padding left and right. Perfect. So we want to set up the logo. We're going to be using a link. So make sure you import link. It's going to lead to the home page, and we're going to also use an image coming from next image. Coming from next image. Okay, and for the source, it's actually going to use an image called logo white, but we don't have that logo yet. So if we go to public, we don't have the logo. So you can get this logo from the description of the video or from the final repo. I'm just going to paste in some assets. So client, I will put some assets in here. All right. So we have some assets now. So this logo, it does exist. So that's my logo. You can use your own logo there. And I'm going to decrease this to 30 and 30, both width and height. So save, and we should be able to see that logo there. Okay, and I'm just going to give it a class name. I'm going to set margin left to 1 pixel, like that. Okay, perfect. And I'm going to also plug in h1. You can name this whatever you want. I'm just going to name it Snippy or Snippet Master. That's entirely up to you. And we're going to set a class name here. We're just going to flex and item center and gap to 2. Okay, and that's pretty much it. We just need to style this class name, and we're just going to flex display as well, this one, and give it text white and text to XL for the size, and it's going to be bold like that. Perfect. And we need to set up this search. So for the search in the header, we're going to create a new component in here. We can name it search bar. So search bar.tsx. Okay, like that. So we're going to have search bar. So we're going to do a div, and let's give it a class name. So on light screens, I want to display flex, otherwise it's going to be hidden. Okay, so this is for smaller screens. So for example, if I go on smaller screens, the search bar is going to disappear. So if I log in, what's test pass? Okay, invalid credentials. Can't remember. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so for smaller screens, so we want the search bar to disappear like that. Okay, and then we are going to show this pop-up. That's why we are doing hidden for smaller screens. Okay. So search bar, we've created the component for search bar. I'm just trying to see what we need to do first. Let's create a global component first called search input as well. Search input like that. TSX. And we're going to create a functional component like that. Okay. So the search bar is going to be this bar here. Okay. So what we can do, instead of starting with the search bar, let's start with the actual search input. So search input, this is going to be a client component. Use client. All right. So for the search, it's going to be a form, and we're going to have a div. So this div is going to display an icon. So we're going to position absolute this class name, absolute, and we're going to set top to minus 50% because I want it to be centered. And then left, I'm going to set it to 3, and then translate y, I'm going to set that to minus 50%, like that. So that's for the icon. So this icon, I'm going to use an SVG. So in the utils, so do I have the utils folder? Client, app. We'll create a utils folder. So in the client, let's do utils. Okay. And in the public folder also, let's do icons folder. Oh, I already have the icon when I pasted those assets. So this is the SVG icon. You can copy this icon from the description. So I just wanted to use a custom icon, the one not from Font Awesome. So that's why I'm using this icon. I only have 2 icons, custom icons that are SVGs. Okay, so I want to use the custom icon. I'm just going to render that icon in here. Search icon. It's an SVG like that. And I'm just going to give it a stroke. And I'm just going to give it an RGB of white. But the opacity, I'm going to set the opacity to 60%. So we should be able to see, but we cannot see anything because we're not rendering the search input. So let's go back to the header because we need to render that search input for us to be able to see that. Okay, so here, search input like that and save. So refresh, we don't see anything, which is weird. Search input, form, refresh. For some reason we don't see anything, but let's keep going. Let's keep styling. Let's just add a text here. Hello. Oh, there it is. Yeah. But we don't see the icon yet. Okay, because we're doing position absolute, but we need to set the position relative to of the parent. Okay. So let's do relative position, and we're going to display flex, and we're going to set the gap to 4. Gap 4. Okay. Gap 4. And also we're going to do an interface here, interface props, and we're going to do a boolean of width. So we're going to check if the width is 100%. So this is going to be optional. Okay, so here we're just going to check if the width is set to full. Okay, so here we're going to do width full. Okay, so width full, we're going to set the width to full. Okay, if it's otherwise, we're going to do MD. That's for smaller screens. 1 minute. MD, that's for smaller screens. I'm going to set the width to 580 pixels. 580 pixels, like that. Okay, I'm also going to set the overflow to hidden, like that. Okay, so if the width is 100%, if we include this boolean, the width is going to be different. Otherwise, it's going to be 580. Okay, perfect. So, and I'm going to do an input. So for the input, the type is going to be text. And we're going to also give it a class name. So the class name, we're going to use template literals as well. I'm going to set the padding left to 10. Padding left, that's PL. And then padding right, I'm going to set that to 2. And then I'm going to set the PY to 2. That's padding top and bottom. Okay. And I'm also going to check width full boolean to see if it's full. Otherwise, if it's full, we're going to set the width to 100%. And we're going to set the width to 90%, like that. Okay. And let's set the background. So BG, I'm going to use BG2, and I'm going to set the gray text. Okay. And so I'm going to set the text gray, font medium, border to 2 pixels, and border color to RGB2, and rounded large, outline none, and give it a bit of a transition. And when I focus, I want the border to change color to this color. Okay, perfect. So let's save. So there's our input. When I click, it's going to, increase the width. But seems like our icon is not showing, which is weird. I meant to say 50% here instead of minus 50%. So save. So our icon should be able to show. And I'm going to also add a span. This span is also going to have a position of absolute. And I'm going to set the top to 50% and left 10, which is 2.5 rem. And I'm going to translate y. So translate y is going to be minus 50% because I want it to be centered. Okay, and we don't see anything because we have not added some text. So let's add some text in this span. So we should be able to see this text. Perfect. But we want to change the color of this text and set the text wrap to no wrap. Okay, so pointer events, we're going to set them to none as well. So we are not going to be able to copy this text. When I search, this text doesn't disappear, but we're going to set it to disappear later on when we're doing something. But currently, it doesn't disappear. Let's set that up actually. So what we're going to do, let's do const search query. It's going to be an empty state. At the beginning, it's going to be an empty string. And then here, I'm just going to check for search query. Okay. So if we don't have this search query, And then that's when we're going to display this span, okay? But if there's something in this input, we want it to disappear, okay? So let's set the value to search query, okay? And for on change, when I change the input, we are going to set the search query to event.target.value, the value of whatever we're entering here, okay? So let's save. So as you can see now, when I type, it's disappearing. Perfect. So the search input is looking pretty good. And we need to do the buttons. I'm going to log out. So sign out. So we need to do login and register buttons. I'm going to save. So let's go back to the header. All right. So we are going to do some conditions as well to see if we're logged in or if we're not logged in. Okay, so currently if we're not logged in, let's do condition. If we're not logged in, flex, and we're going to set items to center and gap. We're going to set that to 4. So this is for if we're not logged in. It's going to be a button. You can create a component for this button if it's going to be reused, but I can't be bothered to create a component for that. Okay, and we're going to have some spans in this button. So we're going to have an icon called login. We don't have this icon yet. So if I go to the layout, we have this CDN for font awesome. By the way, if you don't know what this is, so this is going to allow us to use icons. You can use any icons you want. I can search for font awesome CDN and go to libraries and then copy this link tag. That's what I pasted here. And then once you paste this, you're going to be able to use font awesome for icons. Okay, so that's what we want. So now we want some icons to use in our project. Okay, so what are we going to do? Let's go to utils. And where's the folder for utilities? Providers. And let's create a new file, which is going to be icons.tsx. So we're going to be able to export some icons that we want. So let's start with, so what icon do we want for now? We want the login, so this icon here. We're going to do export const login, like that, equal to, we're going to use font awesome I, and then the class name for that login, it's going to be here. So this is the class name, fa solid, fa right to bracket. So you can go to font awesome and search for icons you're looking for. Icons, if I search login, we should be able to see icons, so you can kind of get the icon that you're looking for. You can go for the free version, or you can subscribe if you want particular icons, but I'm going to use the free version. So, and then you can just copy, click the icon, and then copy this, and then you can just paste it here with the name. We're going to export it. We're exporting as a module because we're going to add a lot of icons in here. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to paste the rest of the icons so I don't have to create those icons one by one. Okay, so these are the icons I'm going to use. And just to remind you, you can get these icons from the description, or you can get it from the final repo if you don't want to type these icons one by one, or you can use your own icons if you want. All right, so here I just need to import login icon coming from the utils icons, okay? So we should be able to see an icon here. There it is. Okay, let's go back to that button. All right, so we are going to add another span. Okay, and this is going to be the name. It's going to be login. And we're going to have another span with a class of blob. Not blog, but blob. So it's going to be this. When I hover, it's going to be this effect here, this circle effect. All right, so let's start with this button. Class name. And I'm going to give it a class of btn hover, because I'm going to do some CSS with this button hover. And we're going to give a position of relative, and I'm going to give it a height of 48 pixels. And also I'm going to give it a padding X of 8 and a background color of a dark background color, this one, like that. And we're going to display flex this and center everything. Flex item center, like that. And we're going to justify center and set a gap and set the overflow to hidden. Okay, like that. And rounded extra large and gap of 4, like that. Okay, so the rounded XL, perfect. Now, so we have the styles. We need to style the icon text XL, and we're going to text white and text gray 200. Oops, it's actually gray 200, not white. Okay, like that. So as you can see now, the text is gray 200. And let's style this. Class name, font bold, and we're going to set text to white. And we also need to style this blob. So let's go to globals. Maybe down here. Okay, so for the blob, I'm just thinking what styles we need to use. So it's going to have a position of absolute. So position absolute, and I'm going to give it a width and a height. So width and height to 120 pixels. So it's there somewhere. Blob. So it has a position relative, so it's going to be inside. Okay. So let's refresh. Let's see if it's there. Inspect. So it's there. So this is the blob circle. It's there. Okay. But it doesn't have a background color. That's why we don't see it. And I'm going to give it a background color of white and opacity of 0.7, which is 70%. And a transition of 0.4 seconds. So when I hover, nothing happens, but there is a circle there. When I hover, I want to enlarge this circle. So when I hover, so we're using SAS, we can nest this. When I hover, on hover, we are going to set width and height to 180 pixels, and we're going to set top to minus 10 pixels and right 110 pixels, and the opacity is going to be 0.5. So when I hover, nothing happens. So it should be when I hover on the, not on the blob, but on the actual button. So cut this, and the name of the class is .btn hover, like this. Okay, and I'm just going to do like this, hover, and then we're going to target the blob like this and get rid of this hover here, like that. So when I have the button, as you can see now, the circle is being enlarged. That's what I'm looking for, like that. Okay, so we want to do the same thing for the register. I'm just going to duplicate this button. Okay, and this one is going to have a different background color. By the way, you can create a variable for these colors here, for these colors, but I didn't create variables for these, but you can create variables. All right, and this should have a register icon. Make sure you import. I have auto import, so it's going to automatically import the icon. And this should be register save. As you can see now, we should have login and register buttons. Okay, so they don't do anything yet. So when I click, I want to be able to go to login and register. So we need to import router. So we want to router to a specific page. Use router, which is coming from Next navigation, like that. So make sure it's coming from Next navigation, not router. And when I click, we want to router to login for this one. On click, we're going to router to the login page. And when I click, we're going to router to the register page. When I click this one as well, the register. Okay, we're going to router.push to a page which is register, login, and register. Okay, perfect. So currently they're not styled, but we're going to fix this later on. Okay, sweet. So now we have the header. We are going to stop the video and we're going to work on the sidebar on the next video. So we're going to do this sidebar here. I'll see you on the next one. Now we're going to work on the sidebar. So let's open up the sidebar component. There's nothing in here. Let's start with creating the menu items. Let's create an array of objects. Okay, so we are going to start with an ID. Let's give it an ID of 1. This ID is not really necessary because we're going to map this and we can get the index of each item, but I'm just going to put the ID here. Okay, so we have the name and we're going to have a state. So for example, if I collapse this navigation, this text is going to disappear. So let's do a state. This is going to be temporary. We're going to change this later if we do the global context. So let's name it is sidebar open, like that. And then it's going to be true. We're going to change this later. For now, we're going to set it to true. I'm going to check is sidebar open. If it's open, I'm going to set the text to home, like that. And I'm going to set the URL to the home page. And we're going to set an icon. So the icon that I'm going to be using is going to be home. And make sure you import that icon. Get rid of this. Okay, perfect. And I also want to get the logged in user. So to get the logged in user, we're going to get the user object. User is going to come from the user context. Use user context. So we're going to be able to get the details of logged in user. Okay. So I want to restrict access to other pages when we're not logged in. So if I go to the settings, it will send us to the login page instead of going to the settings, because we need to be logged in to be able to access the settings. Okay. So for that, we also need to get router, const router, go to use router, coming from Next navigation, like that. Perfect. And I'm just going to paste in the rest of the URLs. All right, paste in. So the next one is going to be popular, and then I'm going to import the fire icon. Okay, so the URL is popular. If sidebar is open, it's going to be popular, otherwise an empty string. The same for these other URLs, users. So now I just need to import these icons here. Okay. So if you use your own custom icons, you can use your own custom icons. So make sure you import this from the utils. So these are the icons that are going to be used in this project. All right, so we've imported those icons. And now we have about 6 items in this menu array. And now we just need to map through that item and display. Okay. Now let's do a class name on this div, and it's going to use a template literals. Template literal, and we're going to give it a position of fixed, and z index, we're going to set that to 20, and bg, we're going to set that to 2, And then height, we're going to set that to 100%. Perfect. Now we're just going to check if the sidebar is open. Is sidebar open? Okay, so if the sidebar is open, we're going to set the width to 15 rem. Okay, like that. You can set it to whatever width you want. Okay, and we are also going to set the width to 5.2 rem. Okay, if the sidebar is open, is false, like that. Okay, so there's the sidebar. There's an issue here with header. We're going to fix that in a minute. Okay, 5.2, and we are going to give it a border. So let's do border. We're going to set the border to 2 pixels and give it an RGBA of 3 for the color, like that. Perfect. So that's for the sidebar. So now what we need to do is fix this issue here. So let's go to providers, and it's the content providers. Okay, so content provider here, so the sidebar, we are going to give it, let's do a div. Okay, let's give it actually this content, we need to give it a class name. So margin class, so here we are going to give it margin left ml of 15 rem, which is the size of the sidebar. Okay, so the content is going to have my margin left of 15 rem. All right, so nothing happens. Let's see, inspect body, relative, fixed, top 0, top 0. Okay, it says 2.0, it should be top 0. So if I go to sidebar, actually no, it's the header. Header, it should be top here, by the way, top 0. Okay, perfect. And now let's close. Sweet. So now we have the sidebar. We need to map. It looks like the border for bottom for the header, it's very little. So it's going to be in the header. Border B, it's going to be 2 pixels, like that. Okay, perfect. And now let's go back to the sidebar, get rid of this text. All right, let's start with this here. It's going to be a position of absolute, so I'm just going to use a span for this. Okay, and for the icon, I'm just going to say is sidebar open. I'm going to use arrow left. Otherwise, I'm going to use the bars icon. Okay, and we should be able to see, there it is. It's animated, by the way, so you can do arrow left, something like that, and then you can choose some animations, show animation options, and you can select whatever animation you want. All right, perfect. And let's style this class name. I want to give it a utility of shadow. I'm going to create a utility class shadow number 2. Okay, and let's go to globals. You can do utilities. You can create a new file for this if you want. Okay, so for util shadow, we are going to give it a box shadow. A box shadow of RGBA, about 1% opacity, 3 pixels X, 3 pixels Y, 10 pixels for the blur. That's util number 1, and we need util number, actually that's util number 2, so and util number 1, like this. Okay, so utility, shadow 1 and shadow 2. And we're going to use shadow number 2 for this one. And I'm going to give it width of 45 pixels, position absolute, and I'm going to set the Z to 50, and top I'm going to set to 21 pixels for the top. And I am going to give it a cursor pointer, and padding Y 0.8 rem. Let me go to the next line so it doesn't look scuffed. Okay, and I'm going to give it a text XL and give it a rounded. I'm going to give rounded top right LG, and rounded top and rounded bottom right to large. And I'm just going to display flex and center everything. And there it is, it's centered. Okay, but there's something going on with the width. Okay, so we have the padding. Okay, let me fix the padding. So we have PY, BG, and right, we're going to set that to minus 47, PY, BG, Z 50. All right, let's inspect. For some reason, so right. Okay, so width is 45 pixels, which I have not set here. So width 45 pixels, like that. And there it is. All right. And now let's do the items for the nav. So we're going to create a nav. And let's give it a class name. And we're going to give it a height of 100%, and display flex and justify between, and everything is going to be a column. Okay, and let's do a div in here, because we're going to have the bottom nav and the top nav. So I'm going to set margin top for this top nav, margin top to 4, and flex column and justify between. Okay, so I am going to do a UL another list, and then menu. We need to map through the menu, and then we're going to do dot map, and then we are going to get the individual item, and then we're going to return, return an li, like that. Okay, so we're returning a link item, a list item, so that's the li, another list item, like that. And we're going to put a link inside, link, make sure you import link from next link. And in the link, we're going to have 2 items. We're going to have a span tag, like that. And we're going to display item.color, item.icon, actually not color, .icon. And we need another span tag. So this one is going to be item.name, like that. And let's do class name. And it's going to link to item.url. It's actually href item.url. When I click, okay, it's going to link to that item. Sweet. Now it's a moment of doing styles. Let's do class name, text LG, like that. Okay, and I'm going to display grid for these icons here. So grid columns, grid columns, and we're going to do 40 pixels for the icon and then 1 FR for the remaining space. Okay, like that. So 40 pixels, so we should have 2 columns like that. Sweet. And I'm just going to item center and give it a text of gray, 200, like that. Perfect. Now let's do the styles for the list item, class name, and we're going to use template literals here. Template literals, like that. I'm going to give it a class of sidebar nav item, like that. And I'm going to give it a cursor pointer, and a padding x and py of 0.6 rem, like that. Okay. And I also want to get path name because I want to set the active link here depending on the path name. Let's do const path name equal to use path name coming from React navigation, Next navigation. Because here on the URL, I want to check if the path name is the current URL. So here, let's check path name equal to item.url, like that. And then we're going to display a class called active nav item, like that. Okay, perfect. So now we just need to style this. So I'll copy the class name, go here, like that, and copy this and paste. All right. And now let's do the styles for these items. Let's start with the active nav item. Active nav item. Let's give it a position of relative. And we're going to do a background color. Background color, let's set it to BG number 3, actually RGB. RGB number 3, like that. So that's for the, there it is, as you can see now. The color is showing nice. Okay, and we're going to create a before pseudo element. So active nav item, we're going to do before. Okay, and I'm going to position absolute this before and give it a border bottom left radius of 4 pixels and height of 4 pixels and height. I mean, not height, but border radius and height of 100% and a background color of RGB 0. So that's when I want to increase the width from 4 pixels to 100%. Okay. So when I go to the original, so when I hover like that, it's going to 100%. Also, there's this item here marking which active element it is, like this. As you can see this at the end here. So we're also going to add an after pseudo element for that. So instead of before, duplicate, and we're going to name this after, and I'm going to set top 0 right. Instead of right, I'm going to set left to 0 for this one. And width, I'm going to set that to 0. Height, I'm going to leave it at 100%. And RGB number 4 for this one. And I'm going to get rid of these. I will give it a transition. A transition of, we're going to transition the width. 0.3 is in and out. Okay. Is in and out. And when I hover, active nav item is actually, this should be actually sidebar. Sidebar nav item. Yeah, sidebar nav item after. Like that. And then when I hover this sidebar nav item, after, I'm going to set the width to 100%. Okay, let's see. Okay. Oops. It's weird. I think this is set on the wrong. So sidebar nav item. Sidebar nav item. Sidebar nav item. It's on the li tag. But why is it affecting? Let me refresh. That's weird. Nav item position should be set to relative. Active nav item, active nav item. Sidebar nav item. Position relative. Okay, because we have the sidebar and the nav item. Okay, perfect. So it's not working if I click the other links, but we're going to make it work in a minute. Okay, but the hovering is working as expected because this little thing at the end, if I go to li, so that's the before, and then the after is actually the hover effect. Okay, when I hover, that's the after, and then the before to the element is this little item here showing the active nav item. Okay, so get rid of this. So active nav item, position relative, and then active nav before, that's this hover effect when I hover. Okay. And then the active nav after is actually the one when I hover. Okay. But the before is this little item. I'm getting confused now. Okay. So sidebar nav, the after is this hover. And then the before is this one, the right 0 and top 0, which is this one. Perfect. So I don't keep explaining anymore. All right. So now let's fix the navigation. When I click, I want to be able to nav. On click. So for the on click, it's going to take in a callback function. So here we are going to route to whatever item we click on. So we're going to use the router.push. We're going to push to item.url. All right. So when I click, it should be able to route to the URL of that item. As you can see, this active is working. All right. But the colors, I want to do these colors as well. I want to show the accurate colors of the nav items. So I want to set the style for these items. Okay, so let's create a function. We're going to name it get icon color. icon color, and then I'm just gonna do URL here. It's going to be type of string. Okay, like that. Return path name. So if the path name equal to URL, and I'm going to set the text to hash AAA. Otherwise, I'm going to set to hash, and then I'm going to do 717177A, like that. So we are going to use the get icon color here. Okay, and let's do style color. I'm going to set that to get icon color to item URL, like that. Okay, it's working. Perfect. So now, instead of showing all of the links here, we want to show 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 links, and the rest two that are going to be at the bottom here. So to do that, we're going to slice. Okay, so slice is going to return a shallow copy of the array. And we are going to slice. Let's do before we map. So let's slice. Okay, and we're going to start index 0. And then 2, like that, and then dot map. It's actually -2. I want to, because I don't want to include the last two elements, so 0, -2. So the last two elements will not be included. Okay, so I am not including the last two elements. As you can see, they're not there. That's why I'm using -2. So 0 to -2. So if we have 10 elements, so 10 -2, 8. I won't be including the last two elements. Perfect. So let's collapse this nav. Collapse the nav, and we're going to create a new div. Okay, let's do it in this nav. So this div here, collapse this div, because we want to display those last two elements. Okay, we are going to do a condition, though. A condition. We're going to check if the sidebar is open, and then we're going to do that. All right. But let me open this. Let me collapse this URL. Actually, let me do this URL again. And we're going to get the last element. Now we're just doing the same thing, but now I'm getting the last two elements like this. Okay. It's the same thing we've done here, but now I'm doing the last two elements. That's why we're doing slice -2. Slice -2 here, getting the last two elements. So the last two elements, they're there at the bottom here. Okay, so we have the last two elements, but there's an issue there because it's not accounting for this height. So there's a height for the header. So we need to work around that. So how do we do that? So we are going to give it a class name, and we're going to use terminal literals, and we're just going to check is sidebar open, like this. Okay, and if it's open, we're going to do MB. We're going to set that to 2. Okay, and otherwise, we're going to set that to MB. We're going to set that to 5.5 RAM, like that. Okay, now let's save. Okay, so now, so to account for this header, we're going to create a footer, which is going to be this component here. Let's go here on this div. We're just going to change this to footer. And also we're going to conditionally render this footer here based on is sidebar open. So we're going to check is sidebar open. So if sidebar is open, and that's when we're going to show this footer. Okay, so nothing happens yet because we have not added anything in this footer. Let's do a class name. We're going to give it a margin bottom of 5 RAM, and a border top and a gray 300 for the text. Okay, so margin bottom 5 rem, padding left and right, top bottom 4, which is 1 rem. Okay, and there it is. Perfect. Now we just need to add the content within this footer, which is going to be an unordered list UL, and we're going to have a bunch of LIs and link, and get rid of this, and then just close this link, and this text is going to be terms. Okay, and let's change this to terms like that. Perfect. Let's give some class name, and we're going to flex and center everything and give it a gap of 4 for these links. Okay, and let's give it a class name for the actual link class name, and we're going to underline and set the text to small, and then when I hover, I'm going to set the text to green. So when I hover, the text is green and it's also underlined. Okay, so what we need to do is just duplicate this a few times. So 1, 2, 3. Okay, so we have terms, so we need privacy like that, and we're going to change the link to privacy, and the final one is going to be help, and change the link to help like that, and save. So there it is. So we have those links, and now we finally need a p tag after this UL p tag, and we're going to use an HTML entity copy like that, and then to get the current date, we're going to do new date. We're going to get the full year, so we do get full year like that. So that's the current date, the year, and then you put the name, the code dealer, and then all. So here I'm just going to also use another HTML entity for a space, non-breaking space like that, rights reserved like that. So there it is. Okay, by the way, you can also make this a URL. Okay, you can include like a link, and then href, we can set that to home page like that. So you can click and then it will go to the home page. Now we just need to style this and text center, and we're going to set the text to small like that. It's going to be centered and the text is small like that. Perfect. Okay, nice. And that's it for this footer. We can, navigate to these pages. All right, we're logged in, that's why we have access to these pages. Okay, so there's another thing missing. So as you can see, when I click, there's this loader here at the top. So it's called Next Top Loader. That's the name of the package. Let's install that. Copy. And let's stop the front end from running. And let's install Next.js Top Loader. All right, and let's do npm run dev. So if I go to the documentation, so if I want to use the Next Top Loader for the pages, in this case, we're not using the pages directory. So here's how we import the top loader. Okay, so copy this, and we're going to go to the layout. That's where we're going to set up the Next Top Loader. Import that. So we have toaster. I'm going to set it below Next Top Loader, and we're going to set show spinner. Show spinner. I'm going to set that to false. I don't want the spinner to show like that. And the color and the height of 2. Okay, so the color is just this purple color here, and a height of 2, like that. So when I click links, it should be able to work, but it's not because it's not running yet. So refresh the page. Okay, so nothing happens as of yet. So let's set that up. So if I go to the sidebar, so for the path name, we are using, the router. So we need to import router. Instead of importing from Next navigation, we are going to import that from Next.js top loader. And Next.js top loader automatically uses this Next navigation. Okay, so get rid of this use router here. And we're going to do const, actually not const, but import use router. So this is going to come from Next.js as top loader, and then it's going to be app, like that. All right, so when I click, as you can see now, there is the top loader. When I click this URL, perfect. So the top loader works, and we don't have this the pages yet. That's why you are going to see some errors, but everything works. Let's do a commit here. Fit navigation, and let's save. That's the wrong spelling for fit. All right. So yeah, that's it for the navigation. I'll see you on the next video. We're going to set up the context API for getting the snippets and also displaying the snippets. I'll see you on the next one. Okay, so now let's start by creating the snippet context. Let's create a new file in the context folder. You can say snippets context.js, and then we're going to import React from React. And then we're going to create snippets context, like that, and then we're going to use react.createContext. Or you can just import this from React, like that, and then we can use a shorthand. And then we're going to export const. We're going to name this snippets provider. It's remembering what I've done before. Snippets provider. And here we're just going to return. We're going to return, and we're going to do snippets context.provider. For example, the value is going to be the value of the state. I'm going to say hello, like that. And we need to create a function that's going to allow us to use this context. So this hook is going to be called use snippet export const use snippets. Then say snippet context, like that. It's going to be a function. Okay, so here we're just going to return use context. So we need to import use context from React, and then we're going to put the snippets context. That's how we're going to use the context. Okay, perfect. So we need to set this up in the providers. So we have the user provider. We need to duplicate this. So we have snippets provider coming from snippets context, like that, and cut. We're going to do, snippets provider, like that, and then we're going to wrap the children. Save. So let's see if it's working. So let's go to page, and then here we're going to do const snippets. Go to use snippets context, and then we're going to console log snippets, and let's see what we have in the console. So if I refresh, you can see hello. That means our context is working. So there's something wrong here. So there's no key. we're listing, we need to put a key because we're mapping through something. So I can't remember which one it is. So if I go to the sidebar components, sidebar, we're mapping. So we forgot to put a key somewhere. So here's a link. So we need a key. So the key, we can do item.id since we provide an ID. And we also need to give it a key, item.id, like that. So the key warning should disappear. Perfect. So now there's no more warning for the key. And as you can see, it says hello. That means our context is working. Perfect. So this video is too small, but I'll just set up the fetching of the data for the public snippets. So let's do that. Let's fetch the public snippets. Okay. So we need to create some state const public snippets, and then it's going to be an empty array. We need to import to use state from React, like that. Okay, so we have this empty array, which is not initialized to anything. It's empty at the beginning. And we need to fetch the public snippets. Let's create a function for that. Let's actually create a URL for the server. So let's do const server URL. It's going to be localhost 8000, but we have API v1, like that. Okay, so that's the base URL. You can name this base URL or server URL, that's up to you. Now let's fetch the public snippets. Const get public snippets. Public snippets is going to be in async. Okay, and it's remembering what I've done before from the code that I'm using as reference, by the way. That's what it's remembering. Okay, so here we are going to do try catch. Oops. Try catch. So we are going to COG an error in fetching public snippets, like that. Okay, and if we have an error, we are console logging the error, and then I'm just going to return an empty array here, or return no. That works too, but I'll just do an empty array, like that. Perfect. So for us to be able to fetch public snippets, anyone can fetch these public snippets. So they are public. We are just going to do const response equal to await Axios. Make sure you import Axios dot. We're going to do a get. Okay, so we're going to get server URL, and then the URL is snippets, and then public. Okay, like that. Perfect. And then we're just going to check if we have the data. So I'm going to check if response, we're going to do dot data, like that, and response dot data dot snippets, like that. And then oops, the snippets, we're going to just set public snippets to response.data.snippets. Otherwise, and we're also going to return response.data.snippets, like that. Otherwise, we're going to display the catch the error here. We can also do an else statement here. You can COG else COG. You can say no snippets found, and then we can do return response.data.snippets, like that. Okay, and let's refresh, but we're not going to see anything because we're not fetching this public snippets yet. So we need to do that using a use effect hook on initial render. So on initial render, we're going to do use effect on initial render. So that's why we're using this empty dependency array. On initial render, we're going to get public snippets. So we're going to run this function here. So save. So we don't see anything yet, but let's go to, we need to install some React DevTools. React. Okay, and add to Chrome the DevTools. So we're going to be able to view the state. All right. So now let's open this up. Let's refresh to see if the DevTools have been installed. So I'll pin this. All right. And nothing happens, which is weird. Okay. For some reason, it's not showing the DevTools. Control R. Inspect. Okay, now it's showing. So components. So go to components. Go to components, and we're going to look for snippets context, snippet provider. Click that. And as you can see, there's public snippets. So we have one snippet. There it is. There's our public snippet. We fetch the public snippet. Okay. By the way, if you remember, on our server section, we have, so if I go to the backend and controllers snippets, if I get the public snippets, as you can see, we have some queries. So to see if we're searching for the tag ID, and also if the user ID is included, there's these options here. So we want to account for these options if they're included. If we're fetching these public snippets. So I'm just going to put some parameters in here to account for those queries. So we have the user ID, and we also have the tag ID, and we have the search query. You can name it search query if you want, like this, or just search. And we have the page. We might also have the limit. You can put the limit if you want. Okay, but in here, I'm just going to do const query params equal to, here we're going to do new. We're going to do URL search params, like that. Okay, so query params, like that. Okay, so I'm just going to check if we have the user ID. If user ID, okay, if we provide a user ID, we're going to do query params dot append user ID, which is after this public, it's going to do like this, user ID, and then the user ID goes like that, and then also the tag ID and other things as well. So to make that easier, that's what we're just going to do it here using this method here instead of doing them here. Okay. If user ID, we're going to append the user ID. Also, if we have the tag ID, we're just going to also append the tag ID like that. Okay. We're going to do the same thing for search. If search, we're going to do the same thing. And also for the page, we're going to do the same thing for the page. All right. Perfect. And for the response after the public, I'm going to add a question mark here, and then I'm just going to do query params, and then I'm just going to convert it to string like that. All right. So now we are free to, whenever we're fetching, we are free, whenever we include any of these as arguments, it's going to fetch accordingly. So make sure this is the correct spelling for search. Search. Let me correct this search query. Okay, perfect. So now we can fetch the public snippets. Okay, and now we need to display this snippet. So this is going to be a huge component to work on. There's going to be a lot of code to work on this component. So we're going to work on that component next. Okay, so this one, let's work on this next. I'll see you on the next one. Okay, so now let's work on this snippet component. It's going to be big. So let's start with, let's take this public snippets, and we're going to dispatch this state in here. I'm going to add another set of curly braces and put it here. So we're going to have public access to public snippets anywhere we want. So on the home page, so that's the page.tsx in here. So we want to access the public snippets to use snippets. Actually we have used snippet context here already. So we just need to destructure the public snippets like this and get rid of this. Perfect. Let's see if everything's in order. If I do hello, that's not hello, but it's something. As you can see, there it is. Okay. I'll close these pages. Okay, so now we just need to COG public snippets. It's going to be an array of snippets. As you can see here, we have an array, but there's only one item here. So let's display whatever item we have. But we're going to have more items later, so we need to map all of those items. So we are going to use a div container for that. And we're going to give it a class name. So the class name for this div, I am going to use some template literal, and I'm going to give it padding x of 8, and I'm going to display grid. Okay, so padding top 6.3 RAM, padding bottom 8, grid, 1 column on smaller screens. For bigger screens, that's 2. And there's nothing, because there's nothing being displayed in here. Okay, so we're going to map through public snippets. We are going to display, oops. What are we going to display in here? We're going to return a div like that. So we need to create a component called snippet, but we don't have that component yet. Okay, and we are going to go to, I'm going to collapse the backend, and let's create a new folder, snippet. Okay, tsx like that, and we're going to return functional component, and we're going to render snippet. Make sure you import that, and we need a key, which is snippet.id like that, and we actually need the snippet. So here we're going to use an interface named snippet, but we don't have this interface yet, so we need to create a new folder. Let's name it types. Okay, so we have the types folder, and we are going to create a new file, types.typescript, like that. Perfect. So let's create an interface for tag. We're going to have a tag interface, tag. You can name it just tag, and we have ID, which is going to be string, name string, and we're going to have interface snippet, and we're going to have ID string, title, code, description, and we're going to have language. Okay, and we're going to have tags. Tags is going to be an array of tags, and we're going to have lagged by. Lagged by is going to be an array of strings, and then we're going to have user is going to be an iUser like that, and then we're going to have created it. Okay, like that. Perfect. So let's create the user. So for the user, we're going to have ID strings, string, interface user, ID string, name string, and we're going to have a bio, which is going to be string, email, string, and we're going to have a photo, which is going to be string, created at, and we're going to have GitHub property, but we have not added this property on the backend yet. LinkedIn, and we're going to have public email, excuse me, string, and we're going to have the role of the user, like that. Perfect. And I think that's what we need for now. And we're going to export type not s type, but type. And then here we're just going to iSnippet, iUser, and iTag. And then now we just need to import that. All right. And in the snippet, we are going to also create an interface props, and then we have the snippet, which has the iSnippets like this, iSnippet. So make sure you import the type, and then we're going to have an optional height, which is going to be a string. Okay, and we're going to destructure this. Perfect. So now, as you can see, the error disappear. We have only one snippet, so it will show one snippet here. By the way, there's a big space here. It's accounting for the categories here at the top. Okay, so that's our snippet. Open that. That's where a lot of work is going to be. So we're going to be use client, and we're going to do class name here. Okay, so for the height, I'm going to set a default height of 400 pixels. You can set whatever you want. 400 pixels, like that. That's the default height of the snippet body, which is this here. Okay, perfect. So let's start with styling. Let's give it a shadow, SM. So that's the shadow small, shadow SM, and we're going to do flex and give it a border. So display flex column, and a border of 2, and then RGB. So there it is. There's a nice border there. Perfect. And then there's the top header here of the snippet, this header at the top. So we need to do a div, and we're going to give it some class names, some padding, class name, and we're going to give it padding x6, py4, bg4, flex center, justify between, rounded top lg, and border bottom 2, and a color of RGB3 for the border. Okay, so we don't see anything yet because we don't have any content in this header. So let's start doing the content. So we're going to import a link from next link. Okay, like that. And we're going to route to the user because we want to go to the actual user who created this snippet. So user snippet, we're going to do .user like this. And then .user, we're going to do .name like that. Okay. And we are going to, wait, let's see. So when I have this whole item here, it's going to send us to the user. Okay. So in the link, we're going to have a div. For this div, we're going to have a class name, flex, and then we're going to do items center. Okay, so this username, let's put this to a lowercase. Okay, so snippet .user, let's do now check .user .name, let's do .to, lowercase dot to lowercase, not to local, but to lowercase, like that. Okay, and I'm going to split by empty spaces, split like this. Okay, and every empty space I want to join with a dash. Okay, and then dot join, we're going to join with this dash here. Okay, like this. Once we've joined, I am going to do this and also include snippet.user and then .id, like that. Okay, perfect. So let me show you what it does. So when I click, so there's the username, user. Okay, so we have user, and then the name of the user. Okay, the name of the user, like this, and then the ID of the user, which is what we are doing here, setting the ID of the user. And then we're going to show an image. Make sure you import image from next image, like that. And then the source is going to be snippet user photo, like this. Or we are going to, or we're going to show, it's called image user, like this, .png, if it doesn't exist, okay? Or if it's loading, we're going to show this. All right, so the width is going to be 40, the height 40, and it's going to be rounded full, like that. So if I go, let's see, okay, so let's go to Tailwind. It's actually, no, we need to go to next config. We need to set, I believe it's domains, it's images, and then domains. We want to set GitHub because that's where our avatar is coming from. So copy this, paste that in, save. So let's refresh this page. All right, seems to be working. So there's our image. When I click, it's going to route to the user, but it doesn't exist yet. Okay, so let's go back to the snippet. So we have the image, and we're going to do an H3. So here we are going to do a span, which is going to be snippet, and we're going to show the username dot user, and we're going to show the name, like that. Okay, and we have another span, which is going to show when the snippet was created, they created it. Okay, I will just do snippet, snippet dot created it, like that. All right, and there's the date, the created a date, and let's do some class name, and we're going to give it margin left to 2, and I'm going to set the text to gray, and when I hover, it's going to be green. So text gray 300 font bold. When I hover, text is going to be green. Okay, ML2. So we need to set up the hover on this span here. So we need to set up group hover class name. So group hover, we're going to do underline and set a transition. Okay, because the hover is set to group hover here. So let's do group hover, underline, and a transition. Save, hover, nothing happens. Okay, that's weird. So let's do class name here. And let's set the text to SM, which is small, and also do the hover effect. Okay, So text SM, text gray 400, font normal, group hover, text green 400. Okay, and the duration is 200 milliseconds. Save. All right, seems like the hover is the only thing that is not working. So flex, group hover, because we need to set the parent class name to group. So let's set group. That's why we need. So the parent must have group, and then the group hover must be on the children. So the parent, it is group now. So when I hover, it's working. Perfect. Now let's continue styling the parent. Let's give it a transition on the parent. Okay. So H3 seems to be working fine. Super. So let's see. Created on. All right, so we need some utilities. So let's go to, because we want to format this date for it to be readable like this. So for us to be able to format the date, let's go to, we need to install a package called Moment. It's going to help us work with dates. npm I moment. All right, so now let's run dev again. So utils, let's do dates like this, .tsx, export, format, date, like this, okay? Equal to, it's gonna take the date string. It's gonna take the date string, export, format date, what's wrong? Format date, export const format date, and we need to import moment like this, okay? So we've imported moment. So the date that we want to format, we're going to return a string, a template literal, and then we're going to say created on, and then we're going to do moment, okay, moment, and then here we're going to pass in the date, and then the format. So for the format of the date, it's going to be, we're going to start with day, okay, and then we're going to do month, and then year, and then we're going to actually date, month, year. Let's use this notation here. Okay, so we have the format date. Let's go back to the snippet, cut this, and let's import format date coming from utils, and then we put in the date. Okay, so it seems like we need to refresh this page. Let's refresh again. Okay, so as you can see now, it's saying created on whatever date that it's created on. All right, so I'm just going to add a comma here like that. So like this, created on. Okay, that makes sense. Perfect. And we are going to have these buttons here at the end. So after this div here, I'm going to collapse so we can see what we're doing. So it's after the link. We're going to have a div, class name, and we're going to display flex and give it a gap 2 and a color of gray 200. Okay, and we're going to have a button, and for the button, we're going to use an icon called copy, like that. All right, so let's start with this button, class name, and we're going to give it a width and height of 10 and center everything for using flex. So width 10, height 10, text green, text LG, and center everything using flex. All right. Perfect. And we are going to duplicate this button. Okay, so duplicate. And then this one is going to be bookmark empty. Bookmark empty, like that. And there it is. Okay, but we don't have the background of these buttons. So we're going to randomize a background. Okay, so we are going to go to the context, and we need to create a function that is going to allow us to randomize the colors. Okay, and we need an array. Gradients, you can use any colors that you want here. I'm just going to paste in a list of gradients. So you can copy this from the video description, or you can get it from the final repo of the project. Okay, so copy these gradients. So I have a bunch of gradients here. Okay, so it takes a while to create this. So yeah, that's why I'm pasting the gradients. So this should be an array or object. I'm just gonna do an object which has these gradients here. Okay, perfect. So I will close this, and we need to generate random colors. So we have the tags. So the tags are going to have random colors, and also these buttons are going to have random colors coming from these gradients. All right, so let's do const random button color, like that, equal to. So here we're going to get the values of these objects here. So we're going to use object dot values. So it has a method of values that allows us to get the values of that object. So the object is named gradients. Okay, so object of values of these gradients here. All right, and then for each value, we want to generate random. So we'll do math dot flow, and then I'm going to do math dot random, and then we're going to randomize based on the length of the gradients here. Okay, so once we do this, dot random, and then we're going to multiply. Okay, so multiply, we're going to multiply by object dot values, and then gradients dot length. Okay, how depending how many values that we have. So that's why we are multiplying this by, or you can use a value like this, 14, but this is pre-coded, this is hard-coded. But if you want this to be dynamic, we want to use the length of the values that we have in the gradients object. All right, so we have that. So we have random button color. We want to repeat this for the tag. Okay, repeat random tag tag color, like that. Okay, but this one is going to cause some performance issues, so that's why we need to use a use memo hook for caching. Okay, so we're going to do memo like this, and we're going to say const use btn color memo like this, and it's going to be use memo like this, and it's going to take in a callback function, and we're going to return the random button color here. So we're going to use memo on this one, and we need to do the same thing for the tag. Okay, so use tag color memo. All right, so the dependence array is going to be empty, and we need to dispatch these values here. So we need to dispatch use. We actually also need to dispatch get public snippets and use btn color memo like this. And I'm going to copy this, go back to snippet, and I'm going to const get these properties, use snippet context like that, and we're going to go back and I'm going to copy the memo. Where's the snippet? Oh, here it is. And I'll paste in. Okay, perfect. So now let's go back to here. So now we want to set the background color. So we're going to do style and background color, background color. We're going to set that to the memo. All right, so for this one, we're going to do random. It's actually a gradient, so it's not background color, but just background. Random. What did I name? It should be not use, but yeah, let's do use btn color memo. Use button color memo like that. Let's go back. So there it is. So that's the color. So we have the use btn and then the use tag. Okay, and we need to do the same thing. Copy this one. So the tag memo is going to be used on tags, but this one is going to be used on this on the buttons, which are these buttons here. Okay, perfect. And there's our buttons. Now we need to work on the body. So this body is we're going to use another package. I'm going to collapse this. So I will collapse. So it's going to be clear where we are working on. Collapse, and we need to import a package, install a package called React Syntax Highlighter. React Syntax Highlighter. So this is the name of the package. Copy this install and let's install that package. Perfect. And we're going to run dev and let's see how we can use this. So to use this, we need to import Syntax Highlighter from React Syntax Highlighter. Okay. Syntax Highlighter. So I think we need to install the types. So hover and copy this types installer. So we need to install the types before we run. Okay, install the types. Perfect. Now let's run the project again. And let's refresh. Perfect. So now let's go back. So this syntax highlighter, it will take a string. Okay. It will take a string as code. So we need to create a string for that. So let's do, what can we name the string? Let's name it code string. Okay, so here, const code string like this, and then we're going to set it to the snippet.code. We're going to use a template literal like this, snippet.code like this. All right, so that's the code string. So now we just need to display this using the syntax highlighter component, syntax highlighter like that, and then we just display the code string. So let's see if we refresh, if there's something there. It's taking ages to refresh. Okay, so there is the code, is there. As you can see now, it's highlighted, but it's not what we want. We want to style this. So to style this, we're going to do language. For language, we're going to do snippet.language, and style. We're going to set the style later, and then we're going to show line numbers. We're going to set that to true, like that. And we're going to do custom styles, like this, and then font size. I'll set that to something like 1.2 RAM. And background color, I'm going to set to 1818, like that. That's for the background color. And I'm going to set the height to this height prop here. By default, it's 400 pixels. And scroll bar width to none. And overflow X to scroll. Okay, so save. So as you can see, there it is. Perfect. So the language, it's not highlighted correctly because this is nothing. This is random. We were just testing to create a snippet. But once we create an actual snippet with nice code, it's going to highlight nicely. And we also want to set a theme. By the way, you can make this theme. You can change this theme to whatever you want. Okay. So it's actually style. So let's see what themes we have. So if I open the GitHub repo, open up the website. So here are the themes. So we have these themes. You can get as many themes as you want. You can put like a drop-down list and change the theme. But I'm not going to do that to save a lot of time. But you can let me know if you want that feature. I might create a video for that. But now I'm just going to hard code a theme. So let's import a theme. Import. So the name of the theme is VS. It's called VS 2015. Okay. And import that from React syntax highlighter. So style, and then we're going to set to VS 2015. Okay, so now it's hard coded. Perfect. Now it's working. And we now need to work on displaying the title and the description, the tags. This is going to be conditional. If I click, it's going to check if I'm logged in. If I'm not logged in, it will lead us to the login page. All right. So now let's, I will collapse this and I will create another div. It's going to show where the tags are going to be. And I'm going to style this. I'm going to give it flex of 1. I want it to fill the remaining space. And I'm going to set px and py, bg4, rounded bottom, lg, and border top to 2. And the color is going to be this RGB number 3. Okay. I will close these remaining pages here. And let's work on displaying the tags. Okay. Oops, I'm sorry. I need to put my phone on silent. All right. So now I'm going to open this. And let's start with, we're going to have, so we're going to have, so this area here, and then this area at the bottom. Okay, so let's start with the top area. So the top area, let's do div, and we're going to give it a flex and a gap of 2, class name, and justify between, okay, and a gap of 2. And another div, this one, is going to have a padding top of 2 and pb3 and justify between, okay, like that. So let's start doing the top. So for the top, we are going to have 2 items. So we have a div, and we also have a button down below. A button. So for the div, it's going to fill up the remaining space, flex 1, and we're going to display flex as well. And we're going to set the flex to column. All right, so here we're going to have a link. So this link is going to, when I click, it's going to go to the individual snippet. So this snippet here, okay? So the link is going to have an image and a p tag, okay? So here we're going to have a div, and we're going to have class name, flex item center and a gap of 2. And after the link, we're going to have a p tag, and it's going to be where the description is going to be. Snippet.description, like that. And we're going to give it a padding left of 1 and a text of gray, like that. Okay, so for the link, so it's going to go to snippet, and instead of snippet.id, we're going to go snippet.title. Okay, and then we're going to lowercase this to lowercase. Okay, and we're going to split if there's a space. We're going to split by this space, and we're going to join. Okay, so we're going to join with this. Okay, and after we join, we are going to add this snippet.id, like that. All right, so when I click, oh, the title is not displayed yet. Okay, let's display that. So in here, we are going to have an image, and source is going to be snippet. I'm just going to put this for now, the user.photo, like that. And then we're going to give it a width and height of 40. Instead of 40, let's do 20. Because this image is going to be the image of this language. Depending on what programming language it is, it will show the image of that particular programming language. Okay, so, and now let's do an h2 here. So the h2 is going to display snippet.title, and we're going to style this. I'm going to do the text. I'm going to set the cursor to pointer, font semi-bold, hover. I'm going to give the text to green, and we're going to underline and transition, and duration is 300 milliseconds. Okay, so there it is. When I click, it's going to go to the actual snippet. All right, but this image is not correct, so we need to fix that. So we also need to display the like button. So let's display the like button first, and then we will sort out the rest of the styles. So let's do class name. Okay, it's going to be template literals, and we're going to display flex this. Display flex and text to Excel, flex column. All right. So we are going to check if we have liked a snippet and the text is going to be red, but we're going to do that later. Now let's do span inside. So span. So we are going to display the like count. So here we're going to do, we don't have the like count yet. So let's not display the like count. At the moment, I'm just going to set it to 0. And let's do class name. And let's set the gray to 300. So text gray, font bold, and text small. So the like count is 0 at the moment. And let's do another span here. This one is going to be the heart. Outline, like that. So like that. And we need to add likes. So this is pre-coded. We're going to edit this later. Okay, so as you can see now, 0 likes. Perfect. And we also need to display the tags. So for the tags, so it's this one here. we need to map through the tags ul another list, and I'm just going to do item start, and we're going to display flex, gap2, and flex wrap. And let's do li. Okay, so for each list item, it's going to be, actually we need to map first. Snippet.tags.map. Return, we're going to return an li, like that. Okay, so we are returning a list item, and we just need to display the tag.name here. Tag.name, like that. Perfect. It's actually, we don't need to do this, it's unnecessary. All right, so tag.name. So let's see if we have anything. So there's our tag. So there's tags here. Oh, we don't need this. This one here. Okay, so there's our tag. So we have two tags, which we need to style this list item. Class name, and we're going to give it tag item, a class name, and then we're going to give it some padding and a cursor to pointer. So padding x4 py1 border and border RGB2 and text grade to 300 and rounded MD and cursor to pointer. So there they are. Nice. Now we just need to do some background color. So let's do style bg use tag color memo. Excuse me. As you can see now, nice. But we need to do a hover effect here. We need to set like a box shadow when we hover. That's why we're using this tag item to. So let's go to global SCSS. Okay, and let's do transition 3 milliseconds. And when I hover, when we hover, I'm going to set a box shadow. Box shadow, 0 pixels on the X, and then on the Y axis, we're going to set to 4 pixels, and then 0 pixels for the blur. So save. So when I hover, as you can see, there's a nice shadow. Okay, there's no on click yet. We're going to work on the clicking functionality later on. Now let's work on these icons here. So I have provided the icons in the public folder, in the logos folder here. So there's SVGs of those icons. All right. So let's go back to snippet. So we need a way to know which icon it is. Okay. So if we go to snippet, let's create a function for that to be able to get the correct item depending on the language. So let's do const. Let's do language. I'll get rid of this. Language logo, like that. And then we're going to create a function which is going to take the language. It's a string. Type of string. Okay, and we're going to switch. We're going to use the switch case. Switch, and then we're going to switch the language. Switch language. Oops. Language. It's actually snippet.language, I think. Yep, snippet.language, like that. Okay, so it's actually this language here. So switch language, oops, language cannot find name language because I'm doing the switch outside for some reason. I didn't even notice that. Switch language. It's my bad. I was doing the switch outside here. I didn't notice that I wasn't inside the function. Okay, so switch language. Now we need to define all of the languages that we want to be able to detect in our app. So you can do as many as you want, or you can do a few. So here, let's do case. So if our case is C, we're going to display a C icon. So return. So this icon is coming from the public folder. So this is automatically served, the public folder. So we don't need to include public here. So we instead, it's in the logos. So it's logos like this. Okay, we don't need to include public here. Okay, so we have for C, let's see what language. Actually, we have not displayed this. Let's go down here. So the image, okay, so the source, so we need to change that source of that image, okay, to show the correct code. Okay, so let's do language logo and then snippet dot language. Okay, like that. Why is it complaining now? Okay, and then we're just gonna do this. All right. Now we are going to paste in the rest of the logos because as you can see here, it's empty, but we need a default image to show here instead of this one actually. So this should be an SVG, by the way, SVG, but this shouldn't be the default image. So as you can see, it's showing C. That's the default image if the image doesn't exist. But we're going to put like another image later on. But for now, just leave as it is. Okay, so I'll just paste in the rest of the languages that are going to be supported. You can add as many as you want. So we have C#, C++, Django, HTML, Java, JavaScript. So these are the rest of the languages. By default, we're going to show this if the image doesn't exist, okay? And let's refresh. Okay, so JavaScript, okay? So it's showing correctly, but seems like there's a style which we want to get rid of, which is rounded. So we don't want to use this rounded style. And here, I'm just gonna say programming language like that. And as you can see now, it's showing the programming language, which is JavaScript. Because the default, when you create a new snippet, it's set to JavaScript. That's why you are seeing JavaScript here. But once we are creating a snippet, we're going to have the ability to choose what language it is, and it will show accordingly here. Yeah, that's it for the snippets. And next time we're going to work on the functionality to create a snippet. I'll see you on the next one. Okay, so now we are going to work on, when I click create snippet, we want to be able to create a snippet when I click. And as you can see, it's toggling a modal. When I click anywhere other than the content, it's going to close the modal. Okay, so let's do that. So for that, we're going to create global context. .js, like that. So we're going to import React as usual from React. Okay, so for the global context, we're going to create a global context. Global context equal to React.create context, or instead you can import React. You can import create context from React. Okay, so now we're going to export const. So this is going to be global provider like that. and we're going to return, okay, global context provider, and then here we're going to put the children, which is the application, and here we're going to export const use global context, and then here we're going to use the context. We're going to return React.use context, or we can import from React use context like this. Use not callback, but context like that, and then we can get rid of this like so. Perfect. So now we need to wrap our application with the global context. So what we're going to do, let's go to content provider, I believe. Okay, so content provider, actually no, it's the user provider. User provider. Okay, so in the user provider, we want to set our global context. So let's do global provider like that, and get rid of the children, and we're going to wrap everything here, and we need to import that from global context. Okay, save. So the issue is gone. So in the global context, we're going to need some state. So we're going to need, so for example, we need to keep track of what model is open on our website. So this is a model for adding a snippet, and there's also a model for settings, or you can add as many models as you want. So we need to keep track to see which one is open. So we need a state for that to keep track to see which one is open. So I'm going to create a state called model mode like this, and by default, let's set it to an empty string like so. Okay, and also remember the sidebar. I did put a placeholder for this sidebar, but we are going to create the state in here. Const is sidebar open. It's going to be false. Actually, it's going to be true on initial render, and then when you collapse, it's going to be false. And I also want to see if we're editing. Const is editing. Okay, so oops, not edit, but editing. It's going to be false. So for example, why is there an issue here? Use state, because we need to make sure we import use state like so. So for example, if I'm the owner of a snippet, if I click this button, it's going to allow me to edit that snippet. Okay, so that's why we need to see if we're editing. So if we're editing, we can, open the modal for edit. Okay, so it's editing, or we're creating a snippet. Okay, so we have is editing. I also want to see which snippet is active. So const active snippet like that. So it's going to be no, like that. All right. And then I'm going to create some functions. Open model. I'm just going to be descriptive for this one, for edit. Okay, and it's going to take nothing in the parameters. And here we're going to set modal mode to add snippets. Okay, so it's going to track the add snippet, and then we're going to set is editing to true. Okay, and then we also want open model for actually let's name it open profile model like that, and then set edit model mode to profile. Okay, and then we need to open model. This should be open model for snippet for adding. I'm just going to say snippet. Open model for snippet. Okay, add snippet. And then we need the auto open model for edit. Open model for edit. And then if we're editing, we're going to set the active snippet to the snippet data. Okay, so this snippet data, we're going to pass the snippet data in here, and then we're going to set the active snippet to this one. Whatever item we click on, that's going to be the active snippet. And then set modal mode, instead of add snippet, it's going to be edit. Okay, so edit, like this. You can say edit snippet just to be more descriptive. Okay, and then set is editing. We're going to set that to true, like that. Okay, so, and the other thing that we need is we need to search. So when I go on a smaller screen, we're going to open a modal for searching. Okay, like that. So we can, search. So we need to do that. It's going to take a search query. Const open modal for search, like that. Okay, and the name is going to be search, and we need to close the modal. Const close modal. So if we close the modal, we're going to set the modal mode to an empty string and set is editing to false and active snippet to null. So now we just need to dispatch all of these functions in here, like that, and then save. Perfect. Now let's create the models. Okay, so in the components, I'll create a new folder. I want to say models, like that. And I am going to create a model called add snippet model, just to be more descriptive, like that. Okay, perfect. And it's going to be a functional component. We're going to export. Okay, add model. So we want to be able to display this model. So how do we do that? So for that, we're going to, let's see, where can we display this model? I think we should do it in the layout. Okay, so let's create a new component in the providers. Let's name it model provider. .tsx, like that. Okay, so we have the model provider. That's where we're going to do the functionality for that. So we're going to go into layout, and we're going to do it here, model provider, and then we render that component, and let's open it. So in the model provider, we are going to check for something. So we need to do model mode, and then we need to get is editing. So this is coming from global, use global context, like that. Okay, so return, we're going to return a fragment in here, and then here we're just going to check is editing. Is editing. So if we're editing, it's going to show a component. So in this case, it's going to be add snippet model, like that. Okay, if we're editing, and then this is going to be a fragment. Okay, so now if editing is set it true, we're going to be able to do that. So this is a client component. That's why there was an error. All right, so we need a way for us to be able to edit. We need a button. So let's open up this add snippet model. But first off, let's set the buttons. So we need to log in. So let's log in. Pass 1 2 3 4. I believe that's the password. Okay, that's invalid. Let's go to Postman, and I'm gonna copy this password, and I'm just going to paste the password and log in. Okay, now we're logged in, but we want to conditionally show the buttons that we're logged in. So we need to go back to header. Okay, so for header, So these are the buttons here. So to know that we are logged in, we are going to get some state. So we have the user. Let's get some functions actually first. So we are going to get open modal. Where's the context? Global context. Open modal for snippet. And then we have open profile model, and then we have model for search. Okay. These are coming from use global context, like that. Perfect. And the error should disappear. Nice. All right, so now we have this user object. So we're gonna check if we have the user ID. All right. So here, I'm going to wrap this in curly braces. I'm gonna check user, and I'm gonna check if we don't have the user ID. If not user, if we don't have the ID, we're going to show this. Otherwise, if we have the ID, we're going to show some other buttons. Okay. So here we're going to show a div like that. So this div, item center, so gap, I'm going to set that to 2. Okay, and we're going to display a button. Okay, button, and we're going to say create snippet. Create snippet, and let's do class name, and then I'm going to do empty, actually MR. I'm going to set that to 4, like that. I was thinking to create a component for a standard button, but I think I'll just leave it as is. And then I will add some styles. So we have height 42 pixels, padding X left and right, flex. We're centering the items within the button. The background is white, rounded, it's going to be LG, and then font semi-bold. And then when you hover, the background is going to be white, but the opacity is 80% and a transition of 200 milliseconds. Okay, so save. So there's the button here, create snippet. It's a white button. Okay, because we're logged in, so that's why we are seeing that button. All right, so now we need to do the profile button. So we're going to do button. And for this one, we are going to do a search icon. Search icon, so that's the SVG icon. And stroke, by using that RGB, which has the opacity of 60%. Okay. On click, it's going to be open modal for edit, but this one click is going to go on the button itself. Okay, like that. Open modal for search. All right. So we are going to do a class name, and I'm going to set the width and height to 42 pixels because it's going to be width, height 42 pixels, and flex and center everything. And the background is the RGB 3 and rounded LG. On bigger screens, it's going to be hidden, so you won't see the button here. But if I go to smaller screens, as you can see, the button is showing now. Okay, so when I click, it should show something here, but it doesn't because we have not rendered the search yet. Okay, and it's hidden on bigger screens, and on smaller screens it will show. And also the search bar is disappearing on smaller screens. All right, perfect. So we have that done. Let's do the click functionality for the adding of a snippet. So here on click, open, it's actually not profile model, but snippet, open model for snippet, that's the name. Okay, open model for snippet. Let's click. Okay, it's opening the model here, but we have not started the model, but it's opening the model. Okay, let's refresh. Perfect. So the model is opening. Now let's work on another button, which is going to be for the profile. Okay, so I'll go button. In here, we're going to do an image, and on click, we're going to open the profile model. When I click this button, okay, open profile model, and the image, let's set it to 35. And height, we're going to set that to 35 as well. And round it, I'm just going to set it to LG. All right. And the button is going to be standard width, like similar to here. Class name, width and height, 42 pixels. And flex and center, everything. And then the background is going to be this RGB3 and rounded LG. So there's our button. But instead of rounded full, let's set this to LG, like that. All right. So let me see, ML1. All right, and let me set it to 1 pixel. So it looks nicely centered. I'll just get rid of this ML, I'll just leave it as is. Okay. Width 42. Let's try 43 so it looks nicely centered. Okay. Yeah, let's leave it at 43 width. Okay. So now what we're going to do, when I click, it should open a model for profile, but we have not created the component for that. Okay. So image, so photo, or otherwise, I'm going to load a default profile, which is image user. Image user is actually a PNG, like that. Okay, so when we're loading, it will display that default user. All right. So yeah, that's it for doing the model. But now I'm just going to do a style for the model so we can see it on the center of the screen. So open, I will close others. So we have a clear view. Okay. Now in here, we're going to do class name. So we can style this. Okay, so position is going to be fixed. Fixed position, left 0, and Z index, we're going to set it to 50 or 40. It's fine. Height, I'm going to set it to 100%, and width 100%. So this is the outer. So this is the outer bit of the model, and then the background is 0 and the opacity is 30%. So when I open, so this is the outer of the model. So the opacity is 30%, and also the overflow is set to hidden. Okay. So, and also we need to set top to 0 actually. So top 0. So it goes all the way to the top, and the height is 100%, as you can see now. There's also a blur, so which is backdrop blur to small. Okay, and we want the content to be centered here. Okay, so for that, we're going to set the content. We're going to put a div, and we're going to add a ref to this div. Okay, so we need to identify this div. So this, I'm just going to name it model ref, and we're going to import ref, okay, from React. So instead, you can get rid of this React dot and just import ref, like that. All right, so now we have a ref to this. Let's do the styles. So we're going to give it a padding.
So let's set py to 5 and px to something like 6, and then max width, I'm going to set that to 920 pixels. You can set this to whatever width you want, and width I'm going to set that to 100%. Flex, I'm going to display flex and flex column, and we're going to give it a gap set to 4, and I'm going to set the position to absolute, and I'm going to center. So absolute, and then I'm going to say top 1/2, that's top 50%, and left, that's left 50%, 1/2, and minus translate x, minus translate x 1/2, like that. Translate x 1/2, that's minus 50%, that's translate minus 50%, and minus translate y 1/2, and we're going to do rounded LG. By the way, you can go to the next line if you want, and then shadow SM, or you can put the medium. Let's do MD, like that, and save. All right, so we don't see anything yet because we don't have any content. If I do H1, hello, whatever that means, it's there. If I were to set a BG red 500, as you can see, it's centered. There it is. It's nicely centered. Okay, perfect. So we have set the padding and everything. Now we just need to set a form. Form for now, and then we're going to have an H1 in here. It's going to have a text of white and font bold. Text white and font bold, and we're just going to see if we're editing. So let's get some Modal mode to use global context, like that, and we need to set this to use client, like so. Okay, so we're gonna check if Modal mode, if we're editing, to display editing or adding a snippet. Okay, I'm gonna say Modal mode equal to edit, I believe it's edit snippet, and then we're going to do this, edit snippet. But instead, I want to do a span tag, and then I'll do edit. That's an icon, edit icon. So make sure you import edit icon, and then I'm going to do the same thing here, span. Span, and here it's going to be add snippet. But the icon that we're going to use is called plus. So make sure you import those icons. And let's do class name. I'm gonna set a flex here and give it a bit of a gap. Okay, let's do the same thing here. Okay, item center. So let's see what we have. So there's the title, add snippet. Okay. For some reason, we are missing the background. Okay, so let's set the background to BG3, like that. So there's the background color, BG3. So if I click anywhere else other than this model, I want to close this model. Okay, so we need to create a hook for that. Let's go to hooks. Let's set use detect outside. You can name this whatever you want, because I want to be able to detect if I click outside of this model, and then I want to close this model. Okay, so for use detect, I'm going to create a function. I'm going to import React first. Import React Okay, and I'm going to create an interface. And here I'm just going to do a ref. We need a ref. Okay, so it's React dot ref object. Okay, HTML div element, not HTML. Let's do HTML div element like that. All right, and we need a callback function. Callback. So this one is going to return void. It doesn't return anything. Function use detect outside like that, and then it's going to take in the ref. Okay, so the ref object and also the callback function. Callback like this. Okay, but we need to use the use detect. This is this name is, I don't like this name. I'm just gonna say detect outside props like that. Okay, so this should be callback like that. All right, and we're going to use a use effect in here. Use effect to listen for changes. Okay, and for the dependencies, we're going to listen for the ref and also for the callback. All right, perfect. And let's create a function to handle when we click outside. Handle click outside, and we're going to get a mouse event. Okay, and we're going to check if the item we click, okay, if we click outside, as long as it's not this element that we provide the ref for, we're going to close the model. But if it's the item that the ref is provided on, we don't want to close. So we're going to say if ref dot current, okay, if it's current item, and not ref dot current dot contains the target of the item. Okay, event dot target like that as node, and then we're going to do the callback function in here. Okay, and we're going to add an event listener when we click. So document dot add event listener, mouse down when I click, and then handle outside click, handle click outside. Okay, and then we are going to clean up this use effect. Clean up, and then we're going to return a function in here, cleanup function, and we're going to do document just remove event listener, mouse down, handle click outside. Okay, and we're just going to return ref here like so. All right, and now we're just going to export default, and let's save. So now we have the function, the hook to detect outside click. So I'll go back to add, and then I'll just do use the hook to detect outside click, and then I'll just do use is it outside click? Use detect outside, yep. And then it's going to take an object, get rid of this. It's going to take an object which is going to require this ref here. So we have modal ref, modal ref, okay, and a callback. So let's do the callback function. Callback. So for the callback function, it's going to look something like this. Okay, so for the callback function, modal ref, it should be ref ref, but we don't have, let's just name this ref. Okay, and let's name this ref. All right, so let's do detect outside click. In here, we need to close the model. Okay, so we have the close model function, which is coming from global context. So if you remember, in the global context, we have the close model, which is setting the state to false. Okay, and we're going to do close model like that, and let's save. So let's open, close, open, close. When I click outside, okay, it's closing the model. Okay, so yeah, I'll stop the video now so the video doesn't have to be very long. I'll see you in the next video. We're going to add some inputs and we're going to be able to create a snippet. I'll see you on the next one. Okay, so now let's create a snippet. We're going to go to snippet context and we need to create a function for us to be able to create a snippet. Okay, so here I'm gonna do const create snippet, like so. It's gonna be an async. Okay, so it's going to take in snippet data, or you can shorten this to just data. Okay, and we're going to do try catch. We're going to do the same thing for the console. We're going to show the error. Okay, like that. And for this one, we're going to do const response equal to await Axios. This is going to be a post request. We're going to post to create snippet. It's actually create snippet. That's the name of the endpoint. Okay. And we are going to, if we create snippets, we need to update the public snippets, by the way. Okay. And we're going to do set public snippets. We're going to get the previous snippets, or what we can do response to data like this. Okay. And then we're going to do public snippets like that, because I want the newly created snippets to be at the beginning and then the older snippets after. Okay. Let's save like that. And then we can get public snippets and then toast success snippet created successfully. And we might also want to close the model. I don't know if it's necessary to close model, but let's do it. Close model like that. We need to get that close model const equal to use global context. Okay. And I'll comment this for now. All right, so now let's see if we can create a snippet. I'll copy and I'll paste it here. Create snippet. It's going to be needed in the add modal snippet in here. Const create snippet equal to use snippets context. Okay, so the other thing that we want is we want to get the tags. So let's do that. Let's do a global state const tags, set tags. It's going to be an empty array at the beginning. Get tags. It's going to be an async function like that. Try catch, show an error, and const response equal to await Axios, and we're going to do a get request, and then we're going to set tag to response to a data Actually, it's response.data, not tags. Response.data, like that. Okay, so we have get tags. We need to get tags on initial render. So let's do that in here. So get tags, like so. Perfect. And we are going to send the tags in here. And we also want to get tags in here, like so. So let's see if we have the tags. So if I go to components, and we're going to look for snippets provider, and it seems like we do have a snippet, but not tags. So it seems like the state for the tags is empty. Let's refresh this. So it seems like we have an issue here. Warning, the snippet, we didn't put a key somewhere. So if I go to page, it says this, there's no key. Okay, it's in the snippet component map. Okay, so here we did a key like that. So tag.id. So let's refresh. Okay, components, and go back to components, context provider, snippet context. Okay, so now we have the tags. Okay, there they are. So now we have a list of tags. Okay, so we have access to the tags inside this add model. Okay, let's go back to the add model. So we're going to create some state for this. Let's do state, let's do it up here. So I'm going to do const active tags, set active tags. So it's going to be an array. Okay. And actually, I will show you what it means. So if I create snippets, so this array of active tags, so if I click each of this active tag, it's going to be added. Okay. So that's the active tags here. I'll just get rid of this. Okay, active tags, and we wrong spelling. Active tags. Yeah, and we need title, set title, and we need description. We need code. We need language. So by default it's JavaScript, and we need is public. Is public. By default, it's set to true because it's going to be public by default, like that. Okay, so with those details, so now let's move on to our form so we can sort it out. Okay, so we have the h1, and we're going to have a div, and we're going to do flex, and we're going to justify between and gap. We're going to set that to 4, like that. And we're going to have div class name flex. We're going to set that to 1. Okay, that's where the input is going to be. Input, so the type is going to be text, and then name is going to be title. ID, we're going to set that to, actually we don't need ID because we're not going to use a label, are we? So title, and let's set the value to title coming from the state, like that. And then on change, we're going to do the input, set title to e.target.value, and then placeholder, and then we're going to set that to title, and we're going to give it a class name. Class name, I'm going to give width 4, height 12, rounded LG, and the text is going to be white. Save, and let's click. There it is. There's our title. Okay, we are not using any labels. You can put labels if you want. Okay, perfect. So H1, I'll do a class name here. I'll do flex column, and then I'll do gap of 4. So there's a bit of spacing between this and this. So it should be flex, not flu. Flex, there's a gap now. Sweet. And we are going to have another div after this input. Actually, after the flex one here, another div. So this one is going to be select, like so. Okay. So we are going to have name, language, and width. I'm going to set that to 4. And the on change, we're going to set that to also set language e.target.value, and then I'll give it a class. Okay, so width 4, height 12, and then px4, bg1, text white, and rounded LG. So let's see what it looks like. So there it is. It's a select. Okay, and we can put some options in here. Okay, so we need a list of languages that we are supporting. So we've created that array before with a list of languages that are supported in this program. I will paste in the array. So there's this array with the languages that are supported. Okay. By the way, you can expand this. You can put as many languages as you want. So these are the list of the languages. So I just want to map through those and display them as an option down the select. Okay, so I'm going to do languages.map, and I'm going to display a language. I'm going to return in here an option like that, and then we need a key. I'm just going to set that to language lang, and then the value is actually going to be the actual language as well, language like that. And then here you just put the language lang. You can put it to uppercase if you want. So click, there's the language C. Okay, we cannot change the languages yet. Okay, so set language e.target.value value language. Okay, so key value. Okay, we're going to sort this out later. So now you can see a list of the languages that we have. Okay, you can style this select, by the way. You can style it. Okay, perfect. So let's move on to the next one. So after this div, we're going to create another div. It's going to be if is public. So if I go to the original one, there is public here. Select like so. So name is public like that, and it's going to have a value of its public, and then we're going to convert it to a string. Okay, and we're going to have on change. So if on change, set is public to e.target.value equal to true. Okay, like that. And then we're going to do the class name. It's going to copy the same class name for this one here. So just paste in that like that. Okay, perfect. And for the options, we're going to have option, and here it's going to be true, and we just say public for the text, public, and then the other one is going to be private, like that. So let's go back and let's create snippets. As you can see now, we have public and private. I don't know why this one is not changing. Okay, let's go back to the state, the language. So we have language, set language is set to JavaScript by default. Okay, we'll fix it later as we progress. But now let's just focus on adding all of the inputs that we want. Okay, so now we've done that. So I'll go out of this div. I'll do another div, and then I'll do a text area. And this is going to be description, and on change, set description to e.target.value, and then placeholder is going to be description, like that. And then for the class names, it's going to take the same class names from above. So we have width4, px4, and I'll get rid of this height. We don't need the height, and bg1, text white, and rounded lg. So that's what it's going to look like. Okay, but we can add a padding top. So pt, we're going to set that to 2. So there's a padding at the top. As you can see now, there's a nice description input. We can set resize to none, by the way. If you don't want to resize this, you can get rid of the resize. Okay, we can set the rows to 2, something like that. All right. And we are done with this text area. We've done the on change and the values description. So we need to do the same thing for the code. Div. And then for the code, here we could also use some syntax highlighting, but it's unnecessary to add syntax highlighting here. Okay, to add syntax highlighting here would require to install another package. So I didn't want to install another package. So div, and then I'm gonna do pre code, and then text area, like that. And let's do name. So the name is code, and then the value is also going to be code. On change, set code e.target.value, and then class name width, I'm going to set that to full, and I will set the height to 400 pixels. You can make this height dynamic if you want. 400 pixels, that's the maximum height. It's going to be hard coded, and padding x is going to be 4, and padding top pt, I'm going to set that to 2, like that. Okay, and text white and rounded to lg. You can put a placeholder here. You can say code here, code here, something like that. Okay, and it should show a text area like that. So the height is 400 pixels. Perfect. And we are done with this text area. Now let's display the tags. Okay, so for the tags, actually, let's see what's next. Yep, it's the tags. So for the tags, it's going to have a flex, and then we're going to do flex wrap. We're going to wrap, so you can go to the next line, gap 4, and we're going to map through those tags. We're going to loop through every single tag. Okay, so for every single tag, I'm going to return, we're going to return a button here. Okay, so we can create a component for this button, but let's just do without creating a component. Here we're just going to do tag.name, tag.name. So here to show a list of tags, if I open, there's the tags. Okay, so let's do class name. I'll add some padding and text. I'm going to set that to SM, so for small, text small. Okay, and I would set the type to button, type button, and this is a list, so we need to put a key here. Tag I tag. So import the type. I'm going to get the index. I will set the index as the key because it's a list. So the index, the type, let's set it to a number. So index type number, and showing up nice. Okay, so we want to be able to click this, the tags, but first off, let's finish styling this. I'm gonna set the height to, okay, so we're gonna set the height to 42 pixels, padding X, flex item center, justify center, BG white, rounded LG, font semi-bold. You know what? I'll create a component for this so I don't have to keep repeating this. So components, I'll do a button. Okay, like that. And index number. I will cut these styles here. We've done this before. I will cut them from the height. I'll leave these ones here. And I'll go to the button. Interface, button props. Okay, so we need a class name. Class name is going to be an optional string. On click, it's going to be optional. And then children, it's going to be React to Node. And then style, it's going to be optional. And then type, so it's going to be button, submit, or reset. Okay. And then we're going to destructure this. Perfect. And I'm just going to say const default classes equal to those classes. All right. So we need to install some utilities. So I will show you the name of the utility is CLSX. CLSX. Okay, so that's the name of the utility. So it's going to allow us to replace some styles. Okay. So let's install that. So for example, so these are the default classes. If I render a button here, the button component, I can override those default classes. Okay, I can override them using this CLSX. Okay, Let's see. Let's do class name here. So I'll do CLSX like that, and then we import that CLSX, and then we're going to add the default classes, and then we can add the class name. Okay, so the custom classes like that, and then this is going to be button, and then we're going to set the on-click type, and we are going to save. So we have type. We're going to set the type, or by default it's going to be button. Okay. Pretty much everything is set here, and then the children, they're going to be the button text. All right, so we should have the button, and let's rerun the project. So we can reuse that button now. So refresh. Okay. So click. Okay. So it seems to be working, but we don't have the background color. So for the background color of this one, we're going to use random tag. If you remember the memo we created. So if I go to snippets context, use tag color memo, we need to get that. And then for the button, we're going to do style like that, and then we're going to do background, and then we're going to do active tags. So if if I click on a tag, I want to be able to highlight that tag. Okay, so if active tags dot sum, and it's going to take a callback function here, and active tag, and here we're going to return. Oops, I can't even see. Return. I'm gonna do active tag dot id equal to tag id. Okay, so if the active id is equals to the tag id that we are mapping through, okay, so that's the background. If it's equal to that, we are going to do hash, and then the color is going to be 726, and we're going to do 3f3. That's the color. Otherwise, it's going to be use tag like that. Okay, so id does not exist on type never. So let's save. So it's working, but we have not implemented the click functionality to highlight these tags. Okay, active tag. I'll get rid of type checking here. All right. Now let's do the on click. So we need to be able to highlight some tags. We need to add the tags into an array. Okay. So for us to be able to add some tags into an array, let's create a function called handle tags. Let's do it down here. Const handle tags. It's going to take a tag, I tag. Okay. It's going to take a tag, a tag in here. When I click, I want it to add a tag in an array. Okay. So const is tag active, equal to active tags. Do you remember the active tags here, this array here? Active tags, we're gonna check if it exists, okay? Active tag, I'm just gonna put an empty object here, active tag, and then here we're just going to return active tag dot id equal to tag dot id, okay? id string, okay. So we should, so if it's active, we're checking to see if this array is active, contains the tag that we click on. If it does, we are going to remove. If it doesn't, we're going to add it into the array, okay? We're gonna say if is tag active, okay? So if it's active already, we're just going to remove from active tags. Remove from active tags. So I'm gonna set active tags. We're going to filter. So active tags dot filter. I'm gonna get each tag active tag like this. Each individual tag, I am going to return in here. So I'm gonna say active tag dot id if it's, as long as it's not equal to tag id. Okay, like that. I'm gonna set the id to string. Okay. Save. So if it's active, we're going to remove it. If it's not active, we're going to add it. So that's what we're going to do now. So this is if it's not active. If it's active, actually, if it's already active, we're going to remove. If it's not active, we're going to add to the state. Add to active tags, and then I'm going to set the state to set active tags. Okay, like this. Set active tags, and I'm going to get. So I'm going to get the previous active tags, and then I'm going to set tag in here. Okay. So it seems like there's an issue. iTag is not assignable to type. Active tags. So tag. Just give me a moment. Let me set it here. Get rid of the color. I'll explicitly set. Oops. Tag. It should work without any issues. What is it complaining about? What is it complaining? Okay, so there should be, oh, because I'm not closing here. Okay, so now the only issue left is active tags. Okay, so let me see active tags. It's an array. Will active tags, I'll do as any here. And then I'll, oops, the return keys are missing here. Return. All right, now we should be able to select and deselect the tags. All right, perfect. And now let's add the buttons. So these buttons here, so we have cancel and we have add snippet. Okay, so let's do that. Let's scroll down. So we have select text area, this div here, collapse, and let's do a div. Okay, so for this one, we're going to have some buttons. Let's do class name. class name, and we are going to do flex and justify and gap for, can render a button here, a button, and the text is going to be cancel, like that. And then we're going to have add, oops, let's get rid of that, button. So this one, we're going to check if we're editing. Okay, so modal mode equal to edit snippets. We're going to say update snippets. It's actually remembering what I was doing earlier. Update snippets and add snippets, like that. So click, and it says add snippets down here. Pretty good. And we have cancel, but the colors are not really accurate, are they? So let's do the colors for these buttons. So this one, the first one, I'm going to set BG red 500. 500, like that. Okay. And when I hover, actually not group hover, but just hover, BG red 500, but the opacity, we're going to set it to 80. Okay, click. Okay, opacity 80, like that. And it's closing the model. Okay, so for add snippet, what color is it? It's a purple color. Okay, so I'm going to do class name. It's set to green. Let's see what it looks like. Add snippets. All right. I mean, I'll put it to blue. Okay, so class name. Let's do a condition here. Okay, so let's give it modal mode. Oops, it should be for the class name. So we're gonna check for the modal mode. If it's edit snippet, we're gonna set the BG to blue 400. And if it's adding snippets, we're gonna set to indigo 400, something like that. Okay, so that's for adding the snippets. And on hover, BG indigo 400, and I'm going to reduce the opacity to 80, and we're going to do the same thing for edit. Hover 80, like that. So click. Yeah, I think that's reasonable. Or you can leave the color to white if you want. But I'll leave it as is. Okay, so now we can click and select these items. So we want to be able to add these items. So let's go up. So we need to do a handle submit function. Okay, so the handle submit is going to have a lot of items in here. Let's do a reset form as well. Const reset form, and I'm just going to reset the state, set state everything to default, and then when I close, I'm just going to reset everything else, because when I close this, I don't want to keep the previous state, so I want to close everything. I want everything to start from scratch again. That's why when I close modal, I want to reset everything to be on initial start. Okay, and now let's create the handle submit function. So it's going to be, there's going to be a lot of stuff in the handle submit. Handle submit, and it's going to take in an event, which is going to be react.form event and HTML form element, like that. All right. And we're going to prevent the default, e.prevent default. Okay, and then we're going to say const snippet data equal to, it's going to be an object. Okay, so the ID, it's going to be active snippet, which we don't have. So we need to get that. We need to get that from, I believe it's the global context. So create global. So that's the active snippet when we're editing, because we want to send the data. Okay, so active snippet like this, and then we're going to do active snippet dot ID. Okay, so that's the snippet data, and then we have the title, description, code, language is public, and then tags. For tags, we're going to check the length. So active tags, we're gonna do dot length. So length, if it's greater than 0, like this, and then we're going to do active tags dot map. We're going to loop all of the tags, tag, and then I tag, like that. Okay, I tag, and then we're going to return the tag ID or an empty array, like that. Okay, save. Perfect. So now we have the snippet data. We have the ID, title, description, code, language is public, and tags. Okay, so now we're going to check if we're editing. If modal mode equal to add snippet, we're going to create snippet. Okay, it's actually update snippet that we want here. So do update snippets. Update snippets. We don't have this function. That's why we need to create that function. Let's go back to snippet context so we can create that. Okay, so let's do it after we create here. So const update snippet async. So the update is going to take in the data. Okay. Try catch. And we are going to await Axios dot patch. I think it's patch request that we've used for that. Okay, and we are going to, can't remember the endpoint. I think it's snippet, and then the ID. So we are going to put in the data dot ID like this, and then the data here. Okay, and if it's successful, we're going to do get public snippets, and we're going to we're going to toast. Okay, so toast dot success snippet updated successfully. Update snippet, and let's dispatch that down here. All right, let's go back. And we're going to close the model here, close model. And then we're going to do else if model mode equal to add snippets. We're going to create snippets. Okay, let's do create snippets. I'm going to save the results response in here. Response equal to create snippets, and then I'm going to send in the snippet data like so. Okay, so the result is in the response. I'm going to do if response dot id. I'm going to close the model and reset the forms. All right, so that's the handle submit. We can put that on the form. Here we're going to say on submit handle submit, and then the type of the button here is going to be submit, type submit. All right, perfect. So let's see why this handle change is not working here. Let's inspect, clear, open up. All right, let's see. I'm going to collapse this. The name is language. Okay, so I did find the issue I was looking for. I just realized I was passing the wrong value for set language. Where is it? So here it's meant to be lang, okay, not language. So I was putting the wrong value here. So I was meant to put this value. So on the reference, I had put this as language. So that's why I was confused, because I was doing language like this. So it was the wrong value. Okay, so it should be lang. So let's see, we should have the correct on change. Okay, so it's working. Perfect. So now let's see if it's submitting. So click something. Let's see if it's doing anything here in the console. So just click without anything. So bed request. Okay, so it seems like there's an issue creating a snippet. So let's see what this issue is. Response. It says title is required and it should be at least 3 characters long. So what we can do, go back to snippets, and we can do a toast. So to see what error it is. So toast dot error. We can say here we can put error dot response dot data dot message, because the message, so the error dot data and then the message. Okay, so let's try to create. As you can see now, title is required and should be at least 3 characters long. Okay, and then let's do test and add. Description is required and we need a description. Description, and we can add code is required. So let's add a bit of let's just look for some JavaScript code. Okay, and where are the examples? Objects. I want a file with a lot of stuff. Okay, I'll just copy this, copy and paste inside the code, and we're going to add, let's say, 2 tags. Let's include JavaScript. Okay, and let's leave it at JavaScript and it's public. Let's add snippet. Perfect. The snippet has been added, but there's something wrong with the tags. Refresh, the tags are showing and the user is showing. So we need to fix this issue here when we create a snippet. Okay, so it's working. We can create a snippet. It's JavaScript. It's fully highlighted. So let's see where we need to update. So snippet context, and let's do, okay, so let's see what create snippet, what we need to do. Okay, let's do get public snippets like that. Okay, so let's copy this and let's try to create a snippet. Testing data, test number 2, and then let's add JavaScript. Okay, and let's do add snippets, add snippet, add. Perfect. Now it's working, so we can add a snippet. Everything works as expected now for adding snippets at least. Okay, so that's it for creating a snippet. On the next video, we're going to work on other elements on adding snippets and also possibly doing the lacking functionality. I'll see you on the next one. All right, so now let's work on editing. So if I'm the owner of the snippet, I want to be able to see this button here and also the delete button. When I click, we can edit that particular snippet. So to do that, let's go back to add snippet modal. So in here, I'm just going to add a use effect. So I'll get rid of this console. I'll add a use effect somewhere after here. I'll just add a use effect here. So we're just going to check if we're editing. Okay, and it's going to take the modal mode in the dependence array, modal mode, and also active snippet. Okay, so in here, we're just gonna check if modal mode equal to edit snippet like that, and also active snippet if there's something in the active snippet. Okay, what are we going to do? I'm just going to initialize active tags and form fields can't even spell with active snippet, with the active snippet data, something like that. Okay, set active tags to active snippet.tags, and we're going to do the same for the title, same for the description, same for the code, same for the language, and is public as well, like that. Okay, and I'm going to save, and we also want to add those buttons, so we need to go back to the snippet component so we can work on adding the buttons. Okay, so those buttons are, let me check, they are next to the tags. So we have the unordered list for the tags, snippet tags, flex wrap. Okay, so I'm just going to check if we're logged in, because if we're not logged in, we're not going to be able to see these buttons. So we probably need to check if we're logged in. So after here, I'm just going to say snippet snippet.user, and I'm going to check for the ID. So if we have this ID, snippet.user, if it's actually equal to user, so we're going to check if we're the owner of the snippet. So I'll collapse. We need to get the user object. So const user ID equal to use user context dot user dot ID. So we're getting the user ID of the currently logged in user. We're checking if we're the owner of this snippet. Okay, so if the snippet user property, it contains the ID, if it matches the logged in user, we are going to display a div like this. Okay, and we're going to give it a class name flex gap, and I'm going to set that to 2 like so, and save. Oh, it didn't close. Okay, perfect. So we are going to display a button, and we're going to set width and height to 10, and flex we're going to justify and item center like that. And I'm going to set rounded to MD, which is medium, and also set the text to blue 400 like that. Okay, so this button is responsible for editing, and in here I am going to add an edit icon, so make sure you import that icon. And for style, we're going to add a background, which is use button memo like that. All right, and we need to put on click, which is callback function, and we need open Modal for edit. I don't think we've imported that. Snippet context, global context, open Modal for snippet, open Modal for edit. Copy that. Const this use global context, and here open Modal for edit, and then here I'm gonna pass in the snippet. Okay, nice, and we're gonna save, and let's save. Let's see if we have that button. As you can see, I'm the creator of the snippet. I'm able to see this button here. I can click on it and see it's opening that edit. Okay, I can click, as you can see, it's opening the edit, but we have not put the function to update the snippet. Okay, so we have edit. We also want delete snippet, which we haven't done yet. So for edit, use snippet, I'm going to put delete, but we haven't created the delete function yet. I will duplicate this and change the icon to trash like that, and we are going to get rid. So this should be delete snippet, and then snippet.id. Okay, the ID of the snippet like that, and then the text should be red 500 like that. So there's the delete. Okay, but it's going to give an error because we don't have this delete function. Let's create that right now. Public get tags. Delete snippet is going to take in an ID. Okay. So for the ID, let's do try catch, and then toast dot error. Let's do error.data.message, and we're going to await axios.delete, and then snippet, and then the ID of that snippet. Okay, and then we're going to get public snippets after deleting like that. and then we need to dispatch delete snippet like that, save. So we should be able to delete a snippet. Now let's delete this, click delete. Perfect. We can put a message here to say that we've deleted a snippet. Let's go back to snippet context. We can put a toast success, snippet deleted successfully. All right, so we have delete. Make sure you commit. You commit quite often. Delete snippet. There's quite a lot done here already in this branch. Okay, so let's try to edit now. So if we're editing, let's see. Is it update snippet mode and a submit? We're gonna check if we're editing, and then we're going to update snippet. If we're editing, okay, we are going to update. Otherwise, we are going to add a snippet. Okay, so this update snippet, let's see if it's exported. Update snippet is exported. Okay, now let's try to update this snippet. So the title is testing data update. Okay, so now let's update. Okay, so there's an issue updating. So update snippet is not a function, so that means we are not importing this function correctly somewhere. Update snippet, so it's not meant to come from global context. Okay, so it's meant to come from use snippet context like that. So save. Now let's try to update this. Update and update snippet. As you can see, it's been updated. We can update the tags. JSON update. As you can see, it's updating now. Perfect. So we can update the snippet. We can delete the snippet. I'll see you on the next one. We're going to implement the like and dislike functionality. Now let's implement like and unliking feature. So let's go to, I'll close everything. I'll go to snippet context. I'll close others. And after tags, I'm going to say const like snippet. And it's going to take in the ID of the snippet that we want to like. Okay, so let's do the standard try catch, and we're going to display an error. If there's an error, we can also display a toast. All right, perfect. So what we're going to do now, we're going to await Axios. So the like, we're using a patch request. Okay, a patch and snippet like and ID. So the endpoint is snippet / like, and then the ID of the snippet that we want to like. All right, and we can actually, we don't need to return anything here. So let's just leave it like this for now. Okay, so like snippet, I will dispatch like snippet like this. Okay, so we need to go to the snippet. And let's get the like snippet. Okay, so let's start with a function. Let's name it handle like. So let's create a state. Let's do it up top here. So const, we're gonna create a state called is liked. Okay, and we're gonna set is liked. So by default, it's going to be false. I'll just leave it a false for now. And then we're gonna say const like count. Okay, and set the count to 0. Okay, by the way, it's not going to be 0. So by default, we want to display how many likes we have on a particular snippet. So what we're going to do is snippet dot liked by, which is an array. and we're going to get the length of that array like that. So that's the default starting point of the like count. Okay. And also for is liked, we are going to check if this user ID here exists in the liked by array. Okay. So we can do snippets dot liked by dot includes. We're going to check if the user ID exists. Okay. If it exists, we're going to show it a red color. If it doesn't, we're not going to show any red colors. Okay. We can just comment here, check if current user has liked snippet, like that. All right. So save, excuse me. And unlike snippet. And it's going to be an async function. So make sure this spelling is correct. Okay, so we're going to check if we have the user ID. If we don't have the user ID, if we're not logged in, we're going to go to the login page. So we're going to check if not user ID, we are going to do a router.push. So we need to get router. Use router coming from next navigation, or we can use the next top loader if you want the loading bar. So next top loader, like that. And we are going to do router.push login, like that, if we don't have this user ID. Okay, so we are going to set is liked. I am going to get the previous value, okay, like this, and I'm going to do not prev. Okay, oops, not prev, like that. All right, and we need to do the same thing for like count set. Like count, we're going to get the previous, and we're going to return. We're going to return is liked, and then prev -1, like that. Otherwise, prev +1, we're going to add. So if we have liked, we are going to decrease. If we have not liked, we're going to increase. Okay, so this is going to make the state update in real time. And then we're going to await like snippet. And then we're going to add in the snippet ID of the snippet we click on. Okay, this is going to make the state update in real time. That's why we're doing this. We're doing this local state. Okay, so now we have the handle likes. We can let's see. Okay, so now let's go back down here. We can. Do we have the liked button? Where is it? Tag.name, heart outline. Okay, so yeah, down here. So we're just gonna check. So here we're displaying the outline. We're gonna check if it's liked. Is liked. Okay, if it's liked, we're gonna display the heart icon. Otherwise, we're going to display the heart outline, like that. Okay, and then for the count, instead of 0 likes, I'll get rid of this. I'll say like count. Like count, if it's equal to 0, like this, we're going to display 0. Otherwise, we're going to display like count, like that. Okay, and then we're going to check like count equal to 1, and then we're just going to say like this, and then otherwise we're going to say likes if it's more than 1. Okay, so let's save. So it says 0 likes. We need to add a spacing here. So what we can do is add a spacing here. Okay, so 0 likes. When I like, nothing happens. Let's refresh here. Okay, like, nothing. Because we have not put on click here, by the way, we need to add the handle like. So on click, handle like. So now let's see moment of truth. Click, one like. Okay, that's nice. Oops. Unclick, it's unliking. Okay, that's perfect. That's what I want. But there's something missing. We want the color to change. So is liked. We are going to set text red to 500 like that. Not rose, but red. Change this to let's leave it. Let's leave rose. Let's see what it looks like. Otherwise, we're gonna set that to grade 300. Save. Like. Okay. We have the liking. So when I refresh, it should stay liked. Okay. Now let's try to see what red looks like. So we put rose here. Let's do red. They look the same. They look the same. Okay, so now we can like and unlike. That's perfect. Let's log out. Let's see what's happening. Oh, I don't have the sign out, so we are going to fix that. I'm going to go to application, and then I'm going to clear the token. Clear token. Oops, I've cleared the token here as well. I didn't realize. Okay, I'm going to refresh. Okay, so we are not logged in. As you can see, the like is still showing, like how many people like this. If I click like, there's an issue there, but it did change the state for some reason. Okay, it's actually showing an error now. Not authorized. Please log in. Not authorized. Please log in. Okay. Okay, nice. So let's see if not ID, it's pushing us to the login page, which is what we want. Okay. But it's changing the state quite quickly before it pushes to the login page. State. We'll find a way to get rid of that later. But anyway, that's it for liking and unliking. Okay, so I want to get rid of this functionality. When I click, you can see the like before it routes to the login page. So here we just need to add a return key so it doesn't execute the next few lines. Okay, so it will route to the login. It's not going to execute the next lines. All right, so we have that. So when I click any of these tags, I want to be able to fetch the public data relating to that particular tag. So if you remember, our function, if I go to snippet context, for public snippets, we can include like a query with the tag. Okay, so that's what we want to do. We want to fetch based on what tag is clicked. Okay, so to do that, I'm going to create a state. Let's do it. So snippet. I am going to do it here. Const. I'm going to say active tag. Active tag. So the active tag is going to be an ID, by the way. So set active tag. I'm going to put a string or no. Okay. Now we have active. It should be active tag. Okay. Perfect. Active tag. Okay. So now we want to change this. When I click a tag, we're going to set active tag ID to the tag that I click on. So let's find tags.map. Here are the tags. So when I click, on click, we are going to set active tag to the tag.id. Okay. tag.id, like that. Perfect. So because when I click, I want to set that tag ID into this state here up top. Okay, that's what we're going to use to fetch the data. So let's do a use effect to fetch the data. Let's do it. Where can we do it? Let's do it. I'll put this. Wait a minute. I'll put this up here. Okay, so it should work the same. So now what we're going to do, I am going to add a use effect here, use effect. Okay, and it depending on active tag, depending on what tag I've clicked on. So if we click on a specific tag, if it's active, we're going to fetch public snippets based on that tag. So if active tag, if we clicked on a tag, we're going to get public snippets. Oops, snippets. Okay, so public snippets. Let's copy this. Like snippet, and I'll paste it here. Get public snippets. So if I go to the context, so get public snippets, the first parameter is going to be the user ID. The second one is going to be the tag ID. So we are going to omit the first one. It's going to be an empty string, and then we're going to add the active tag, and then let's save. So it should update the fetch accordingly, depending if we click on the tag. So now let's try. So if I click on JavaScript, nothing happens, but something is actually happening because we don't see it returns anything with this tag. Okay, so this snippet is JavaScript, this is JavaScript. But let me click on JSON. Click on JSON. Okay, so as you can see now, it doesn't return other snippets without JSON. Okay, it's fetching based on the tags. So refresh. I can click on C#. As you can see, it only displays snippets that has C# on it. It's working, but we want to be able to see those categories here. We want to click and fetch based on the tags up here. So here, we want to fetch based on these tags. So how do we do that? Okay, because I've signed out for some reason. Okay, so how do we do that? So now what we can do, we need to, let's see what we're looking for categories. Okay, so let's go to homepage and let's create a component for categories. I'll do categories. I'll save .tsx like that. Direct functional component like so. Okay, and I will close others and open up page. So in here, we want to display the categories before we display the snippets. Okay, so I will do this. I'll do categories like that. We're rendering the categories here. Open up the categories. And let's start with styling. So class name, position, we're going to set to fixed, and then width, we're going to set that to 100%, and then Z, we're going to set that to 10. Okay, and we're going to have a div inside. But let's see if we can see the categories. There they are, categories. So we have a div, and we're going to give it a padding left of 14, and padding right of 16 RAM. Let's do 14 RAM. We can change this, and then a border bottom of 2 and a border of RGBA 2, and let's save. So there it is. There's the categories. Okay, so it is also BG of 3, which is slightly darker than this one. Perfect. So we now need to add some content. We need to use shard cn for this one. Shard cn. We're going to use a carousel. So if we go to components, and we're going to use the carousel component. So this component here, okay, so that's what we're going to use for this one. Carousel, and go to code. Actually, go to, yeah, we need to initialize this. So go to installation, and click on Next.js, and we need to initialize shard cn, copy, and stop the project, paste init. Okay, and let's just do default, and let's do zinc css variables. I'm not going to use any variables from shard cn, so I'm gonna say no. Okay, perfect. Did they add anything in here? Okay, so it added this layer base. I'll put it in here. Okay, sweet. Save. I failed to say, don't save. Open up the globals and save the globals. Perfect. So now we have the carousel. Let's go to terminal and let's run the project, npm run dev. And oh, actually, we don't need to run the project yet. We need to add the carousel component. Carousel. Copy this npm installation. Paste that in. Okay, so we need to copy this import carousel, and this is the client component, use client. And now let's run the project, npm run dev. Let's see if there's an issue, so let's refresh. Okay, it's working now. Sweet. So now in here, we are going to add a carousel. So you can copy from shard cn this carousel component, and the width is full. For bigger screens, it's 1200 pixels. For XL, 1450. Okay, and we have carousel content, which has a flex gap of 4. You can, copy and see some styles here. Okay, you can just check out the code and see what each does. Okay, carousel content, and we need the carousel item. Okay, carousel item, like that. Okay, so the first item is going to have text of all, like this. Okay, so as you can see, we have this text that says all. All right, perfect. And then so flex gap 4. Let's do the styles for this one. So carousel item, class name. Let's use some literals, relative for position. Okay, and we are going to leave it as it is for now, as we need to get some tags. Okay, so for tags, let's start with the user ID. Go to user context dot user dot id. So that's how we get the user ID, and const active tag is going to be O, actually not tab, tag O by default. Const active tag ID, so the ID of the active tag is going to be a string or null, like that. Okay, and we're going to get the path name, so we're going to check to see if what page we're currently on. Use path name from next navigation. Okay, so we're just going to check what page we're on. All right, so we need to also get some tags from use snippet context. Okay, and we need to get public snippets. Get public snippets like that. Okay, save. All right, so that's a lot of data already. So we are just going to fetch data on initial render, or whenever the active tag ID changes, and also when the length changes. So use effect. So whenever the path name changes, also whenever the user ID changes, we're listening for the user ID and also for the active tag ID. Okay, we are just going to fetch data. Fetch data, it's going to be an async function. Okay, so I will comment if a tag is selected. If a tag is selected, we're going to filter snippets by tag. If active tag ID, we're going to await. Okay, so if tag ID, if we click on a tag, we are going to actually do a switch path name depending on what path name we are on. If we're at the home page, so case home page, we're going to await get public snippets like this. And remember, the first argument is the user ID, which is going to be empty for public snippets, and then the active tag ID, like so. And then we need to break this. Okay, and for default, we're going to add a default here. We're just going to break. For now, we are just going to focus only on the home page. We're going to do other pages later on, but now we're just focusing on the home page. That's what we just want to focus on at the moment. Okay, and then else. So here we're just gonna check an else. If no tag is selected, get all snippets, and then here we're just gonna await get public snippets, like that. Okay. Why is there an issue here? If I'm in the wrong. Okay, like this. Okay, so and then we're gonna get public snippets, and then we're just gonna fetch the data like that. Okay, I'm going to collapse that use effect. Okay, so when I click, I'm going to set for this one carousel item on click. On click, I will get a callback function here, and then set active tag. I'm going to set that to all, and then active tag ID. I'm going to set that to no. which is going to fetch all of the snippets. Okay, and then get public snippets like that. All right, and now we have the on click on the all button, but let's do the styles. Okay, so styles, I'm going to check active tag equal to all. Okay, if it's equal to all, I am going to set text to white, text white, and I'm also going to set background color to this purple color here, like that. So that's the color. As you can see, it's looking reasonable at the moment. Okay, and otherwise, we are going to set the background color. The background color is going to be this gray 800 for the hover, and for the BG, it's going to be this one, text white, hover, gray 800. And when I hover, the BG is going to be white, and I'm going to set a transition effect with 300 milliseconds for the duration. All right, so let's save. Nothing happens because this is different from the non-active. Okay, so we don't have other buttons yet, so we are not able to see the difference. Okay, so now let's do the rest of the styles. So let's do px. Px, let's set that to 6, something like that. And then py, let's set that to 1. Py, let's set that to 1. And round it, I'm going to set it to full. And cursor, we can set that to pointer. And border, I'm going to set that to 0.1 rem. And I am going to give it a border RGB1, like that. And I'm going to set select to none, like that. Okay, let's save. All right, so it's working, but it's covering the entire width, but we need to add more tags. So now we have tags, we just need to map through all of those tags. Okay, so we need to create another carousel item when we map on those tags. Okay, so here we're just going to return a carousel item, like that. Tag, and here we're just gonna do tag name, and then we're going to convert this to uppercase, like that. Nothing, we don't see anything yet. They're there, but the width is quite big. Now let's focus on styling this as well. And we actually need a key because it's a list key, tag.id, class name. It's same styles. Oops. We're using same styles from up top. Select none. All right. Same styles, by the way. Wait a minute. Okay, so there they are. So let's see if I have a, yep. We're using the same styles we've done up here. Okay. but now we just need to style. Let's open up the carousel control click, and we're going to scroll down to carousel item. And then we're going to get rid of these classes here. Let's leave it as an empty string. And yeah, now you should be able to see the correct size of each item. Okay. There's a bit of it's cutting here. So let's inspect. Actually, let's add the buttons first. So we need here, it's a carousel next. I believe we have to, it's soft closing and previous. So let's refresh. Okay. So it seems like it's not working. Let's start with previous. And then we do next. So cut. And we need to put this actually outside the carousel content like this. So we should be able to see those buttons here. Okay. Let me inspect here to see why there's a... Okay. So margin left set to 4 minus. So let's remove this ML4 carousel, ML4. Let's set that to 0. Like that. Okay. So yeah, we can do this. All right. Okay, looks good. So now we want to be able to fetch when I click any of these buttons here. So how do we fetch? Let me inspect here to see. Okay, just leave it like this. Let's just focus on clicking the tags. Okay, close this, and we are gonna go to categories. So when I set the tag ID, item on click, callback function. Okay, so here we are going to set active tag ID to tag.name, and then active tag ID to tag.id, like that. Okay, so click, it returns anything with C#, and then anything without results, nothing's going to show, but we're going to add a text later here to see that there's no snippets being displayed. And then we can go back to O, and then it's going to show everything again. Okay, perfect. So we can filter based on the tags. Okay, it's very close to the original. I think the text size seems to be smaller for this one, and this one is bigger. Let's see. Text. Let's set the text to SM. Cursor item text SM. Okay, copy. And we're going to do the same thing up here. So text is SM, like so. It's smaller now, but this one is bigger. I believe let's get rid of this. Okay, save. That's odd. So let me inspect this. Display flex, justify, actually items, center. Okay, let's flex items center like that. So it should center now the text. Yeah, it should look the same now. Perfect. Let's see, let's go all the way up to the end. Let's inspect. Go to the parent. Okay, so the parent, it has overflow of hidden. Padding, right. Oops. Okay. So padding right, it's not gonna add more spacing to the right side. Let's try this one. Padding right. Where's right? Okay, so yeah, this one is gonna add a bit of padding to the right side. Okay. So 16 RAM. I will reduce this to 14 RAM and let's refresh. So that's padding right. 10 RAM. Okay, I'll just leave as it is for now, and then we're going to fix this later. All right, so now let's work on the user profile. So when I click on this user, I want to view the details of that particular user. Let's go back to the home page and let's create a new route in here. It's going to be called user. It's going to be a dynamic route. It's actually supposed to be in the app directory, and we're going to move, and I'm going to create a new folder, and it's going to be a dynamic route, and it's going to take in the ID, and we're going to create a page to .tsx in there. All right, so now we should be able to route to this page. So let me click on this user. Okay, as you can see now, page, we are able to route to that page. Okay, so we want to make this a client component. Use client, okay. And we want to get the function to fetch the user data coming from the user context. I'm going to say const get user by ID, and it's going to come from use user context like that. So we have get user by ID. Now, on initial render, we would like to get the user with a particular ID. So here, this is the ID of the user, as you can see now, user ID. So how do we get this ID? We're going to create an interface and props, and we're going to have params in here, and ID is going to be string. Okay, so what we want to do now, let's get creator ID like that from URL. Okay, so if I console log this, if I console log the ID, oops, we need to destructure here. Okay, so ID, let me see what we have in the console. So here's our ID, okay, but there's this name here. We need to get rid of this name. We want to take this portion, okay, which is the ID. So I'm just going to split. const creator ID, and we're going to do id.split. We're going to split using this, and then we're going to target. Let me show you what so if you split, it's going to split by this dash here. So we're going to have this section, and this section. So I want to select this last area, the last section. Here we're going to have 3 array elements. So we have the name, surname, and the ID. So I want to target this last element. So how do we target the last element? We're going to use the at method, and then we're going to do -1. That's the last element. And then here we can, this should be creator, wrong spelling, creator ID, like that. So now let's save. So now we should be able to see the user ID. There it is. Okay, that's perfect. Excuse me. And now we need to fetch. The user. Okay. So let me create a new state here. I'm going to create a local state const, and we're going to name it something like user details, or like creator details, like that, and then set creator details. Okay, and we can actually use the user. So I'm just going to initialize this as an object, and we're going to do user, that's the interface, user, like that. All right, and let's do a use effect here, use effect, and we need to import the use effect, and in the dependence array it's going to be the creator ID, like so. And we're going to run an if function here. So if stands for immediately invoked function, like that, and then we're going to run the function. So in here we're going to do an async function, like that. Okay, so we are going to do try catch in this function, try catch, like so. Perfect. So in the catch here, we're going to display if there's an error. We're gonna say error fetching creator details, and then we're going to display the error in the console. Creator details. Oh, we have the state called creator details already, so we don't want to do that with the state. So I'm just gonna say details, or user details, and then we're going to await get user by ID, and then we're going to use the creator ID. All right, and we're going to set the creator details to the user details. Okay, so now we should be able to see the creator details. So let's see if we have the user details in the console. So let's refresh this. Okay, so error fetching get user by ID is not a function. Okay, let's see. Let's check out the user context. And get user by ID. Let's search this, get user by ID. Okay, so it seems like we don't have this function get user by ID, so we need to create that function in here. User login status, logout user, get user, update user. So let's do it after get user. So get user by ID. All right, get user by ID, like so. So we have done already the get user by ID on the backend already. If you want to watch the authentication section, we've done this function already. But here we're just going to get the user by ID. Okay, and we're going to do const get user by ID, like so. It's actually by ID. Okay, that's the only one. We need to Okay, perfect. And here it's going to be an async. It's going to be an async function, and we are going to do try catch in here. Try catch, and we're going to do const response equal to await, and we're going to do Axios. It's a get request to get, and we're going to pass in the server URL, and the endpoint is API v1 and user, and then we're going to pass in the ID of the user, which we need to pass in here as a parameter, and here we do ID, like so. All right, and we're just going to also, with credentials, I'm going to set that to true, so we can send the cookie, like so. And we're going to do set loading. We need a loading state. Do we have one in here? Yeah, we do have a loading state. Okay. Set loading, and we're going to set it to false. And here we can set loading to true, like so. Okay, and we're just going to return here. We're going to return response to data, like so. I can turn this on so we can move quicker. I'm going to export this function here. I'm going to copy, and we're going to dispatch the function so we can access the function everywhere in our application. Okay, and now we've dispatched the function. We can also dispatch loading. Okay, and let's see if we fetch the user details. So now let's refresh. Okay, so 404 not found. And okay, seems like the endpoint. So server URL API v1 user ID. So now let's see LG. Okay, so that's the ID. That's weird. ID 404 not found. API user. Let's double check this user by ID in our server. So go to the backend, source, routes, user. Let's search for this. Get user by ID. Users ID. This is a delete user. Get. Verify. Okay, seems like we don't have get user by ID. So let's create get user by ID in our server so it doesn't give us an error saying it's not found. And let's do it here. Get user by ID. Like so. We're going to do router, and then we're going to do get, and the URL here we're going to do user, and we're going to pass in the ID of the user. Excuse me. So to get the user ID, we don't need to be logged in. So we're just gonna get user by ID, and we need to import get user by ID. So here, like so, and we're going to go to the user controller, and all the way down here, get user by ID, export, const get user by ID, try catch, and we're going to COG an error here. So error getting user by ID. Okay, so here we're going to get the user equal to await. We're going to use the user model and then we're going to find user coming from, we're going to find the user by ID. So the ID is coming from the request.params.id, request.params.id. Okay. And I'm going to get rid of password. So if I do minus password, I don't want to show the password field when I'm getting the user. Okay. I also don't want to show the email of the user. So there's a public email, but I don't want to show the private email of the user. So that's why I'm doing minus email and minus password. Okay. And if user, we're just going to return the user. Otherwise, we're going to say user not found, like so. That's perfect. And I'll cut this to, I'll put it somewhere around get user. Get user, I'll do it after get user, like so. Okay, so now we should have get user by ID. Now let's refresh the page. And let's see the console. Okay, now it looks promising. We don't see an error anymore. Let's try to re-click the user again. Okay, click the user. Okay, so we've created details, nothing happens. That's weird. Go back to the page. Created details. Okay. Refresh again. Let's go to the network tab. And let's refresh here. Okay. ID. So we're fetching the user, API v1 user. Okay, let's COG in here. Go to console, refresh. That's weird. There's no response here. Okay, let's go to the server. Let's see if there's an issue here. Okay, so it seems like error, getting user by ID. Okay, because we are not get user by ID, we're passing in the ID. Okay, and go back to page. We are passing in the user ID here. Okay, that's weird. So it says ID is undefined, so request.params.id. So now let's see what this is. So request.params.id. Now let's try to fetch the user. Let's refresh. And okay, let's see what we have. Error getting user undefined. As soon as I stopped the video, I just realized this should be request. I didn't even notice that. So this is meant to be request, not a response. All right, and let's try to see what the console looks like. We should be able to have the user details. As you can see now, we have the user details. Now let's try to display the user information. I'll get rid of this console log. I'll get rid of the console and let's go back to the client. I will also get rid of this console here. We don't need it anymore. I'll close the context. Okay, so here we are going to set a class name and we're going to style this. Let's make it a main. I'm just going to set the padding to 8, P8. And we're going to have a section. I will give it a padding X. PY, actually I'll set the PY to 8 and I'll give it flex column. Not flex column. I'll give it PX 12 RAM. You can give it whatever you want. And I'm going to set the background BG. I'm going to set to BG2, and I'm going to do rounded LG, something like that. Okay, so let's do a div in here, and we're going to display flex and center. Flex, flex column, item center. Okay, we don't see anything yet, but we're going to see something soon. So here we're going to do creator, and we're going to display the name like this, creator details and the name of that creator. And we're going to give it a color, text to Excel, and we're going to give it a green color, and we're going to give it a font bold, and we're going to give it this green color. Okay, it looks good so far. And we're going to do a p tag, and we're going to display when the user joined. So it's created at creator details, created at. Okay, so that's the date. So we need a way to format this date in a way that makes sense. We're going to install a package called Moment. It's going to allow us to work with time. Actually, we've installed this package already. Now we just need to create another function. So I'm just going to name it joined on, and it's going to take in the date. So here it's going to have a one-liner here, return moment, and we're going to pass in the date. Okay, date, and we're going to do from now, and that's it. Moment, date, and from now. It's going to show us the date, like when the user was created. I'll close the controller. Now let's try to import that function. Format, actually, it's called joined on, like that, and we put the details. It says a month ago, so we can add a text, joined, like this. Okay, I think this makes sense. And yeah, we will just give a color to this text also. Maybe, let me check. Localhost 3001. So this is the original version. So the text, it should be something like gray number, text LG. I don't even know what color it is, but we'll sort it out later. Anyways, we have the p tag already. I'm going to have another div underneath, and we're going to also have another div in there. We're going to have an h3, and this one is gonna contain the user bio. Let's do something like user bio, like that, and we're going to have a p tag, and here we're going to show the bio of that creator. Let's start styling this. We will start with empty. I'm going to set that to 12, and we're going to do flex, justify between, gap 14, justify between, and a gap of 14. Class name, we don't need anything here. Let's do here, class name, and we're going to set text to LG, font bold. So there it is. Amazing. And let's do another div underneath. This is going to be a link. So make sure you import link from next link. And this one is going to be a GitHub link. Okay. Not long, link. Like that. And we're going to have a span. In here, we're going to display the GitHub icon. And we're going to have a text called GitHub, something like that. Okay. And we're going to style this class name px. I'm going to set that to 16. bg, I'm going to set the bg one. We're going to display flex column gap. We're going to set that to 6. Rounded lg and text gray 200. Actually, let's do 300. Text lg, something like that. Okay. And for this one, I'm going to style this link. Target, I'm going to set it to blank so it opens a new page. And href, we're going to set creator details.github, or we're going to set it to github.com, like that. Okay, so that's the GitHub. There it is. We just need to style this. Class name is going to be grid. Grid calls, we're going to do something like 40 pixels. And we're going to do one FR. It's going to fill in the remaining space. Item center. And we're going to set the padding right, PR, something like 5 rem. Okay, there it is. Text to Excel. All right. I feel like I'm missing something. So px 16 py, I'm going to set that to 8. All right. Let's see what the original looks like. So open up the profile. Okay. Now we just need to duplicate this a few more times. So we've done the columns. We give it a padding. Text to Excel. So now let's duplicate this. 1, 2. So we should be able to see 2 more items like here. And we just need to change this to different names. So the next one is going to be LinkedIn. LinkedIn. And let's see if it's going to autocomplete for, oops, LinkedIn. LinkedIn, all right. And let's change this icon to LinkedIn. Like that. Change the text to LinkedIn. Okay, so LinkedIn should be the second one. I'll cut this. It should be in the middle. And then the other one, the last one, is going to be an email. Email. And it's going to be public email. Envelope. That's the name of the icon. And for the href, it's going to be mail to. Mail to creator details.public email. Like that. All right. Perfect. And mail to public email. Yeah, this looks good. Now the bio of the user, there's no bio. And we now need to display the snippets created by the user. I think for the joined, what's joined? We can get rid of this here. We can just leave it like this, joined a month ago. I think this makes more sense than what it was before. All right, so I think we need to set some global styles. Let's go to the global CSS. Let's go up here. After the body, I'm just going to select H1. I'm going to select H2, H3, H4, and I'm going to select a p tag. I'm just going to apply I'm going to give them text base, and I'm going to give them text gray 300, like that. So that's the default color of these. All right, so now as you can see, now the color is looking good. By the way, we could put an image here if we want to, but now let's display the snippets like this one here. Go back, excuse me, to the page details, scroll down, and after this section here, I'm going to create another section, and we're going to have an h1. We're going to give it a class, text center. We're going to center this text, not clip, but center. To Excel, font bold, empty, we're going to set that to 12. And then we're just going to add a text called snippets created by, and then we're going to add a span tag, and then we're going to show the name of the creator, created by, like this, and then we're just going to give it a class, 3XL, font bold, and we're going to give it a green color, like this. Okay, so let's see what we have. So there it is, snippets created by this user, and we're going to create a div where our snippets are going to be. So we're going to display an array of snippets. So we're going to do class name py, we're going to set that to 8. It's going to be a grid, display grid, and md grid columns, we are going to set that to 2, and then we're going to set the gap to 6, like so, and we are going to set the grid close to 1 on smaller screens. All right, and how do we display the snippets? Well, we need to fetch the snippets created by this particular user. We should have a function already called getPublicSnippets. Let's get that function. Const getPublicSnippets. It's coming from use snippet context, like this. And on initial render, we would like to get the snippets created by this user. So in here, I'm going to create a local state. Let's name it snippets and set snippets. It's going to be an empty array on initial render. And let's create another use effect here, like so. Let's do creator ID. Okay, and we're just going to check if creator ID, if we do have the ID of the creator, and then we're going to fetch. Okay, we can comment this, ensure user ID is available before fetching snippets, and then we're going to run an ify, and then invoke the function async. Okay, so in here we can run try catch. Here we can show the error, and here we can do snippets or response. Go to await, and then here we're going to get public snippets, and then I'm going to pass the creator ID and an empty string here. Okay, and let's set snippets to the response. Okay, now let's see what the response is. COG snippets. Oops. Yeah, we can do all snippets, and then let's see the snippets in the console. As you can see now, it says all snippets. These are public snippets based on the user, on this user here, the ID we pass, create ID. Okay, so get public snippets taking the ID of the user. So if I go to use context, get public snippets, it takes in the user ID, tag ID, search query, page. All right. And now we just left it with the user ID. Okay, this is not necessary anyway. So just create ID. We're fetching the snippets created by that user. Now we just need to map through those snippets and return the snippet component, which we have already created. So this is going to be easy. So snippets.map. Okay, we're going to return a snippet. All right. So here we're just going to return snippet. We've created this component, and then here we're going to pass in the snippet ID, and we're going to use the snippet type, and we pass in the key because it's a list we're mapping, and the snippet data. So we should be able to see the snippets being displayed. So these are the snippets created by this user. So yeah, we can click on the user profile and we can see the data of that particular user. That's it for this section. I'll see you on the next video. We are going to work on something else. We are now going to work on the snippet page. So when I click, I want to be able to show the entire snippet on this page. Let's go and create a new page. In the app directory, we're going to create a new route. Page, not page, it's actually snippet. New folder. And the route is called snippet. Seems like we have the route already, but it's going to be a dynamic route. Oops, this is the user snippet. Okay, we're going to create a new dynamic route, and it's going to use ID, and we're going to create page.tsx in here, and it's going to be a functional component. Let's refresh. Okay, and now page is working. We need to fetch the snippet by ID. We're going to use interface, and we're going to do params, and we are going to, the structure ID with the type of string. Okay, perfect. And we need to create the function for us to be able to fetch the single individual snippet. Let's go to the global context, not global, but the snippet context. Okay, so somewhere like here, const, I'm going to get snippet by ID, like that. Okay, so it's going to take in the ID of the snippet that we want to fetch. We're going to set loading, we're going to set that to true, and then we're going to run try catch in here. Okay, and then here we're going to display an error, and in here we're going to do const response equal to await axios. We're going to get request, and the route is snippet, and then public, like so. Okay, and then we pass in the ID here, and we're going to return response.data. Response.data, just response.data, like this. Not loader, but loading. Do we even have loading in here? No, we don't have loading. Loading state, there it is. And we're going to set loading to false here. Okay, get snippet by ID. And let's pass that in. And let's go back to page, and here we're going to run a use effect on initial render. As soon as we open the page, we just want to not open up the snippet or when the snippet ID changes. So when the snippet ID changes, that's going to be our dependency array, but we need to clean this ID. Currently, it's this mess here. So we want to split it and get the last element in our array. So when we split something, we're going to get an array with 4 elements, these 4 elements, and we're going to get this last element here, which is the ID. Okay, and we're going to do const ID equal to, actually let's name it snippet ID, equal to ID dot split split. We're going to split using the dash, and we're going to get the last element using the at method like this, and then we'll get the last element. And then here we're going to use the snippet ID as a dependency, and we're going to run an ify. Okay, so immediately invoked function, async, and here we're going to fetch. Excuse me. I will create a local snippet state, set snippet, like so. So this is local useState. We can import useState coming from React. And I'm going to, this is going to be an empty object as iSnippet, like that. Perfect. Now in here, we're going to do response, go to await. Here we're going to get public snippets by ID. You go to use snippet. Oops, snippet context. So get snippet by ID. This should be actually public. Get public snippet by ID. Go back and change this. You can refactor this by pressing F2. Okay, and it should also update down here, but it didn't. All right, so here we are going to use this and pass in that ID, and we're going to set snippet to the response. Okay, and let's try to see if we got the actual snippet. Let's look at the console, and let's refresh this. Okay, so it seems like we have an error. So it's unauthorized snippet public. Okay, I'm missing something here. So, it should be like this, /ID, and now let's refresh. Okay, so it says unauthorized. Let's check our server. Let's go to routes, snippet routes. Okay, so get public snippet. So this one should not have protect in it because it's a public snippet. So it's not supposed to be protected. So that's why we're getting rid of protect. Okay, and now let's refresh. Okay, so now we have the object. So as you can see now, we're getting the snippet created by that particular user. Perfect. And now we just need to display that information. We have already created the snippet component. Now it's a matter of displaying that. Okay, and we are going to style this. I'm just going to make this a main and give it a class name. I will set the P to 8, that's padding. Instead of loading, actually, I'm going to check for snippet.title. I'm just going to check if there's something in the title. So that means we actually indeed do have a snippet. So snippet.title. And then we are going to render the snippet component like so. Otherwise, we are going to display loading. So make sure we import snippet. Oops. Snippet. It's been imported, but it's imported from the wrong thing. So snippet is a component. It should come from the components folder. And let's save. Okay, so if we do have the title, we will show the snippet component. Otherwise, we're just going to show loading. We're going to create a loading spinner. Okay, so as you can see, it's loading. We can create a loading spinner, and we're going to, we can search for loading spinner, Tailwind CSS. and you can find a loading spinner here. So you can copy any of these loading spinners and then you can use it in your project. Or you can go to Tailwind, there's some spinners, some loading. All right, and I copied one of them. I'm going to create a function component here. And let's name it loading spinner. Okay, and I'm just going to paste in the SVG that I've copied. And I'm setting the position to fixed to top to 50%, left 50%, and I'm going to center this on the screen. And then I pasted in the SVG here. Okay, you can copy any of the SVGs that you want. So if I refresh, nothing happens. It's showing the text, but now I need to show the loading component, loading spinner, like that, and save. So there it is. Doesn't look like it's centered based on the content. Okay, and let's see, let's do relative. And instead of fixed, let's do absolute. All right, now let's refresh. Okay, now it's centered based on this content, but it's not centered here. Okay, let's see if we can. What I will do, I will set this to snippet.title. I'm going to set it to an empty string for now. Okay, so I want to see this loading, so I can style this. So main, we can set a min height of maybe something like that. But we need to account for this navigation here. So maybe we can set it to, we can do something like min height. We can do calc. And then we can do 100 VH minus, let's do something like 10 VH. Okay, something like that. Or you can just set it to 90 VH instead of doing the calc. Like so. Okay, I think this looks reasonable where it is. And now we can get rid of this here. All right, so it's working. But I think we can increase this width here. So if I check the original, if I open a particular snippet, so the height is more. All right, so now we can modify this height if we want to. And we're going to set the height on the snippet because it takes in the height as well. It's optional. I'm going to set it to about 620 pixels. All right, and as you can see now, we have the height. Okay, and I don't think we're going to render tags here, so you can even increase this height to 630 if you want. I think I'll leave it 640. All right, excuse me. So yeah, that's the individual snippet page, we can click the profile. We can open the snippet if we want to on its own page. We can copy this link and share the snippet. And I'll see you on the next video. We are going to work on something else. Let's work on my snippets page. We want to show the snippets which has been created by the logged in user. By the way, we need to restrict these users only to the users who are logged in. Let's create a page. I'm going to get rid of the header. And in the app, we're going to create a new page. It should be called snippets. And we're going to have a page component in here, page, tsx, and we're going to create a functional component, use client, like that. Okay, we don't see any changes yet. But now let's try to fetch the snippets for the logged in user. We are going to use a function called getUserSnippets. Let's go to snippet context. Let's do it after getPublicSnippets. We're going to take in the user ID, and we also want to use the tag ID and maybe search, okay, like that. And we're going to try catch, and we can display the error here. And we're going to check if we don't have this ID. We're going to return. It's going to stop the execution of the following code. So here we're going to do query params equal to new URL search params, and we're going to check if we have the tag ID, and then we're going to include the tag in the URL. We're going to filter if we have the tags, and also if we have search, we're going to filter based on the search query. And then we're going to do const response equal to await Axios, and we're going to get like so. And we are going to put in the server URL, and the endpoint, we're going to do a question mark like this because we want to include actually snippets first. Snippets. Okay, and then we're going to include the user ID, and we're also going to include the other query params, not params. We'll actually get rid of this user ID here. We don't need it. I'll just leave it like this to string. Okay, perfect. And then I'll save this, and I'm going to create a state called user snippets. User snippets, like so. And it's going to be an empty array, and then we're just going to set user snippets to response to data, just response to data like this. And then here we're just going to return response to data. All right. Let's export this. And user snippets, we can try to go to page, and we need to get the user snippets. Actually, user snippets, we need to use a use effect to get those. So let's go back. So we have public snippets, get tags, and we're going to check if there's a user ID, and then we are going to get the snippets. So let's get the user ID up here. Equal to use user context dot user dot ID, like so. So if that exists, we want to be able to fetch on initial render. If we have the user ID, get user snippets by the ID of the logged in user. Okay, like so. Perfect. And we can try to CLG this user snippets. Let's see what we have. Let's refresh. Okay, because we're not logged in, let's try to log in. Log in. And test mail, test password. Okay, now we are logged in. Let's go to my snippets page. Let's refresh here. Okay, so user snippets is an empty array. Let me see if this is the correct one. Okay, so now let's go to network and let's refresh here. So snippets. Okay, user tags public snippets. These are public. So user snippets, get user snippets, snippets. Okay, and let's do with credentials here as well. With credentials to true. Let's check our backend. So if we go to backend, controllers, snippets, this looks all right. I think we need to go back to the snippet context. And I don't really think this use effect is necessary here. We can get rid of this. We can just export the user snippets and get user snippets. And let's go back to page. We need to import those. And we need user snippets, like so. And we are going to use equal to use snippet context, like so. And we're going to fetch the data on initial render. Use effect. And actually, here we're checking for ID. We can get rid of this. We don't necessarily need this. So here in the dependency array, we are going to get the user ID, const user ID equal to use global. Actually, I think it's coming from use user context, like this, equal to user.id, like so. Okay, so we have the user ID and the dependency array here is going to be the user ID, like so. Okay, and we're going to check if we have the user ID, and then we are going to fetch the user snippets, get user snippets, and then we're going to pass in, we don't need to pass in the user ID. All right, then we can try to COG the user snippets, not use, but user snippets. User snippets. And now let's refresh. Okay, we're getting, are we hitting this, the correct error fetching public snippets? Okay, that's weird. Get user snippets. Let's see. Get user snippets. User snippets. Let's see what's causing the issue. Let's check our backend. Oh, because our backend is not running. npm start. And I'm going to try to refresh this page. Okay, so now we can see the snippets now. User snippets, they're there. And we have current page, snippets, and total pages and total snippets. Perfect. So it's working. And now we just need to map and display those snippets down here. I will close this and let's do class name. And I'm just going to use the same layout we've been using. So padding X, I'm going to set that to 8 and padding top 6.3 RAM, PB8 grid. By default, it's going to have grid calls 1 for smaller screens. And then for bigger screens, it's going to have 2 columns and a gap of 6. All right, and here we are going to display those snippets. We're going to do user snippets, and we're going to check for snippets. Dot snippets like this, and we are going to do dot map. Okay, so each snippet, we're going to use the snippet type like so. So this is a callback function. So here we can return a snippet component in here. So make sure you import snippet coming from the components, and then we pass in the snippet data and the ID because it's a list. So let's see if we have something. Yep, so now we can see the snippets that are created by the user, and we can see these options because we are the creators of snippets. We can delete and edit a snippet. Okay, perfect. So now we are going to also show no snippets found if there's no snippets. Excuse me. Okay, and down here, let's do the length. If it's equal to 0, we are going to show a div like that, and we're just going to say no snippets found. I can just add an h1 instead. No snippets found, and then you can put a color on it. Flex, item center, justify center, and then height, we can set that to something like 90 VH. And then the class name here, text, something like 4XL. Okay, and text, we're going to set that to red 500, like that. All right, and we need to show the categories as well. So if we're logged in, so up here, actually above, so I will cut this, and we're going to return a main. And up here, I'll show the categories. I will be like user ID. If we have the user ID, and we're going to show the categories. So the categories component, like so. Okay, so yeah, here's the categories. We are not filtering at the moment. We're going to fix that later. Okay, and we can show the snippets that we've created, and we can show the categories. I think that's it for this component. We will do more later. I'll see you on the next one. Now let's show the snippets the user has liked. So let's go to favorites. Let's create a new page, a new route in here. And it's going to be favorites. And let's create a page. All right, I'll close everything else. And yeah, that is our page. Let's go back to context, snippet context. I will collapse this. We need to create a new state. Const liked snippets. So it's going to be an empty array on initial render. And we are going to do it somewhere like get user snippets, get public. Let's do it after get user snippets. Get liked snippets, like so. And in here, we are going to take in the tag ID, because we want to filter based on the tag ID, and also search. Oops, this is meant to be in here. We can set loading to true. Try catch. All right. And we're going to build our query, const query params, and we're going to check if we have a tag ID, and we're going to return based on the tag ID. And if we do have search, and building our query, and then we're going to do the response here, const response, response equal to await axios dot get server URL, and then we're going to pass in the credentials. All right, so let's see, server URL snippets, and then liked. That's the endpoint. But here, remember, we need to pass in the query params. This should be a question mark. Query params, and then we're going to convert this to a string, like so. And we're just going to set, and then we're going to return set loading to false, and then we're going to return here response.data. Let's double check if we've done loading up here. Let's do the same. Okay. Excuse me. Now let's dispatch get liked snippets and liked snippets. Let's go back to page, and we're going to destructure. And here it's coming from use snippets context. And this is going to be a functional component. Not a functional component, but a client component. All right. And now let's go back to page, and we should be good to go. We just need to style this. And we're going to use redirect here. Use redirect. It's actually, I can't remember the hook name. So hooks. Use user redirect. User redirect. And then we're going to redirect if we're not logged in to the login page. And coming from hooks, use user redirect. I think it's an export default like this. All right. Now let's see. All right. Now let's continue styling this. So we are going to return main. We're going to do the same thing that we've done earlier. Here we're just going to get the user ID. And then it should be .id like so. All right, and we're just going to check if we have the user ID. User ID, and we're going to display the categories like so. And then we're going to save. And we're going to have another div here. So it's the same layout for displaying the grid. Okay, you can go and copy from the other component, from the other page, and grid columns, it's going to be one on smaller screens. Okay, so we've left snippets. So here's our tags. And here on initial render, we are going to fetch the data, use effect, and the dependency array, we're going to pass in the user ID. like so. And then we're just going to check if we have the user ID, and then we're going to fetch. We're going to fetch the liked snippets, like so. And then we're going to map those liked snippets in here. Liked snippets. Okay. And we're going to show a snippet. And then we pass in the snippet data. And here we need to use the interface snippet, like that. And we should be able to see a list of snippets, but there's nothing. Liked snippets .map. Liked snippets is not a function. I just realized I'm an idiot. Here, so it should be liked snippets .snippets, because we're returning an object showing also the length of the snippets, like this. Okay, so we need to do .snippets, like that. Here, let's check for undefined and no. And yeah, we should be able to see the snippets created by, not created, but liked by the user. So if I unlike, the snippet should be removed, but we're going to sort out this change later. So it's going to happen in real time. Okay. So yeah, it's working. We can see the snippets liked by the user and also the snippets created by the user. And down here, if I go to page, the other page is snippets. I'll copy this. I'll go back and I'll paste it down here. And we just need to change this to liked snippets, the length, like that. Perfect. And yeah, this page is working. I'll see you on the next video. We are going to work on something else. I don't know what it is, but I'll see you on the next one. We are now going to work on the leaderboard page. So this is going to be the leaderboard page. Let's go to and open up the snippet context. And let's create a new function. Okay, leaderboard. Get leaderboard, like this. And we're going to set loading to true. Oops. Set loading to true. Try catch and display an error. And let's create a state called leaderboard. So there's the state. Leaderboard is an empty array on initial render. And we're going to do const response equal to await Axios server URL and then the leaderboard, like so. And then we're going to set loading to false and then leaderboard. And then we're going to return response.data in here. And let's run this on initial render. And we can COG leaderboard here. Leaderboard, like so. And let's see our console. Let's refresh. Okay, seems like our leaderboard is an empty array. Okay, well, that's weird. This should be a function. We're running a function here. And let's refresh again. Okay, it seems to be working fine. But the other thing that we want to change is if we go back to the server, if I go to snippets routes, so the leaderboard should not be protected, it should be public. I'll get rid of protect. So it's a public route. And now we have the leaderboard. So now let's dispatch get leaderboard and leaderboard. So now we have dispatched the data. We need to create a new page. It should be called something like top creators. Let me double check what it's called. Leaderboard, actually. In the app, we're going to create a new folder, leaderboard. And we're going to create a page in here, page.tsx. And we're going to create a functional component. And this is a client component, like so. Okay, that's perfect. So in here, we are going to start with main. This is going to be a main component, class name, and we're going to give it a padding of 8, like so. I'm just going to get leaderboard data, const leaderboard, This coming from use snippet context. This should be main, like so. And we also want to get router. It should be coming from next navigation. Use router from next navigation, like so. Okay, in here we're going to create a table. Okay, so for the table, I'm just going to create an array of objects. And I will name it table headers. Table headers, like that. And here we're going to display an array. And then we're going to have width. Okay, a width property for each header. And I am going to set it to width, something like 20%. Maybe 20%, not 200%, but 20. And name, I am going to say place, and then we're going to have position, or you can just put a shortcut and say pause. Let's do that actually. Position, we're going to give it text, center, like that. Okay, and then we're going to put rounded top left, so top left like this, and then we're going to set it to rounded top left XL, like this, XL, and rounded bottom left, bottom left, like this. It's like this as well, rounded bottom left XL. Okay, and let's save this. We're going to have a few more headers. So this rounded bottom left and bottom and top left, these are optional. So you can choose to put them and choose not to put them. And I'm just going to paste the rest of the headers. So we have username, total snippets, and we have score, and that's it. These are the headers. We are going to map. So leaderboard, it has the user. So let's see what it has in the console. So leaderboard data, we should have the user. So the leaderboard has the user. So we have the name, photo, snippet count of that user, whatever that user has created. So let's map that. So let's map the leaderboard. So down here, we are going to do leaderboard.map. And then we are going to return a table row tr. So this one, user, like so, and this one is going to be a number, like so. Perfect. And we're going to display some table data down here. So tr, we have td, that's table data. And here we're going to show the index plus 1. Okay, so we're going to show it's the first user, so index plus 1. Because the arrays, the index starts from 0. We don't start from 0, so we want to start from 1. That's why we're adding 1. Like that. And then we're going to have another td. And here we're going to showcase an image, which is going to be the profile picture of the user. And rounded, it's going to be full. And width and height, we are going to leave it at 40. And then here we're going to show, I'm just going to say user photo, user avatar. And then here it should be user.photo, like that. And there it is. There's our user. Let's style this. Let's give it a class name, and we're going to give it a padding. We're going to set that to 4. Flex, item center, gap. We're going to set that to 2. Let's do the same for this one. Let's give it some class names. Py. We're going to set that to 4. Rounded, top left. We're going to set that to XL. Okay. And rounded, bottom left. We are going to set that to XL as well. and text SM font bold, like that. Okay, so far so good. And the color is black, but this one is gray. We're going to sort that later. Now let's continue. So we have the image. We need a span in this image as well. User name, and let's give it a class name. Margin left, we're going to set that to 2. Font bold, text SM, like that. And then we're going to do another TD, table data, and user, the snippet count, like so. But we don't need the span here. User dot snippet count, I believe. Snippet count, but it doesn't exist. It doesn't exist on our user interface. So we can create interface local user, like that. And then we are going to add the snippet count, like that. Local user, like that. Okay, so we can extend this user here, and then we can add more properties that we are looking for. So the snippet count we have extended, and we're going to do class name here. We are going to do the same thing. All right, and I'm going to duplicate, and we are going to have total likes, like so. And we're going to duplicate because we're going to have user score, and I'm going to set it to rounded bottom. So rounded top right and rounded bottom right, and font bold text SM. And let's sort out the total likes and score, like that. All right, and let's go back, and here we need to change this to score. All right, that works. So we have score, total likes, total snippets, and the user. Okay, that looks good. But we need to style one more thing. So let's go up. Let's style this. So class name, we are going to use template literals for this one. And we're going to set cursor pointer. When we hover, we're going to do a BG white, but I'm going to change the opacity to 5%, like that. So when I hover, like that. Okay, and I'm going to set a transition, and then ease in and out. So transition or duration 300 milliseconds, ease in and out. So there's a nice transition here when I hover. Okay, and we want to change the background based on the index. So here we're going to do like this. Oops. Like this, and then we're going to check index. So if the remainder is 0, we're going to use the modulo sign. If it's equal to 0, we are going to set the BG. Otherwise, it's going to be BG3, or it's going to be BG2, like that. Okay. We're going to see if we have more table items here, but we don't have any more table items. So this is what it does. This is BG. I believe it's BG3, and this is BG2. Okay, so we have that in place, and we're going to set the text color here. Text gray 300, and we're going to set text center, and then when I hover, let's set the text to white. Okay, let's try that. Oh, go back here. So when I hover, okay, looks good. It looks different because we are using different fonts here. It looks like we're using different fonts. Actually, it's the same font, but this one is bigger. This one is smaller. Okay, it doesn't matter. We're going to fix the sizing later. But now, look, it's looking good. We can hover. Okay, this one is bigger, but we'll fix that later, as I said. But we want to be able to click on this user and route to that particular user. We want to be able to go to that user, whoever created the snippets. So when I click this user, I want to go to that profile of the user. So that's why we've imported router from Next Navigation. So this is a list we are mapping. We need to make sure we give this a key. This is a key. This one, it also needs a key. So key, we're going to set that to index. And when I click this, that's when we want to route. On click, it's going to take in a callback function. Like so. This should be click, not can play. Click. And then we're going to run router.push. Okay, so where are we pushing to? We're going to push to the user. So /user. And we are going to do the user.name, user.name, and then we're going to convert that to a lowercase, and then we're going to split. Okay, split like this by an empty space. So if there's a first name and second name, if there's an empty space, we're going to split by that empty space, and then we're going to join with a dash to join, and then we're going to join the user with this dash here. Okay, so it's going to be like name to, or name, like that. Okay, so we have joined the user, and after this we are going to also join with the dash, and then I'll put the user ID like this, user.id, like that. Okay, now let's save. All right, so now let's see if we are routing to the user. So click. Okay, so yeah, as you can see, we are routing to the user. It's working. I can go to the leaderboard. There's going to be a list of users here. We can click the user and we can see the information about that particular user, what snippets they've created, and the bio of that user. Yeah, that's it for the leaderboard. I'll see you in the next video. We're going to work on something else. Okay, so now we're going to be working on the popular page. We're going to go and create a route for that. By the way, you might notice I've moved the components folder in the root directory. This is just for organizational purposes. You can choose to leave it in the app, but I'm just going to move it in the root directory. But if you do move it in the root directory, make sure you have auto update. So when I move it, it updated automatically where the component was being imported from. Okay, so like this. So it updated automatically. So if you're not sure, just leave it. Okay, so let's go in the app and create a new route, popular. And we're going to create a page. Okay, so now let's see if the error disappears. Okay, so now we have created the page. I'm going to close everything here, close all, and we're going to go to the context folder. And let's open up Snippet context, and we're going to create a new state. and it's going to save those snippets which we have liked. All right, let's name it const, and this is going to be, I'm just going to make sure this is bigger. Okay, it's going to be popular snippets, and it's going to be an empty array at the beginning, and we're going to create the function down here, popular snippets. We can name it get popular snippets, like that, and let's set loading to true. Okay, and we're going to output the error, and we're going to take in the ID, tag ID, and we're also going to take in the search. Okay, popular, and we are going to construct, our param. So we're going to name it query params, and we're going to check if we have the tag ID, and then we're going to append the tag ID, and we're going to also check for the search query, and then we're going to append the search, and then we're going to get the results. Await Axios to get, and here we're going to get the endpoint is going to be /snippets and then popular, and then we're going to add our query. Okay, so it's either we can use the tag ID or the search. Okay, perfect. And once we get the response, we're just going to set that data. Actually, let's set loading to false, and then we're going to set the popular snippets, and then we're going to return the data, response to the data. All right. Perfect. Here, yep. And we have this function here. And let's see if we need to dispatch this. Okay. We are also going to fetch on initial render. So we have use effect, get public, get tags, get leaderboard, and here we're going to get the popular, get, not user, get popular snippets, like that. Okay, and we're going to save that, and let's see, we are going to pass in the popular snippets, like that, and let's go to the page, to the popular. All right, so here we are going to make sure this is a client component, use client, and we're going to destructure popular snippets to use snippet. Okay, perfect. And we are going to make sure this is a main, and we're going to render the categories as well. Categories, like that. So let's see, there's our categories. All right, and let's do a div. And we've been doing this grid for ages. So copy from the other page, and we're going to give it a class name and give it padding 8 for X on the X-axis, and then padding top, bottom, display grid. And then we're going to have 2 columns for starting from this size, and then for smaller screens we can give it 1 column, like that. And we are going to map through the popular snippets, and then we're going to map it, and then we're going to return a snippet, and here we are going to render that snippet. So let's import snippet coming from components, and then we're going to pass in the snippet, and then here is underscore ID, and here we're going to be using that interface snippet like that. Okay, let's save that. And there's an issue. Popular snippets is not a function. Let's see, save that, go back. Popular snippets is not a function. Okay, let's refresh. So there might be something wrong with our endpoint. Console data, get popular snippets, set popular snippets. Okay, let's double check our endpoint. So we have get popular. Snippets, popular to string, response to data. That's weird. Popular snippets, refresh. Okay, let's console log this popular snippets in here. Popular snippets. Okay, so what we want is we want to map the snippets because this is an object. So I forgot that this is returning an object, not an array. So we want to map popular snippets dot snippets. Okay, so popular snippets dot snippets, not snippets, but snippets, like so. And seems like we still have an issue. Popular snippets to snippets. Snippets. All right, perfect. And let's refresh. So we can see popular snippets here. And but every time you visit the page, it's going to be different. Okay, depending on the popular snippet, it's just going to be different. So we're fetching the maximum of 50 items on this page. That's like the popular. It's going to be like top 50. You can put like top 10. And yeah, that's it for this page. And next, we're going to work on the settings page. And then we're going to work on the other pages. So I'll see you on the next one. We're going to work on the settings page. We are now going to work on the settings page. We're going to be able to update the profile of the user. Let's go and create that route. And in the app, I'm going to create a new route. And it's going to be profile. And then we're going to have another folder in here. And it's going to be update. And that's where we're going to create our page in here. TSX. All right. And yeah, now let's see. All right. So our page is working. Let's start styling it. So let's give it a main. And this is a client component. Let's highlight that, use client, like so. Perfect. And something's going on. Main. All right. So we are going to need a few things from the user state. We're going to need the user, and we're going to get update user, and we're going to get, wait, let me see what we need. So we need change password, and we need user. Actually, it's called user state. That's what we want, and it's coming from user. Use user context, like so. Perfect. And we are going to start with this main, give it a class name, and we're going to give it a height. Let's give something like 92 VH. 92 VH, and we're going to give it position relative, and we're going to display flex, justify center, item center, like that. Okay, and let's see our globals. Wrong file, cancel. Globals to CSS. And so we have the utility shadow number 2. I'm just going to copy that. Go back to page, and we're going to have a form. And this form is going to have this class name. And I'm going to give it a padding X and Y. So padding X, margin X, and margin Y, and PY. That's padding. And I'm going to give it a BG1, rounded LG. And I'm going to give it a max width. I'm going to set that to 1200 pixels. You can give this whatever size you want, and I'm going to set the width to full. That's 100%. Okay, and there it is. And we're going to have the first div. So we're going to have 2 sections. So the first section, second section. Let's start with the first section. Class name, flex column, and we're going to give it a gap of 1. Gap of 1. So, all right, and we're going to have a label in here. So this one is going to be HTML4. Let's give the name of file upload. We're going to upload the logo, class name, text, gray 200, like that. And then it's going to be add profile picture. Add profile picture like so. And then we're going to have a div underneath a div. And we are going to have a label as well in this div. A label. So this one, we are going to name it file upload. File upload. And let's give it a class name. Let's set py. We're going to set that to 4. Flex, item center, justify center, border. We're going to set that to border 2. And then we're going to set the border to dashed. Border dashed. And then we're going to set border to RGB2. RGB2. And then we're going to set rounded to LG. And then we're going to set the cursor to pointer, like so. All right. And inside, we are going to add an image. So here, make sure you import image from next image. And then we're going to set the width and height. We're going to set it to 100 and rounded LG for the class name. Rounded should be LG, like so. And for this one, it's going to be user. It's going to be photo. User.photo. Otherwise, we're going to load. If I go to public, there's this image here, image user. So otherwise, we're going to image user.png, like so. So there it is. There's our photo. Seems there's something weird with our margin. So form, we have my8. Let me inspect here. Okay. Use shadow. Main. Okay, it's not centered. That's weird. So flex. This should be 90 VH, not 9. 90. Okay, there it is. Perfect. And we have 100 label. And then we're going to have ID. We're going to have an input, and then we're going to give it ID. The ID is going to be file upload, and then type file, class name hidden, like so. So if I click this whole thing, it's going to trigger an input, okay? Perfect. And that's for the profile picture. We probably want to collapse this. Actually, let's do social links after this div. So after this, we're going to add another label. This one is going to be GitHub. And I'm just going to give it a class name and a text gray of 300. And I'm going to say add social links, not media, but social links, like so. And then I'm going to give it I'm going to create another div underneath. I'm going to give flex 1. I'm going to do a display grid. And I'm going to give it a gap of 4. And then starting, I'm going to give it a dynamic grid. So gap 4, let's do grid, columns. And here I'm going to repeat, and then I'm going to do autofill, min max. So the minimum width is going to be 290 pixels and 1 FR occupying the rest of the remaining space. Okay. Save that. So that's the flex 1 grid, and these are the columns. We're going to have another div inside. So this one is going to be something like, let's give it a class name here, and we're going to give it a position of relative, and we're going to give it a width of 4. And then we're going to create a label. And this one is going to be GitHub, and I'm going to use the GitHub logo. So make sure you import the GitHub logo. So let's see. Yep, there it is. And we're going to style this class name. And I'm going to position absolute and top 50%. And then I'm going to center this on the Y, which is translate Y minus 50%, and give it a padding left. Not padding, but I'm going to give left of minus. It's actually, yeah, left 1 rem, and a color of text gray, and the size of 2XL. Like so. All right. So we have MT4, flex 1, grid gap, grid close, repeat, autofill. I'm just checking to see if I've gone anywhere wrong. Autofill, min max. Okay, seems to be correct. Let me inspect here. Add social links. So we have this div here. Label. Okay, so display grid. It should be on the parent. So where is it? So we have this div for. Okay, never mind. So yeah, we're on the right track. So we have the label, and then we should have the input in here. Input. So for the input, we are going to give name, GitHub, type text, and then also we need to give it an ID of GitHub. ID of GitHub. Okay, perfect. So we have the name. We just need to style this input. Class name. Oops. Oh, we have the class name here already. So we just need to give it a width of 100%. Width full. full, and I'm going to give it a padding Y, and I'm going to set it to 0.8 rem. So, oops, 0.8 rem. Okay, so now we're in the next line. I'm going to give it a padding left, and I'm going to set the outline to none. So we have padding left, padding right, text grade 200, a background color of transparent, a border of 2 pixels. This is the border color, rounded, and the outline is set to none. So there it is. So now we can add an input here for the socials. This is going to be public. All right. So we have this. We can also give it a value on change. Okay, so let's give it a default value. So we're going to use user.github. That's the property. That's the default property. But by default, the user has not put anything. So that's why there's nothing here. You can add a placeholder if you want to, but it's not necessary. All right, so we have the default value. We're going to sort the handle change later on. We now have to duplicate this a few times. So copy this div here. We are going to duplicate this 2 more times. Okay, 1, 2. Okay, so we're going to save that because we're doing a grid, and this is going to be linked in the next one. So we have the first div. So the second div, oops, GitHub. So this should be, oops. I don't even know why this ID is incorrect. So this should be GitHub. Instead of GitHub, this one should be LinkedIn actually. This one should be GitHub. Okay. LinkedIn, like so. And then here, user.linkedin. And we change the icon also here, LinkedIn, like so. So it should be a different icon here. And then we're going to have something else down here, which is going to be an envelope, which is going to be an email. So make sure you're importing those icons. And this is going to be email, like that. It's actually going to be public email. So name, public email. I'm just going to copy this, type. It's going to be email. And we're going to have public email, like so. So we need to change the ID. All right. We can give it a placeholder here, public email. And here we set it to public email. And let's save that. All right. We can also give this a placeholder if you want to. I mean, I think I'll just leave it without a placeholder. You know what? I'll just give it a placeholder. LinkedIn. And here it's going to be GitHub, like so. Okay, so if we don't have anything, we can just leave it empty. Okay, and that's it for these social links. Now we need to do, let me collapse these. So this grid here, collapse, and we're going to create another div. Class name, we're going to give it a width of 4, that's 100%. Empty, that's 4. And we're going to give it a display flex and a gap of 4. We're going to have a div. Class name, flex. We're going to set it to 1. Flex 1. Flex column, and we're going to give it a gap of 1. And we're going to give it a label. And this one is going to be name. Let's get a class name. Text gray, we're going to set it to 300, like so. And we're going to name it full name. Full name. And then we're going to do an input, and we're going to do type equal to text, and the default value is going to be the name, the logged in username, like so. So there is our, let me see if it's using the correct styles here. Okay, so it's repeating the styles we've been using. All right. What I'm going to change is the color for the focus. So when I focus, I'm going to set it to green. Okay. And the border is to width is 100%. So when I focus, the color is going to be green. All right. So it's working. And we have the name. We're going to create another div. We're going to duplicate. So we have default value, ID, name. So click, it's going to activate that. And we're going to duplicate. This is going to be private email. So the type is going to be email, and let's name it private email. Private email, like so. So we have the private email here, and we can, let's see, name, ID, let's name it email, name, email, like so. And let's save that. I'm just going to leave it as is, but the default value, I'm just going to use the email. Okay, we can change our private email as well. Okay, and what we're going to do, I'm going to also duplicate this chunk here. So this whole chunk, duplicate this chunk. I'm going to collapse, and I'm going to save this. All right. So in here, we are going to have different properties. So this one is going to be bio. Add bio, like so. And this one, it is margin top 4 flex. Let's set the gap to 1. Okay, gap 1. And flex. Let me change the styles here. So flex, flex column, and gap, let's set it to 1. So it's going to go into a column now. And add bio. So the HTML4, this is going to be bio, and type is going to be text. Bio, and this is going to be a text area. Text area, get rid of this. All right, we should have a text area. There it is. But we're going to use different styles here for the text area. So py, I'm going to set that to 4. And then padding left, I'm going to set that to 4. And then padding right, set it to 1. All right, and I'm going to set rows. I'm going to set that to 4. So it's going to be a bit bigger, like this. All right. You can get rid of the resize, by the way. If you don't want to resize this, you can get rid of the resize if you don't want to resize. I think I'll probably do that, and we can set resize to none. Resize to none. So you won't be able to resize this. So I think this is enough space to write your bio. All right. And so now we have the bio. We need another chunk. We're going to add password. So what I will do, so we have this one, private email. Let me see where we are. Text area. So I'll get rid of this one. Get rid of this input. Okay. So div, I will create another div after this. Class name, and we're going to give it width full, flex column. Now let's do empty4 first. Empty4, and then we're going to do flex gap. We're going to set that to 4. Okay, we're going to have two inputs. So the one is going to have old password, and the other one is going to be new password. So let's have the first div. We're going to give it a flex of 1, and flex column and a gap of 1, like so. And then we're going to have a label which says old password, and then we're going to have an input. Input is going to repeat the same thing that we've done with the previous inputs. Okay, so this input says old password, and the type is password, ID, old password, name, old password, and then the styles width full, and the same styles we've been doing before. All right. So that's the input. We are going to duplicate this because we're going to have another input and another duplicate. So this is going to be new password. So you can change this to new password. New password, like so. Type password, and we can save this. So we have new password. Okay, so we have the old password and new password, and we need the buttons to update this password. All right, and we're going to create we have already created a div for this. That's the div here. It's going to have the buttons. Let's give it a class name. And we're going to give it a margin top of 6, and we're going to give it flex, and we're going to set the gap to 4, and we're going to justify end. Okay, it's going to be at the end here. Okay, so for the first button, it's going to update the password. The other one is going to update all of the other inputs. So button, update password. Let's start with password. Update password. Okay, and we're going to give it class name. So this one, the update password, is going to be type of button because we don't want to submit the form. The other one is going to submit the whole form, but this one, we just want to update the password only. And I'm going to give it padding Y. We're going to set that to 4, and then px, we're going to set that to 8, and I'm going to give it a color of red. All right, so we're going to give it margin top 4, height 50 pixels, flex, and we're going to center the text, and the font is going to be medium, and background color is going to be red 500, and the text is going to be white. When I hover, I'm just going to reduce the opacity of that red color to 80%. So when I save, so when I hover, the opacity is going to go to 80%, but that's not working for some reason. Hover, BG, red 500. And we're going to set that to 80%. Save again. Hover, that's not working, which is weird. Okay, we're going to fix that later, and we're going to know why it's not working. BG, red 500. Let's try to set it to something like 650 just for testing purposes. Okay, it's working. I think 80 is excessive, so let's set it to 70 maybe. Okay, it's there, but it's really subtle. Let's try 400. Let's see. Oh, okay. I guess let's just leave it at 400. I'm just experimenting. You can experiment with the colors to see what colors you want. And we're going to give it a bit of a transition. So set transition O and duration, set it to 300 milliseconds. So transition O, we're going to transition everything, duration, and then ease in and out. All right. I think I'm not really liking the background color here. All right, it's just too subtle. All right, update password, and we need another button here. So the next one, it's going to update. It's going to update the whole profile, and it's going to have a different color of green, but it's going to just duplicate this and change the background color to green. It's the same button, but with a different background color. All right, and that's the color. Update profile. Actually, I think we can set it to blue. Let's see if it looks better in blue. Let's do blue 500. Yeah, I think it looks better in blue 500. Let's just update that. BG, set that to blue 500. And the opacity is going to be 80% when we hover. All right. Or we can even go lower if you want. And okay, enough of me experimenting. I think this is it for the buttons. Now we just need to work on the functionality to update this user profile. Let's go up and see if we have imported the functions that we want to use. So we have update user, change password, user state, update user, change password. Okay, so let's start with change password. So let's create some states. Old password. So we have old password. It's going to be an empty string at the beginning, and then we have new password. Okay, and we're going to create a function to handle the password change. And the password change. And the password change. And here we're going to check if the name is old password, if e.target, if e.target, and then we're going to check for the name. Okay, so if it's old password, we're going to set the old password e.target.value. Do an else. Actually, I'm going to copy, not copy. Put this in curly braces, and then I'm going to do else. If name, we're gonna actually, there's no need to do another if. We're gonna set new password to e.target.value, and the type here is going to be I don't know what the type of this is. I'm just going to get rid of type checking here. And okay, we have handle password change. Now let's go for the old password, and we're going to give it a value. The value is going to be old password, and handle, we're going to put the handle password change, and this should be not handle, it should be on change. Handle password change. And then we are going to have so old password, new password, and here we're gonna give it a value and on change, like so. And we're going to save that. So we are going to use the change password. So change password, go down here. So change password takes in the new and the old password. What is the button here? Okay, so on click, we're going to take in a callback function, and here we're going to change password. It's going to take in the old password and the new password. Okay, so let's try to change our password. Let's try to update without changing the password. Update password. So as you can see, it says all fields are required, but we should give it a unique warning. Let's go to Actually, let's leave it like that. All fields are required. So make sure, let's put something, update, as you can see, invalid password. Okay, I can't remember the password. I think it's test. Let me check Postman. Actually, it works. I assure you it works. I don't want to waste your time testing. I can do this off camera, and then if there's any issues, I'll let you know, but it works. So we have the password. So, but now we want to update this whole profile. We need to create a handle change for this. So let's see, handle user. I think there's a typo. Handler user input. There's a typo here. It should be handle user input. I don't know where this is being used again. So let me search if it's being used elsewhere. Handler use and okay. So it's being used in many places. So what I'm just not going to change this, so I don't have to keep track, but you can correct the spelling here. There's a typo here. It should be handle user input, but we need to get that also in our update. Okay, so here we are going to paste it here. And let's start with, so we have the profile, links. So the first one is GitHub. So the default value is already set. Here we're going to do on change. On change, we're going to take in the event object because this function takes in the event object and the name of the input. So this is going to be GitHub and just the event. So GitHub and the event. Oops, not handler input, but the event itself. Okay, like that. So the handle change should work now. Let's do the same for LinkedIn. It takes in the name LinkedIn. And then for the public email, it takes in the name public email. And then we're going to do the same thing for the bio. On change, bio. And the password, we've already sorted that, but now we want to submit this form with the new changes. So let's go back to form. We're going to do on submit. Action, I'll go after here. On submit, we're going to get a callback function, and we're also going to get the event. We're going to do e to prevent default, so the form doesn't reset when we click. Okay, so I'll show you. So when I remove this, so when I update profile, it resets the form. Okay, so we don't want that. So that's why we're going to e.prevent.default. So it's not going to refresh the page, it's going to submit the form. All right. So we are going to submit the form with a user state. Okay, because this on change here, the handle change, it's updating the user state object, which has those properties. If I go to use user, if you want to see what user state, so if I go to handle user input, so here we're updating the user state. So here the function takes in the name of the input we want to update and the event object. That's why we've passed the name and then the event object. So here we're getting the previous state values, state data, and then here we're updating the name of the input and then the value coming from the e.target.value of whatever we're entering in the input. Okay, so that's what's happening here. And let's go back. And so the user state object is going to have the latest updated data whenever we update the input. So here we're going to do update user, update user, and then we are going to pass in the event object, and then we're going to pass in the user state. Like so. So now let's try to update this user. If there's going to be anything happening. And let me code dealer. Oops. All right, so now let me get my GitHub link. So I'll just copy this GitHub link. Let's try that. Paste, update profile. It says updated successfully. Now let's try to refresh to see if it's working. I'll go to the page. Let me refresh this. Okay, so something is wrong, but let's see why. Let's check out the user components. First off, let me check if I've set the default value for this one. So if GitHub user.github, okay, we have set that. Let's see our console, clear. I'm going to paste that link again, updated successfully. Let's see components. Let's search for user. All right, so let's see the user object. So we have photo, email, name. Okay, so something's weird. I don't see the properties of the user. So let's go back to the user because there's something I forgot to do. So I forgot to update the user. So let's go to the controllers and models. I forgot to update the user schema. So models, snippets, not snippets, but it should be auth user model. So in the user model, we have not updated this. Let's update that. So we have bio. So we have name. I'll do it after email. Let's do public. Oops. Public. Public, I can't even type. Public email. And the type is going to be string. Type string. All right, I'm just going to leave a type string. I'm not going to do any more checks. And then I'm going to have GitHub. And it's going to be type string. You can do some other checks if you want. Or let's do default. Let's leave it as an empty string. Empty string. Otherwise, if we do an empty string like this, we're not going to see the placeholder, but let's get rid of this actually. We have GitHub and we need LinkedIn. LinkedIn. Like so. Perfect. And we also need to update our user controller. All right, and let's save that. Let's see. Controllers, user controller. Actually, user controller. Let's see, update. So mainly the update user. So we want to update some properties. I'll get rid of this. These are not necessary. Yeah, these are not being used. So we want to update user name, user .github, and we're updating LinkedIn, and we're also updating user .public. Oops. Public email. All right. If we have the public email, we're going to update it. Otherwise, we're going to keep the old email. So we have these properties. We are going to sort them in here. We have public email, and we have GitHub, and then we have LinkedIn. All right, and we need to do the same thing. We need to do it somewhere else again. So verify user, forgot password, change password is fine. Register. Register is fine. Login, log out, get user by ID, update user. Okay, so I think we just need it in the update user, and that's it. Now let's try to rerun this. Let's refresh, and let's try to update this. Update user profile, and let's refresh. All right, perfect. And now our properties have been populated. As you can see now, we can refresh and we can see the user profile. And let's try to visit that user. Let's go to home, open up this user. And as you can see now, it should show the GitHub of that particular user. As you can see now, there it is. The GitHub is working. Perfect. But if I add more links here, they're going to work as well. So let's try that. Let's just go to LinkedIn. All right, copy this, any of this profile. Copy the link, and let's paste it in. Update. And we're going to also go back to the profile of the user. As you can see, the LinkedIn link has been updated. If you look at bottom left, the link has been updated. It's working. Perfect. You can add your own links. That's entirely up to you. You can also add your email here. That's up to you. We can update the user. We can update the password. So pretty much we're done with this page. We are going to work on other pages. I'll see you on the next video. All right, now we're going to work on the help page. So as you can see, it's empty. Before we do that, we want to be able to fetch on these pages using these tags. So we need to go into the categories. It's actually categories. We should have named these tags, but it's okay. Categories. So in here, we are going to fetch whenever we click any of these buttons. So here we are switching based on the active tag ID. So whatever tag that we click on, we want to fetch data corresponding to that. So we have the path name. This is the home page. We're going to fetch this data. And then when we visit this page, which is snippets, we want to fetch different data. So we want to get user snippets. Let's see, get public snippets. And then we need to get user snippets. Okay. So get user snippets. So here, get user snippets. That's the function. It's exported down here. And so if the path name is something like snippets, we're going to do something case snippets. It's not my snippets, but just snippets. If that's the endpoint, we are going to await get user snippets, and then we're going to pass in the active tag ID, only the active tag ID. That's what we want. If you remember, the get user snippets, it takes in the tag ID and also the search query. We're going to do the search later. Okay, and let's see if we're fetching the data. So let's go to my snippets. Let's click the tag. As you can see now, it's returning the corresponding data. But by the way, we're going to fix this later. No snippets found. It doesn't display nicely. We're going to fix that later. But anyway, it returns the data corresponding to whatever tag we click on. So we have Django, and we also have C#. So let's see if we have C# here. We can click on C#. All right. And we can go back to, so we cannot return everything as at the moment, but we're going to fix that in a minute. Okay. So let's fix that. And then we have snippets. The other one is favorites. We're going to do the favorites later, but we're checking. If else, we're going to return the public snippets here. Okay, let's see. So if I click on everything, nothing is working. So for that, we're going to go into inside this else here. We're going to check if we are logged in. So if user ID, and then we're going to await, and then here we're going to get user snippets. Okay, like that. So let's try that. Nothing happens. Yeah. So now we're getting the user snippets. All right. Okay, perfect. So we have 4 user snippets. We have 2 corresponding to Django, and then C#. We have 2 also corresponding to C#. Actually 3 for C#. And then we have JavaScript as well. We can return everything. All right, perfect. So we can return everything, and we can do other routes. So we have snippets. We actually need to break after this. And then after snippets, we have the favorites page. Case. So the other one is going to be favorites. Favorites. Okay, so in the favorites, we're going to await. We're going to await get like snippets. Get like snippets. So if we go back, get like snippets, there it is. It's exported down here. So here we're going to await get like snippets, and then we're going to break after that. So let's go to liked. So here we can filter. Nothing happens yet because we need to fix here. So if there's no tag selected, get all snippets, and then we're going to await. Oops. It's actually in here. Await. We're going to get like snippets in here. All right. So let's click. Nothing happens yet. Let's refresh. All right. Let's see if the endpoint is correct. So favorites. So this is not the correct spelling. All right. So it should work now. We can filter. We can return everything. Okay. That works fine. We're fetching the data. So that's perfect. Now we are going to do another endpoint, which is the popular page. So we favorite case popular, like so. And we're going to get popular snippets. So make sure you get the function in here. So here the function is get popular snippets, like so. And we're going to do the same thing in here. We're going to await and we're going to break. All right. And we're going to save that. And then down here, we're going to get popular snippets. And we also need to do the leaderboard. So let's do the leaderboard. Let's see. Leaderboard. Get leaderboard. That's the name of the function. Copy that. And make sure we import. And then here we're going to await get leaderboard, like so. Perfect. And I think this is what we need. So we have the path name, user ID, and active tag ID. Whenever one of these changes, we are going to fetch, depending on what route we are on. All right, and let's see. So we have leaderboard. All right. Actually, leaderboard, we don't need leaderboard in here. We can do it in the leaderboard component. Whenever we visit the leaderboard page, it's going to display latest data. Get rid of this. All right. So now we can filter no matter what page we're on. Okay. Popular, we can filter. We can filter using. All right, perfect. Everything's working. Now let's work on this help page. We need to create that page. Let's go into the app directory and we're going to create a new route. Help, and it's going to be page tsx. We're going to create a functional component. And we're going to go to that page. As you can see, there's nothing there. Let's get started in creating the page. It's going to be a client component as usual. Use client. Okay, perfect. And for this, we're going to, let's do main here. And we're going to have a div. And we're going to have some text. We're going to have h1 and how to. It's a question mark. And then we're going to have a paragraph which says frequently asked questions. Let's style this div, class name, and we're going to give it a padding top and bottom, py. We're going to set that to 5 rem. And we're going to display flex column, and we're going to set the gap to 1 and item center. So let's style this h1 here. We're going to give it a font of bold, and text XL, and we're going to give it gray 200, like that. All right, so there it is, how to. Perfect. So now we have that. We are going to have another div underneath. Let's do a display flex, and we're going to have another div in here. All right, so we are going to create a help bar. It's going to be a component. It's actually sidebar. Let's do sidebar like that. And let's go to components folder. All right. And let's render this component in here. So let's make sure it's imported. So there's our help sidebar here. We have flex. Let's style this. Class name. px, we're going to set that to 8. py. Flex, we're going to set that to 1. Flex column, and we're going to give it a gap of 4. And then we're going to give it a bg 2. Like so. All right. So we should see here, this is where it's going to be our FAQs questions in here. But before we do that, let's style the help sidebar. Let's go to it, and I'm going to give it padding, and I'm going to give it, let's do class name. I'm going to give it a padding y8 px6 bg1 border right. I'm going to set that to 2 pixels, and the border color RGB3, and rounded top left medium, bottom left medium. On bigger screens, I'm going to give it a width of 20 rem, like so. So there's our sidebar. Nice. Okay, so that's our sidebar. It's the display flex. And here we are going to loop into an array of links. If you hear a lot of background noise, it's really windy outside. And we're going to have an object, and we're going to have name, and then it's going to be called get help, and then we're going to have URL just help. That's what the URL is going to go. And then I'm just going to paste in the rest of the URL. So we have privacy, which are going to go to these pages. Okay, perfect. And then I'm going to save that, and I'm going to have a nav, and we're going to have a URL, and we're going to map through those links. Okay, so we're going to links.map, checks in the index, and here we're going to return a link tag, like so. And this is a map, so we need to give it a key, because we're mapping through a list. So the key, we're going to set that to the index, like so. All right, so let's do here, let's display a link. Make sure we import a link from next link. So it's going to go to href.url, like so. All right, in here, we're going to do link.name. Link.name, like so. That's perfect. And let's see what we have. So they're the links here. When I click them, they're going to take us to the corresponding links. All right. And so we need to style this. Let's start with the UL, class name, flex column, and we're going to give it a gap of 8. All right. And we need to get path name. So this is a client component. Let's get path name. So we're going to check which path we are on. Use path name coming from next navigation. So here we're going to use some template literals because we want to inject some JavaScript. Let's start giving a padding left. We're going to set that to 10, PL 10. And then I'm going to give it a text of gray 300 and a text of white. Okay, text of white. Perfect. And we have these styles. I'm going to check if the path name, I'm going to check path name equal to link.url. I'm going to give it a class name, URL. Actually, I'm just going to do this. I'm going to get rid of this. So link, if it's URL, I'm going to give it text white and a class name called active dot, like so. And we just need to style this active dot. Okay, so let's go and do that in global SCSS. We can nest in here. So we can do it here, active dot, and we're going to set position relative, and we're going to do a before pseudo element. Okay, content is going to be an empty string. Position, we're going to set that to absolute. All right, and we're going to set top 50% because we're going to center this 50% and left 0, and we're going to transform and translate y minus 50%, and I'm going to give width of 7 pixels, and height is going to be the same, and then I'm going to give it a border radius of 50% because it's going to be rounded like that, and background color of this purple color here. So let's see if there's something here. Oh, it seems like it's not working. Let's go back and save. It's there somewhere, I think. Let's inspect. So the active one, we at help. It should be active. Let's see. Nav. Okay, there it is. So active dot. Let's see what we did wrong here. Okay, I'll copy again. So active dot. Okay, so the text is white. But the pseudo element is not showing, which is weird. And before. Okay, I need to click watch SAS here, by the way, so I forgot. Okay, so save that. And now there it is. All right. It's showing now. Nice. Nicely done. Let's go back to the help bar. Actually, that's pretty much what we need in the help bar here. Let's go back to page. So in the page, let's see. So we have item center, help bar. So we set the width to 20 rem here. Okay, so let's go and display some Q&A in here. So what I did, I generated some question and answers using AI. So you can do that on your own time. And then these are the questions I generated using AI. So I can get the data quickly. So you can copy this from GitHub, from the GitHub repo if you want. But we have an array of objects, and there's a question and an answer. I'm going to collapse this. So we want to map through these objects and display the question and answer in this div right here. We're going to do faq.map. And here we're going to return a div, and we're going to give it a key, and we're going to set that to index. Like so. It's perfect. And let's do an h2. And we're going to have a span. We're going to have two of them. So the second one is going to show an icon called plus, and make sure you import the icon. And then the first one is going to show item.question because we're mapping. Okay, so let's see what we have. So there it is. So we have the plus icon. So when I click, we want to be able to change this icon here. We want to rotate. We're going to do that later, but now we're just focusing on displaying this data. We're going to use framer motion to animate some of these elements. Okay, and we have this div. Let's do another div that underneath the h2. So the other div, we are going to have a p tag, and it's going to be item.answer. Item.answer, like so. All right, and now we just need to style this. Let's give it a class name. Text gray. Class name. Text gray, and I'm going to set the font to bold. Okay, and for the div, I'm going to display flex this div. Flex, justify between, item center, font bold, and I'm going to set the text to LG to text large. Okay, let's save that. So there it is. It's actually, so we flex. Let me inspect here. So flex, it should be flex column for this one. So we have flex. So we have the h2. Okay, so these tiles should be on the h2. These ones here. Copy this, and I'm going to paste them here. All right, and then the parent, this one, we're going to set the p to 4, and then flex column, and then I'm going to give it a gap of 2, and I'm going to give it a shadow of SM. All right, so we have text LG, gap 2, background 1, border 2 pixels, border color RGB 3, rounded medium, cursor to pointer, and a small shadow. All right, so there it is. We need to give it some color. Class name, text gray. Let's set it to gray 200, like so, and font bold. Okay, that looks all right. Let's save that. Okay, so seems like it's working, but we need to give it a bit of a padding. So we have P4 here set. Oops, I did actually add some of the styles on the wrong item. So this should be on this one here. Okay. And let's save that. Okay, so there it is. So now it looks better. Now we just need to style this span again. Text gray 200 and let's save and let's see what we have. Okay, so now it looks good. So now we just need to be able to click and collapse this. Okay, for now, I'll take a break and I'll be back. Let's continue styling. Before we do anything, let's give this some default colors. Let's go to global. And underneath the body, I'm going to select the P tags and also H1s. I'm going to start with header 1, header 2, header 3, and header 5, actually header 4. And then I'm going to also select the P tag. I'm going to give them default colors, hit apply, and we're going to set text base. And then we're going to give them text gray 300. That's the default color for these tags. Okay, and now as you can see, the color looks good. And we're going to install a package called Framer Motion because we're going to do some animations. Let's stop the project from running. npm Framer Motion, like so. All right, and let's run the project. npm run dev. Okay, I think it looks ugly, so let's do our layout before we do the animations. In the help page, we're going to create layout.tsx, like so. And in here, we're going to create an interface because we're going to wrap the page with this layout. So children is going to be the page. We're going to wrap our page. So this is going to be the main layout of this page. So let's give it, actually, let's do main here. And we're going to do the children. Let's do class name. And we need to destructure children from the props. Let's give it a padding x of 6. And we're going to set margin x. It's actually mx. Margin left and right. We're going to set that to auto because we want it to be centered on the screen. And then we're going to set the width to 80 rem. We can do XL like this, extra large for bigger screens. We will set the width to 80 rem. And then you can work your way down depending on how you want it on smaller screen sizes. Let's try to refresh this. Okay, perfect. As you can see, it's looking good now. So we have the layout. We also want a footer here at the bottom here. So to do that, we're going to do the footer underneath. Footer, we're going to have a p tag. We're going to text center this. Text center. And we're going to display the HTML entity called copy. Copy, and then we're going to create this the date dynamically. We're going to create a new date here. New date, and then get full year. That's, well, it's going to show the current year. We don't need to do this manually. And we can name this, the name of the website is Snippy. I'm just going to put my name here. Or rights reserved, something like that. Okay, so that's going to be the footer at the bottom. And let's style this class name Let's do empty. Let's set that to 8. Let's set py to 12, something like that. And then we're going to flex this, justify center, item center. Let's see what we have. Let's refresh. So there's the footer here. Okay, that's good. Or you can leave it empty if you want. You can leave it empty. You can just use this current footer here, or you can also put a footer here if you want to. That's entirely up to you. All right. So now we have the footer. And let's see if we need anything. I think I will reduce the empty here to 6. Let's see how that looks like. All right. I think this is all right. Perfect. Let's go back to the help sidebar. Help sidebar. Actually, we don't need any animations in here, so this is not necessary. Let's go back to... We're going to do animations in here, directly in the page. We're going to import motion from Framer motion. Motion from Framer motion like this. So this is how we import Framer motion. So we want to animate every single div here. So we're going to convert this into a motion.div. Motion.div. All right. What warning is this? Motion.div, we gave it a key. I don't know why we're getting a warning. Let's see why. We actually need, this is an exported module, so we need to import like this. Okay, so now as you can see, the error has disappeared. Okay, so to do the animation, we're going to create something called variants. Let's go do that in the utils. Utils, let's create a new file here. Animations.tsx. All right, so in here, we're going to create export constant animation. Animate, we're going to animate the y-axis. Animate y, like so. And then this is going to be an object of the animation. So we're going to have some states. So we have a hidden state. Hidden. For the hidden state, we're going to set the opacity to 0. And then the y-axis, we're going to set that to 200 when it's hidden. And then visible. Visible. So the visible state, we are going to have opacity. We're going to set that to 1. Opacity. We're going to set that to 1. And we have the y. We're going to set the y to 0 because we want to bring this element to 0. It's going to be away 200 pixels, and then we're going to bring it to 0. So we're animating the element. And then we're going to do a transition. For the transition, we're going to give it a duration. We're going to set that to something like 0.6. 0.6, and then we're going to do an ease. So for the ease, we're going to do ease in out, and then type, we're going to set that to spring, like so. We don't need this. I don't know why this has been imported. Okay, so we have the animate y. That's our variant. We can do more variants later. And let's go back to page. Let's do it underneath the class or before. Let's do variants like this, and then animate y. So make sure you import that, and then we're going to do initial. Initial is going to be hidden, and then animate is going to be visible. So we're animating the hidden and visible states, like so. Okay, as you can see now, it's animating up. That's the effect we're looking for. Perfect. And we also need to animate. Let me close others so we don't get distracted. We need to convert this into motion.h2 as well, because we're going to animate this. So motion.h2. Let's see what we need to animate. And we also need to do this animation here for this span. Let's do motion.span like this. Okay, so motion.span, I am going to do initial. I'm going to set that to false. And then I'm going to animate. Okay, so now we just need to check to see which one is open. When I click, I want to be able to know which of this FAQ that I clicked on. So let's do the state first because we're going to animate based on the state. Open index. So what you're going to check for the index of what is open. So this an object, not an object, an array. Get rid of this. Okay, so make sure you import useState like so. Perfect. And const, we're going to create a function toggle FAQ like this, and we're going to take an index with the type of number, and then here we're going to set open index. What is this crying about? Okay, we can actually I'll just get rid of type checking. Okay, so we are checking open index is equals to the current index that we clicked on. If so, we're just going to set it to no. Otherwise, we're going to set it to the index that we click on. We can comment this. Toggle the open index, or just toggle the index. Let's do open index. Okay, perfect. And we should be able to now animate based on the condition of what item we click on. But let's do the on-click motion.div. Let's do on-click here. So on-click, and then it's going to take in the index. All right, so whatever element we click on, that's going to be the index of our state. And down here in the span, we are going to animate, and we're going to animate rotate, and then we're going to check for open index. If open index is equal to the current index, we're going to rotate 45 degrees, otherwise it's going to be 0. Let's save that. So let's click. As you can see, it's rotating. Okay. Nice. It's rotating nicely. That's perfect. Now let's do this one here as well. Let's do the p tag. So this one is going to be an animation presence. Animation presence. So let's import animation presence. Animation presence like so. And let's go down here. Animation presence. All right. And I'm going to cut this p tag here. And I'm going to do open index. If open index equal to the current index, and then we're going to show what's the end, and then we're going to show that p tag. All right, and this is going to be a motion dot p tag like so, and then the class name is there. We need to give it an animation. We can create a separate animation in the animations file, but I'm just going to do it in here. So here we are going to do opacity. Opacity is going to be 0. And I'm also going to animate the height. I'm going to set that to 0. And then we have the animate. Opacity is going to be 1. And then height is going to be auto. And then on exit, opacity is going to be 0. Height is going to be 0. And then I'm going to give it a transition transition, and I'm going to set the duration to 0.3 like that, and then let's save that. As you can see now, it's animating. I can click and it's working. That's what we're looking for. All right. Amazing. So we have this working. We can try to work on other pages. Let's continue to work on other pages. We're going to move on to the privacy page. But before we do that, we're going to give a rounded to this bit here. So rounded, top right, rounded, top right, oops, top right, MD, like so. And we're going to have a rounded here, and we're going to do the same thing for the bottom rounded BR, like that. So it should be also rounded at the bottom here. That looks good. Let's go to privacy, and we're going to do the same thing. Let's create a new route in the app directory. So the new route is privacy. So, and we're going to have a page, and we're going to copy the layout from help. Copy this, and we're going to paste inside privacy, like so. Save that, and as you can see, the layout has been applied, and also the footer. Let's go back in the page. We're going to reuse some of the styles. I'm going to close the layout, and we're going to reuse this, almost everything in here. We're going to reuse them. And then we're just going to change the text. Okay, so here we're going to change the text. We have privacy and policy. We are reusing this bit here, and we're also going to reuse this bit. All right, and I'm going to copy, and we need to import the sidebar, like so. All right, and this is a div. Let's close that, and this is a client component. Use client. Save that. As you can see, it's there. We just need a few styles. We need these two styles here. So the rounded, copy that, and we're going to add that in here, like so. Perfect. And we can switch between help and privacy. All right. So the reason why this looks a bit different because of the scroll bar, we're going to fix that in a minute. So we have the privacy page. We're going to also have some text here. Privacy policy. Okay, so this is also an array. I've generated some of this text from the internet, or you can use AI to generate. So I'm just going to explain what this does. So we have an array of objects. We have the heading and we have the text. Sometimes you might also want a list. So this list is optional. Sometimes you might add a list. Sometimes you might not. Sometimes you only add a heading and a text and a list. Okay, so we have these three elements. Okay, and you can add whatever text you want in here. You can also copy the exact text from the GitHub repo if you want to. All right, so now we need to map those array elements in here and display them. Privacy policy, we're going to map that, and we're going to display a div. And we need, return a div. A div. All right, and this is a list. So we need to give it a key. We're going to set that to index. All right, and now we have set the key. Let's give it a class name. Class name. And for the class name, let's set the PY. We're going to set that to 4. And we're going to set the BG. actually not BG, but border bottom 1 pixel and border color to RGB3. So there it is. All right, so we are also going to animate. We need to import motion from Framer motion, like so. Okay, and we're going to animate using that animation we created earlier. So we have variance. We're going to animate Y. We need to import this animation, and we need to make sure this is a motion component, motion.div, like so. And initial is going to be hidden and animate visible. And then we're going to have an h2 inside. And then here, this is going to be section.heading, like so. And we're going to give it a font of bold and text grade 200, like so. Okay, so there's our headings. Now we need to display the paragraphs. All right, so dpy text 1. Okay, and for the paragraphs, let's do p, and then here we're going to do section dot text. That's our paragraph, and then we're just going to give it grade 300. It's set by default. Class name, and then we're going to set margin top to 2. So let's see what we have. So there it is. So we have the introduction, information. It's animating. We can switch between these. Okay, so we're animating the sections, but we can also add some lists. So we only want to add the list if it's available. So we're going to check for section.list. If we do have the list, if it's available, that's when we want to display this list. And then we're going to display a UL, list. Okay. And then we're going to do section.list. And then we're going to map. And then we're going to return a list item. Like so. We just need to style this a bit. I'll get rid of these classes here. Get rid, and we're going to style the UL. Let's set the list to disk, and we're going to set the text gray to 300, and we are also going to do margin top and margin left, like so. There it is. So it's a bit outside. We can make it even go inside a bit more. Let's do 8 maybe, ml 8. Okay, let's see what we have. Okay, I think that's reasonable. All right, and we have the border bottom at the top, at the bottom. I mean here, we can get rid of that. So border bottom. We are adding the border bottom. Where are we adding that? Is it dynamic? So border bottom, we're mapping. So we might have to index. So how do we get the last index? We might have to do like a check here to check if we are at the last index. All right, privacy pro. So let's do that. Let's do this. Let's cut this border bottom. We're going to check. So here we're going to check for privacy policy dot length if it's equal to -1. So private dot length -1. Actually, we're getting the last element -1. Okay, and we are going to equal to index, and then actually we index -1 border b. We're going to set that to none. Otherwise, we're going to set that to this one here. Let's save that. Okay, as you can see now, there's no border bottom anymore, but the rest of these elements, they do have a border bottom. Okay, I think this is looking good. You can even change the colors of these list elements if you want to, but we're good to go for the privacy. Now we need to do the same thing for the terms and conditions. So let's click on terms. Let's create a new page, terms, and I'm going to add a page. And we also need the layout. We can copy this layout here. And we're going to paste. So we should be able to have a layout. Okay, this is going to be a client component. Use client like so. And we're going to do the same thing. We're going to copy the text, and then we're just going to change the text. As you can see now, terms and conditions. We also need to display the help bar. All right, help bar div, and make sure we import this help bar here. So import help bar. We're reusing the old styles. Okay, so as you can see now, we can transition between these pages. Okay, perfect. That's good. We also have an array for the terms. It's going to be an array, and we're going to have objects. We're going to have also heading, text, and list. Okay, I'm just going to paste in the objects here. So we have an array of objects. We have keys. We have a key of heading, key of text, and also sometimes we have a key of list. I'm just going to collapse this. And we're going to do the same thing. We're just going to map. So here, we're going to map terms. Oops, not here, but down here, in here. We're going to map in here, terms. And we're going to display a motion.div. And we need to import motion. Import motion from Framer motion. And we also need to import the animation. That's the same thing we've been doing. We're animating initial and hidden. And we're setting a border bottom here. We can do the same check we did. So we don't want the last element to have a border bottom. And we're going to have an h2 inside, which is going to show the heading. And also we're going to show the p tag, the same thing we've done. P tag section.text. There it is. All right. And we need to do the same thing for the list. We're going to check if we do have the list, and then we're going to display that list like so. Okay, and I'm just going to change this to, I think I've used 8. For consistency, I'm just going to put this at the beginning. Excuse me. All right. And we can do the same check we've done earlier. So we can get rid of, oops. We can get rid of the border bottom. So we are checking for, let's see here, length. In terms of length, -1, because arrays are zero index based. That's why we are doing -1. Okay, equal to index. And then here we are going to give it a border bottom like this one here. And this one's going to be none. So, and there's no border bottom actually. Let's see. List URL UI. So this is on the wrong element. So here it should be on the parent. I'm going to cut. Oops. I'm going to cut from here. Cut this. We can leave it like that, and we're going to do it here. Like so. And now let's save that. And there shouldn't. Oh, that's weird. So border bottom, class name, index. Border, oh, this one, get rid of this border bottom up here. Get rid of that. And we shouldn't be able to see the border bottom. All right, so yeah, this page is working fine. That's all we need to do on these pages. We're pretty much done with these pages. We're going to, so it's actually working as well here. When I click for the help page, it's highlighting this page. All right, so now we're going to work on the profile model. So when I click this button, we want to be able to show the settings button and also the logout button. But first off, let's work on this sidebar first. When I click, I want to be able to collapse this sidebar. Let's go to the sidebar component, go to the components folder, open up the sidebar. So we have the state already, is sidebar open. So we just need to toggle this state when I click. So I'm just going to collapse this so I don't have to scroll down all the way. Collapse the menu. And when I click this button here, this span, so we can make this a button as well. I'm just going to leave it as a span. I'm just going to add on click. So the on click, I'm just going to put in a callback function and change the state from false to true. And it's going to toggle between true and false. That's why we're doing this. If the current state is true, we're going to toggle to false. If it's false, we're going to toggle to true. So as long as I'm clicking this, it's going to toggle between true and false. And let's click that. As you can see, it's collapsing the navigation. Perfect. So the other thing that we want to work around is this margin here, this spacing here. So we want to be able to change this space when sidebar is open. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a sidebar open in the global state so that we're going to be able to access that state anywhere else. Okay, so copy that and go to the global state, sidebar, cut this, and we are going to go to global, user context and global context, and we're going to paste that state in here. Oh, we already have the state is sidebar open. Okay, never mind. So are we dispatching the state here? Is sidebar open? Copy this. Okay, so yeah, we are dispatching. So let's import the state here. We're going to copy these two, and we're going to const to structure, and this is coming from global context. Okay, now we're going to save. So let's see if it's doing the same thing. Yeah, it's working, still working. That's good. Now we just need to go to, let's see what component. Let's go to the context provider. Context provider, which is in the providers folder. Okay, so context provider in here. So we want to be able to access the sidebar in here. So I'm going to import. So this should be a client component in the content provider, not context. So use client like so. All right. So in here, we should get a sidebar open, and we're going to get that from global context. Okay, so I'm going to copy this. I'll get rid of this. I'm going to create a class. I'm going to name this margin class.
classes. You can name them classes or class. Okay, and I'm going to actually I'll create an array first before I create this. I'm just going to comment this out. So I'm going to explain what this array does. So I'm going to get path name first. I'm going to check what path name we're on. So if I'm here, I'm going to popular, and then this is the home page. So let's get path name. Path name. Oops. All right. So I want to. So now I'm getting path name. I want to hide something. So I'm going to say const hide sidebar paths like that. So I'm just going to define the path that we want to hide. You want to hide profile, and the name is update of the route. So if you remember, this is profile and update. So we're going to hide this. And then we're going to do help. So make sure you do a slash here. That's because we're using path name. And we're going to do privacy, and also terms, like so. All right. So, and then we're going to do margin class here. We're going to check if our path name, the current path name that we have visited, includes any of these. We're going to do had and then includes. Includes, and then we're going to do path name. Okay, so if our path name, the current path name, for example, if we're on the home page, if home page exists in this one, we're going to add some classes, but home page doesn't exist here, so we're not going to do that. Okay, and if it does include that, we're going to add margin left. We're going to add it to set it to 0. Set it to 0 if it's any of these included in the header paths. Okay, and we are also going to do a sidebar open. Okay, so we're checking if the sidebar is open, and then we're going to set our margin left to 15 rem. Otherwise, we're setting to 5.2 rem. So, all right, so we have the margin class. So here we're checking path name is included in here, and then if it's included, we are setting the margin left, and here we're checking for sidebar. If it's open, then we're changing the margin left. Okay, if it's open, it's this. If it's not open, it's this. So now we just need to, so here we're rendering the sidebar. I'm just going to get rid of the sidebar. We're going to check, we're going to do, if not, hide paths. We're going to check include. If it includes path name, that's when we want to show the sidebar, okay? So, like this, okay. Perfect. So if the path name is not included, we are going to show the sidebar. Now let's save. Let's see, let's go to the home page. Okay, seems to be not working because we have not added the margin class here. So I'm going to use a template intro here, and we need to add the class. So I'll get rid of this margin left here. So now we're going to use the margin class because it's dynamic. All right, let's try that. Okay, so it's working, as you can see, because we are discluding this one, this page is here. So we're not going to collapse the sidebar when we are visiting these pages. Okay, so as long as we're not visiting these pages, we're not going to collapse the sidebar. So the sidebar is not also going to show when we are visiting these pages here. So that's what we're doing here. If the path name is not included, if this path name here is not included, we're not going to show the sidebar. Okay, only if it's included. For example, if I visit a home page, so home page is not included. Home page is not included in this, and then I'm going to show the sidebar only if it's not included in here. Let's actually put a comment here. Actually, let's do it here. hide sidebar on these paths. So as long as I visit these paths, the sidebar is going to be hidden. All right. So I'm going to save that and it should be all working. Okay. So the next thing is we're going to create a model for our profile. Let's go and do that. We are going to go to models. Profile model. It's going to be a functional component and we're going to use client. All right. So now we have a client. What are we going to do in here? Let's start styling this model. We're going to create a menu. So this is going to be an array. We're going to have a name, settings, and we're going to have URL. URL is going to be profile and then /update. Okay, so this should be an object. So it's an array of objects. Okay, and we're going to have an icon. We're going to import an icon called gear, like so. It should be inside the object and it should be comma separated. All right, and we should have an on-click button, not button, but function. On click, on click, like so. And we're going to do a callback function and we're going to do a close model. We have this function already, const close model coming from global context. So close model. All right, like that. All right, so we have settings, close model, and we need to duplicate this one more time. And this one is going to be logout, sign out actually, sign out. And the URL, I'm just going to leave it as the home page. And the icon is going to be sign out icon. And the function we're going to use, this one is called logout user, which is coming, I believe it's coming from the user context. Logout user, like so. All right. So now we have those. I'm going to start styling. We give it a class name and we're going to give it a utility shadow. Actually, we've done the styles already for this. Let's check out this one here. There's a lot of scrolling. I'm just going to copy this, copy that, and I'm just going to paste it here. All right, and we're going to also use utility u shadow 1, like that. We should have a bit of a shadow. All right, so now we want to be able to open this when we click this one. So how do we go about doing that? Okay, so let's go to the model provider. Model providers. So here's model provider. So currently we have only add snippet model. So we are checking is editing model mode. We have model mode here as well. All right, so it's editing. I'll go down here. So here I'm gonna do check model mode. Oops. Model mode. If it's equal to, I'm going to check if it's profile, and then I am going to display the profile model like so. Okay, now save that. Let's go back to the profile model. Actually, we want to do the on click. It should be inside the header because this button here, the click, is inside the header and the model is open by default for some reason. We're going to fix that. And let's see actually if we have created a state for this model. Okay, so we should go to global context. Global context. So we have actually, we have open profile model. We do have it already. So we want that inside header, components, header. Perfect. So let's scroll down. So we have open model for profile. Okay, it's already in here. Profile model. Okay. Refresh, click, it's opening, but it's not closing the model because we have not added a ref. Profile model. Let's add a ref here. Ref. And where should we name this ref? Let's just name it ref for lack of a better naming. And then we're going to add a ref here. Const ref. And then we're going to use ref coming from React. Use ref. Okay, so the use ref hook. So make sure you import the use ref hook. All right. And we're going to save. Okay. And for us to be able to close model, we're going to use the use detect hook. Use detect outside. Okay. And close model when clicked outside, like so. And then we're going to use detect outside, and then it's going to take in the ref. It's going to take in an object. So the first thing is going to be the ref, and then we're going to take in a callback, and then in here we're going to take in, actually the callback is going to be the close model, like so. That's it. And let's try to click and click anywhere else. If we click inside the profile, it's not going to close, but if I click outside, it's going to close. That's what we're after. And let's keep styling. So we have the menu already, and we have the styles, and we're going to create a nav, and then we're going to create a UL, an order list, and we're not going to style this for now. Let's just give it a basic py of 1, and then we're just going to loop through. We're going to loop through menu map, and we're going to get item. Oops, menu.map. We're going to get item and index. So we can get an index here. And we're going to return a list item. Oops. I don't know why it's not doing automatic. Never mind. List item, like so. And then we're going to give it a class name. And I'm going to give it a class name of sidebar nav item. And a case of pointer. And margin top and bottom. We're going to set that to 0.3 RAM. Padding X 8 and py 0.6 RAM and cursor to pointer. And then we're going to put a link inside. So make sure you import the link coming from next link. Okay, so inside the link, we're going to have 2 spans. So the first one is going to be the icon, item.icon, and we're going to also have item.name. And we need an href here. URL, like so. And this is a list, so we need to give it a key. So we're going to set that to index. All right, perfect. And we should see something. So let's click. So there's 2 items here, but we have not finished styling this. Okay, and I'm going to give it a class name here. Text, I'm going to set that to LG, that's large. And we're also going to set the text to a gray color. this gray color here, and I'm going to change this to 2. And this one, we also need to give it a bit of styling. I'm just going to set a display of grid, and I'm going to give it 2 columns. So the first column is going to have a size of 40 pixels and 1 FR, which is the remaining space. And I'm going to item center. It's going to be centered, and the color is going to be gray 200. So when I click, as you can see now, I mean, you can change these colors here if you want to. All right, but I'm just going to leave this as they are. But yeah, so we also need to style this a bit. Let's see. So we have a sidebar item. Let's style this UL. Let's give it a class name. I'm going to give it min width. Let's set it to about 230 pixels. Let's not do it here actually. Min width 230 pixels, something like that. So it's going to be a bit bigger. So, all right, it looks good. And the next thing that we need to style is, let's see. Okay, actually we need to do on click. So when I click this URL here, we are going to do something on click. On click, we are going to do item.onClick. So, all right. So let's see that. So let's click sign out. Nothing happens. Weird. Let's see the console. Okay, let's refresh this. Okay, settings. Nothing happens. Okay, I know why. Because we need to router and push to this. Okay, so what we're going to do, I'm going to get router. Use router. All right, so we can modify and we can do it here. And we're going to router.push to profile, like so. Actually, profile update. So we don't need to router push. Settings, close modal. Oh, this should be logout user. Logout user. And after we log out user, we're going to push to the home page. Push to the home page, router.push to the home page. And for this one, settings, let's see. When I click, we're going to go to profile update. So we don't need this close modal here. Okay, let's save that. Open up. Let's try to go to the settings. Okay, it's working. Okay, actually, I need to close the modal. So when I push to the settings, I need to close the modal first. Right, so let's try that. Let's go to homepage, open up, settings. Okay, so the modal is closed when I'm navigating. All right, so now let's try to sign out. Sign out. Okay, so now we've signed out. We need to close the modal again. Log out user and close modal. Log out user, and then we're going to push like so. Okay, and we shouldn't, by the way, if we're not logged in, we shouldn't be able to access this page, but we're going to fix that later. We shouldn't have access to this page. Anyway, we're going to log in and can't even remember my password. Oh, that was the correct one. Never mind. All right, so now we can click on the user profile and everything seems to be in order, but we can style. Let's see. Let's see if we can give it more styles here. So let's search for the sidebar item. Okay, so we've already done the sidebar item here. We've done the styles already. So we have the after,
Okay, so yeah, so all done. We can change these colors if you don't like these colors, by the way. So that's entirely up to you. Okay, and everything seems to be in order. I think that's it for the profile and for the sidebar. I'll see you on the next one. We're going to be working on searching the snippets. I'll see you then. Welcome back. And now we're going to work on the search. So let's go to the search component, search input. So we're going to do the search here. We want to be able to type something, for example, C++, and we want to return the data corresponding to the search query. Okay, so let's go back to the search. So we're going to import a few functions from the context. We're going to get that from the use snippet. So here we're going to destructure. Let's do it up here. So we're going to get public snippets. So we're going to destructure public snippets from use snippet context, like so. And we're going to need popular snippets and like snippets and leaderboard. Okay, so we're going to need basically all of the functions for each of these pages. So we have public snippets, popular snippets, liked, user snippets, and the leaderboard. Okay, so we have those functions, and the search query, there it is. We can even console log the search input here. We can put the search query, and we can check the console. And let's see. If we type something, here's our search input. Okay, so we are going to save that in this search query here. I'm going to get rid of the console. I'll minimize this a bit. Okay, so what are we going to start with? We are going to call a function. For example, if we're on the home page, we're going to get the public snippets. Okay, so we want to fetch every time that I do a search query. Okay, so if I go to the public snippets function, if you remember, we are going to get public snippets. So here we're taking a user ID, the tag ID, search query, and also the page, which is optional. We can put the page number. It's optional. So in this case, we are going to fetch this function here using. So we're not going to put the user ID because it's going to be public. So here we're not logged in. So we want to be able to see the snippets. So we're going to be able to put we're not going to put the user ID, and also we're not going to put the tag ID, but we need a search query because we're going to fetch based on the search query. Okay, so if we have the search query, we're going to fetch the data corresponding to the search query. So what we're going to do, we're going to run a switch case depending on the path. So if we're at the popular page, we're going to fetch the popular using this whatever search query that we have, depending on what page we have. So let me show you what I mean. So we are going to, let's do const, what can we name this? Get searched snippets, maybe. And then here we're just going to create an async function here, async, like so. Okay, so what we're going to do, we are going to, every time that we update the input, we're going to call the function. So let's run a use effect here, use effect, and every time the search query updates, we're going to call this function here, get search snippets here. Okay, get search snippets. Okay, it takes in a query, so we can pass in the search query in here. In here we can console log here, searching for snippets, and for example, if I search for something, it should trigger that function. Okay, as you can see now, every time that we type, it's triggering the function here. It's going to trigger this function here, search snippets. Okay, but a user might be typing quick. We will be doing a lot of function calls, so we're going to be using Lodash to delay a function call.
So we're going to use the debounce method. We can put a specific amount of time and delay the function call. So for example, let's import Lodash. Let's install Lodash. npm I Lodash, like so. And then here we can import Lodash at the top. Import. So for us to be able to import Lodash, we can just import Lodash, like import Lodash, like so. So this is a very powerful package with utilities. We need to import the types to install the types as well. Copy and install the types. Okay, so this warning should be able to disappear now. All right, so instead of naming such snippets, we're going to name this differently, because we're going to be using a debounce method for us to do a delay of when the function is going to be to get code. So we can name this debounced search query, or debounce. Yeah, let's do debounce search query, and we're going to put the amount of time in milliseconds, how much delay we want to get per search. Okay, so per search, I was thinking maybe 500 milliseconds, or you can put whatever you want. Okay, so what I'm going to do, we are also going, let's just use the use callback, and then we're going to do Lodash inside the use callback. Okay, so make sure you input use callback, and that's where we're going to be using Lodash inside the callback. Okay, use callback, is it imported? Yeah, it is imported. And here we're going to do Lodash.debounce, and here we're going to pass in query. Query is going to have a type of string. Okay, so type, it's going to be type of string, like so. All right, so it seems like callback. Okay, we are going to pass something later on in a minute. So it requires 2 arguments, but we have 1 argument at the moment, but we're going to put another one in a minute. And this is Lodash, so we're going to put comma, and then the delay is going to be 500 milliseconds. Okay, so that's the delay. And inside here, we are going to run a switch case. Okay, so here we're going to check if we have the query. So if you have query, and then we're just going to trim. Actually, let's just we'll trim later. So for now, let's just check if we have the query, and then here we're going to switch. Okay, switch path name. So we're going to check what path we're on. All right, so let me just double check if I'm recording. Yeah, it's working. Okay, so currently we're at the home page, the path name, right? And if I click on this popular page, the path name is going to be /popular. Seems like the project is not running because we stopped it from running. So let's run it. So switch path name. So we need to create this path name using path name. So let's create this variable. So what we're going to do, let's do const path name equal to use path name from next navigation. All right, so the other argument that we're going to put after this is going to be path name itself. Oh, actually it's going to be in brackets, like so. Path name. Okay, so we have the switch. So we're checking if we have a query, and then we're going to switch depending on the path name that we are on. Okay, so we have an error because this doesn't exist. So depending on the URL that we're on at the home page, we're going to fetch the data, return the data from a search query. We're going to use a different function. So each page, it has its own function that we're going to fetch the data based on. All right, so what we're going to do, we're going to check for case. So case homepage. For the homepage, we're going to get public snippets, and we're going to break here. So remember, we're not going to put the ID. So the first argument is the ID. I think the second one is the tag, and then we can pass in the query, like so. All right, so that's the homepage. Let's see if it's working. So what we're going to do in this use effect, we're going to call that function here, the bounce, and then we're going to pass in the search query. Okay, and we also need to do a cleanup and cancel. So here we can cancel the debounce on function and amount, and then we're going to return in here, and then we're going to debounce. We're going to debounce search query dot cancel, and then here we're going to put debounce search query. Okay, in the dependence array. So let's see if we're able to search on the home page. I'm going to refresh this. Right. Okay, don't worry about this login status. Let's try to search. So we have test. Okay, seems like nothing happens. Test. Okay. Okay, so it seems like, okay, let me see. Okay, so I've managed to find the issue. So I've managed to go to the backend, and I realized for the search query, we were looking for the query named search. Okay, so get public snippets. We're looking for this query named search. So in the context, if we go back to the function here, get public snippets, there was name search query here. It was name search query. So make sure it's search matching the backend. Okay, search. So the parameter should be search. So here, for example, we're looking for slash public. I can't remember the name, and then search something like that. Okay, so that's what we are looking for. So search. So just update it to search and save, and refresh this, and let's try to search now, and let's search for update. Okay, as you can see now, this snippet is matching update. Okay, and there's a delay in fetching the data. Okay, it's not going to fetch every time that you type quickly. Okay, there's a bit of a delay. If we fetch for test, and it's going to return the data matching test. All right, so that's that. Let's go back to the search input, and where's the search input? Okay, there it is. So we are on the home page now. We need to do other pages. So we have popular snippets. So here we're just going to do the same thing for other pages. So I'm just going to copy and paste this. So case. So we have the home page, and we have the popular page, favorites page. So for other pages, as you can see, we don't have 3 parameters. So if I take a look at popular, so if I go to the context and search for popular snippets, so here it takes in a tag ID, and the search query. Okay, so here we're going to leave the tag ID empty, and we're going to pass in the search query. All right. Okay, and we have the snippets page. Perfect. And for this is the if. So if we have the query, that's what we're going to do here. We're going to, if we're depending on what page we are on. So if I go to popular, we can use the query test as well here. If I type something else, it's not going to return the data, but it's going to return the popular data matching whatever is on our search query. Okay, so if I remove the search query, we want to return everything here. We're going to sort that out in a minute. So we have the if query. So if we don't have the query, we're going to go for else. So else, we're going to fetch all of the data. Okay, we're just going to run all of these functions here. So we're going to get the public snippets, popular snippets, and the leaderboard. All right, so if I search for something here and get rid of the search query, it's going to return the previous data that was there. All right, so we have the leaderboard, and we are also going to refresh the favorites and my snippets. But for that, we need a user ID. So we need to grab the user ID from the user context. Up here, I'm going to get the user ID, to use user context dot user ID, and once we have the user ID, we're just going to check if we have that user ID, and then we're going to fetch the liked and user snippets. All right, we're just going to refresh. Perfect. So, and this should be all we need for search. And we're not logged in. I can't remember the login details. Let's try test. Let's try the password test pass. Okay, seems like we have an account. All right, and let's go to my snippets. Okay, seems like this must be private. Okay, so if we go favorites, and so we have some favorite snippets. So here we have we can like one more here, so we should have 2 favorites. If I go there's 2 favorites here, I can unfavorite, but we're going to refresh the state if we favorite something and unfavorite. Okay, we're going to fix that in a minute. Okay, so as you can see, we can see all of our data. Okay, and we can search here as well. So here we can search the data that's not public. We can search for anything. As you can see, no snippets found. We're going to fix this error in a minute. And search is working on other pages. As you can see, I can search for something here. No snippets found. If I go creators, you're going to be seeing a lot of creators here on the leaderboard. And popular search, our search works fine. We want to be able to display something when there's no data being displayed, but we're going to do that in the next video. But for now, our search functionality works as it's supposed to. All right, so now let's protect our pages. So if we're not logged in, we don't want to have access to these pages like favorites and snippets, as well as the settings. So let me log out. So sign out. So right now I can access my snippets. So we don't want that. So if I refresh, there's nothing there, but we don't want to access this page. Currently we can access this page if we're not logged in. So we want to be able to access homepage, popular, top creators, favorites, and settings. We don't want to access those pages. So let's go back and use that route. No, the custom hook that we have. So if we go back to what pages are we again? So we are looking for favorites page. So let's uncomment this redirect, use user redirect, and now we shouldn't be able to access the favorites page. Now it sends us to the login page. All right, and yeah, that's that. We are also going to what do we need? What other page? So my snippets. Okay, so snippets is just called snippets. Snippets. We are going to use redirect. Can't remember the name of the use redirect user. Can't remember. Let me go back. Use user redirect. Okay. What? Okay, let me go and see why it's not working. Ah, hooks. Use user redirect. There it is. So why is it use redirect? What? Use redirect. That's name. Where am I getting use user redirect? Wait, let me see. Favorites. Use user redirect. Okay, this is the name of the. Okay, we're just naming. We're just naming it user redirect. We need to import user like so, redirect, and then login like that. Okay. So if I open my snippets now, we cannot open the page. Okay. If I go back to the home page settings. Okay, so this pages are protected now. Let's go back to settings. Where's settings? Can't remember the name of the settings page. We cannot access settings. Settings. Yep, we cannot access the page. Okay, so we don't have access to those pages. But by the way, you can restyle this login page. You can get rid of this background. Yeah, you can get rid of the background here. You can leave it like this. You can change the color to match the theme of this page, which is entirely up to you. Okay, what we can do, let's look for auth. So the styles, there should be, let's inspect auth page. So dot auth page. Okay, so here we can get rid of this background here if you want to, or you can use a dark themed background. That's entirely up to you. So we can refresh this. So auth page, we need to watch SAS here. Auth page. So yeah, and here's our login page. You can style this to match the theme of the app. That's entirely up to you. And for your homework, you can make this responsive, more responsive. You know, that's entirely up to you. I don't even have time to do that. Yeah, you can make this for supporting mobile, and also for the search. You can make the search button here, a small button. When you click, it's going to pop out and show on all of the page, and then it's going to show an input here which you can search. So here, once you hide it here, and then you're going to show a button. Click the button, and then you're going to see a model which is going to allow you to search and return the data that you want to show on the screen. I just don't have enough time to do that, but that's your homework. And yeah, that's it. If you have any questions, you can let me know in the comment section. And oh, I forgot to do something else. Let me log in again. Test pass. So what we need to do, if we search for something, we need to display like no snippets found, an error message. So let's go back to the home page. So public snippets here. After this, we have categories, div. We can create another div here. So we can say public snippets the length. If it's equal to 0, I'm just going to display an h1 tag here saying no snippets found. So there it is, no snippets found. If I cancel, it's going to disappear. Okay, so we can rinse and repeat on other pages as well. So if I go to popular, if I don't find anything, we need to display that popular. We're just going to rinse and repeat. So here we're just going to change this to popular snippets, and we're going to display the error. So do that, and the error is not showing. Wait, let me refresh here. Okay, now let's search. Weird. Let's see why. Inspect. Oops. Okay, popular. It's not showing the error, which is really weird. Popular snippets. Popular snippets, the length equal to 0. The snippets found. Okay, I have no idea why it's not showing. It's not showing the text, but let's see. Not found. Okay. Popular snippets. Oh, it's actually popular snippets, not dot length. It's dot snippets. Because if I show you popular snippets, you're going to see that. Let me refresh. So popular snippets, it's an object. There's the object. So I'm looking for snippets. Okay. So popular snippets, it's dot snippets. Snippets dot length, like so. So now we should be able, let's see why there might be a spelling issue here. Snippets dot length. All right, so now let's try to search again. We should be able to see the text. Okay, no snippets found. Sweet. And let's go to favorites. Okay, this one is it's a bit different, but let's go back to favorites. And I am just going to paste this in. Favorites. Okay. Favorites, popular. I'll copy this, and we're going to go to favorites, paste this in, copy this, like snippets, just snippets, paste it in. All right, and let's search. Something doesn't exist. Okay, no snippets found. My snippets, we're going to do the same thing. So it's just snippets. No, not snippets. Snippets. Okay, so dot length. User snippets dot length. So let's try that. Okay, so this most likely should be outside here. Okay, perfect. So it looks good. No snippets found. And the other thing that we want, I forgot something. We want to put like an infinite scroll. Okay, so if we go to the home page, so for example, when there's more than 2 snippets, let's say 6 or 10, we want to load the data incrementally, one by one, like like in tens or in sixes or in 15s, whatever you want to implement. In this case, we are going to load the data maybe 5 at a time, 5 snippets at a time, or you can do as many as you want. So let's go to the home page, and I'm going to create a div, and I'm going to give it a margin top of 8, margin top 8, like so. And I can put random text here. You're going to be able to see that it is right here. Okay, so I am going to create a button with some class names. So I'm just going to create a div for this button, container, and then I'll just close this button. Okay, so in the button, I'm going to have a span tag with an icon called previous. Okay, so prev, I'll render the icon. So we should be able to see, here's our button here. There it is, the button previous. So if we have loaded more snippets, we're going to be able to see this page to come back to the previous pages. Okay, so it's going to be conditional the way we're going to show this button. And we're going to have a function called handle previous, which we don't have yet. So we are going to plug in the on click here. We're going to create this function in a minute. All right, so after this, we're going to create another div. So here, we're going to have another div. So this one, we are going to do next. So we're basically going to reuse the same button, like so. Paste. Okay, so handle view more and handle previous. Let's just create these empty functions. Const handle previous, handle previous, and handle view more. All right, and we have these two functions, and we have an error which we need to inspect the error. So next, we need to import the next icon. Okay, so we have these buttons, but we're going to conditionally render these buttons. Okay, so we are going to only show when snippets dot length is a multiple of 10. Okay, when it's a multiple of 10, that's when we're going to show this button here. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to wrap this button like so, and then I'm going to get public snippets, and then I'm gonna check the length. Okay, remember we're only checking if it's a multiple of 10. 0, and we're gonna check public snippets dot length modulo 10, okay, equal to 0. We're gonna check if there's no remainder. Okay, we're gonna check modulo 10 dot length. So here it should be percent, it's modulo. We're gonna check if the remainder is 0. Okay, equal to 0, and then we will render this button. Okay, let me see if I did something wrong here. Okay, this one here, remove this, it's not supposed to repeat. Okay, so we're only rendering this, okay, if snippets.length is in multiples of 10. All right, so we are just checking here if the remainder, if we divide the snippet length, if the remainder is 0, okay, that means we're good to go. Perfect. And then we just display this. So in here we have view more, and then we have the next icon, and then we have the handle view more function. So our button is no longer there, okay, because we're rendering this conditionally. And for this one here, we also have a condition to render this. So we need to check for the current page. Okay, so we are going to create a state for this. So const, we're gonna say current page, and current page is going to start at 1, and then we're going to use the state. We can import React or import the hook. Okay, perfect. And we have the state. So what do we want to do? Well, we are going to do a lot of things in here. So we are going to, let's start with handle view more. Okay, so handle view more here, we're gonna check if public snippets, public snippets the length is greater than 0. I'm just gonna get rid of this. It's greater than 0, and we're also going to check for the remainder if it's a multiple of 10. Okay, we're gonna set current page. We're gonna get the previous page, and then we're going to add increment the current page, like so. That's the view more. And for the previous, we're just going to decrement. We're just going to check for the current page. We're going to check if current page, we're going to check if it's greater than 1. Okay, and then we're just going to decrement prev page. Okay, and yeah, we have handle previous and handle view more. And the other thing that we probably want to fetch the snippets as well. So let's get public snippets. Let's see. So we have public snippets here, and we also want to get the tags, and get public snippets. So we have public snippets and get public snippets. So all right, so now we are going to create a function. Let's do it down here. Const fetch snippets. Okay, so if it's going to be an async actually. Let's do async because we're going to fetch some data in here. Async, and then in here we're just going to await. We're going to get public snippets, and then we're going to pass in. So we're not going to pass in the I think this is the, I can't remember what it was, ID, and then this is the current page. So now we're going to pass in the page, and we're not going to put the first 3 arguments, which were, if we want to have a look, I can't remember what they were, but they were user ID, tag ID, search query, so, and page. So in this case, we're passing in the page. Okay, so we're passing in the page, which is current page, okay, because we want to pass the page. Okay, we want to pass the page to the function, and we are also going to await get tags. All right, and we're just going to run a use effect based on the page. Use effect and React, and we're going to pass in the current page, and then we're just going to fetch snippets. Okay, so we need to put this to the test. Okay, so the previous button is still showing, which I don't know why it's showing there. Refresh. There's an error. Get tags. Okay, I don't think I've done the tags functionality yet. Let me see. We might leave it as well if we don't have enough time. So I'm just gonna comment this out for now. Okay, because I wanted to have the ability to return the data based on the tags. So I'll see if I'll work on that functionality later. If I have enough time, I'll be able to work on the functionality to click on the tag, and then it will return corresponding snippets based on the tag clicked. All right, so I'm just gonna save this, and let's see why the handle previous is showing. Okay, so the handle previous is going to depend on the current page. Okay, so current page, copy that, and handle previous, I'm just going to surround this like this. So we're just going to check if current page is greater than 1. Okay, and then we're going to display the button. Now it's gone. So what I'm going to do, I am just going to create more snippets. You know, I don't have enough time to do this in the video, so I'll just do it off screen, and then I'll show you if the buttons are working. And also, if I have enough time, we're going to click on the tags. Oh, the tags are working already. Never mind. Let me double check. I forgot that I've done the tags already. Tags. Okay, so why is the get tags function was not working? Get tags. Do we have get tags here? Okay, we do. Okay, I've exported get tags. So now we just need to uncomment this. It should be able to work now. All right. So now we have no issue now. We don't have the error. So yeah, get tags is already working. We can search based on the tags. And what we need to do now, I don't think there's anything else. So the rest you can do by yourself. If you have any questions, you can ask me in the comment section. And that's it for the video. I'll see you on the next one. By the way, feel free to test those buttons. If you spot an error, you can let me know in the comment section, or you're going to see a fix from the GitHub code. So you can download the code in the description. I'm going to add other snippets off screen, and I'll see you on the next one. Bye bye.